Welcome to Origins Game Fair in Columbus, Ohio. We're here for Clashground Columbus. It is, June 22nd or something? I don't know. It's some date and time. My name's Logan Peterson. This is not Derek Oswald. This is Dagan White. Derek, miss you, buddy, but we have an expert in the booth here. This is the former #1 rated Alpha Clash player in the country, folks, or the world, one of the two.
Yeah.
And we're here for 5 rounds of Swiss at minimum today. We may do more. You never know. And right now, we're actually going to be jumping into coverage pretty quickly. We have a lot to cover today, mainly because this is the first time we get to see Unrivaled Set 3 of Alpha Clash coming through live. The meta is completely shifted from the last time you joined us in Las Vegas. So there's going to be a lot of changes here. Dagan, I know that you had a lot of input on those changes.
For sure.
Give us an overview, buddy.
So there's 2 massive changes that came with this set. We have the removal of the Set 1 Clash buffs. All the 0-cost Clash buffs gone. I know that was a big complaint. Gone completely. And the second one is the change to non-Clash damage. So before, non-Clash damage could stick, and Clash damage might not, and it'll reset. But now, completely changed. Everything resets between phases. Primary Clash phase, all resets. Non-Clash and Clash.
It's a big deal for those red decks, right, where they're doing a lot of non-Clash damage. So if that doesn't stick now, you don't have a good time to do that. So I think we're just kind of ready to jump into our first match today. We've got Mike Toy playing Torque the Diabolical. We've heard of that one before. Against Jacob Snodgrass playing a new contender, Warcry Driving Force. So let's go ahead and jump in on this match right now, and let's get cooking with the first ever competitive matches with Unrivaled Legal. Shuffling up here. Looks like we have completed mulligans and we're just ready to go. I already see one of the cards that is probably going to be a standout here in this event, Warcry Faithful Protector in hand for Jacob. So we're going to get to see the cow in action pretty quick, it looks like.
It's very interesting because this is one of the new Clash cards that we're talking about and the new contenders from the Clash kit, the 2-player Clash kit. So we'll see how they perform today.
Yeah, that's kind of wild. We haven't seen the Clash kit contenders do like a lot of work, generally speaking, outside of Machina in set 2.
Yeah.
And now we are diving right in. So the 2-player Clash kit cards already are going to come in and do work in round 1. So right now, we're just going to go ahead and resource. It looks like we just have a flare out here. Nothing to see. Jacob's going to go ahead and, all Havens. Well, we're familiar with those.
Classic. Stapled every white deck.
There's 2 Havens in every white deck. That's 6 copies at least. So we're just going to go ahead and exhaust. Warcry's ability is really unique because he's able to attack and exhaust himself. So that makes it so he doesn't ready in the ready step, and then that allows him to draw a card. So this is kind of the power of Warcry, where he can kind of serve with this contender, deal damage, and draw cards kind of on an every other turn basis. So it gets kind of wild eventually here with a lot of the exhausted cards and Warcry's effects. So we're going to see some very interesting lines of play coming out of Jacob here. It looks like Mike is kind of more of the go fast, I want to hurt you deck. So we'll see if he can actually get to the board quick enough to make an impact here.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder if this Torque might also be playing a slower game plan with that 1-drop flare. He might sink some resources to draw some cards and make some tokens.
Yeah, that's also a very good possibility. So the Nova tokens are effectively nothings.
Right.
But they do power the abilities of Nova cards and the contender. So without the Nova contender, he's really going to be leaning into the flare cards that rely on the Nova tokens to do stuff. We're resourcing a Denver that leads me to believe there's also a Denver in hand at that point, because that's a very weird one to resource unless you're short on black.
Radiant Fallout. Got it. Enters, we both discard a card, then draw a card.
Yep.
And when this card leaves play, I deal 3 damage to target Clash card.
Yep. So Radiant Fallout coming out again, another new card. And he is, oh no, he's getting ready for the suit up, isn't he?
Yep. It looks like so a lot of these black decks like to recur their accessories from their discard pile, and Moxie's heavy power armor is one of the more powerful ones you can be playing.
Oh yeah, and also with the Torque Diabolical, when Moxie's power comes into play, it deals damage to the contender, so they just get to draw cards off of it too.
Correct. There's a lot of synergy there.
Yeah. So right now it looks like he's setting them up for the big turn. So Jacob understands, most likely seeing that this play, that he's going to be on a clock, and has to kind of play into that. However, if he does make it to turn 4, we do have a Buffalo So we'll be able to do some work here and make sure that we can stave off some of this early damage as it comes through. But right now, it looks like Mike's getting set up for the big combo turn already.
Yep, no block.
Okay, I got no buffs.
Just an easy one attack. Just come in and chip away. It's free effectively.
And then I will play a Grant Park.
And now we're in Grant Park, so we are already doing the...
I believe this is in play when this triggers. So you're going to be able to deal 3, but this is a 1/4 now. I believe we can call a judge if you want that.
So we have our first weird interaction here of the day with Grant Park
So let's go ahead
and Radiant Explosion,
I have a question.
or Radiant Fallout, sorry.
It has Radiant Fallout on the field, which has whenever it leaves play, he gets to deal 3 damage to a thing. I'm playing Grant Park. Is Grant Park in play when this trigger goes off?
So while they're trying to resolve that judge dispute here, let's talk a little bit about how good Grant Park Chicago is with Warcry here. With Grant Park Chicago, not only do you get to replace another Clashground, you get to search your deck for another Clash card that costs 5 or less.
Yeah.
What do you think is going to be searching with that?
In this case,
In
if
this
Grant Park is
case,
in the
looking
field,
at
it's,
this
0-2
list,
effect.
my guess is you go and get a Warcry Faithful Protector.
Yeah.
Basically, that card in multiples, it is exclusive, but that card in multiples is just going to demand an answer every
this one is
single
coming into
time.
play,
So
right?
having more than one is not a bad
that one's
thing,
coming into
even
play
though it
from
is
this
exclusive. You only have one in play.
And the extra defense is huge in
And
a
the
deck
extra
like
defense
this.
is massive, especially when you're both here comes the boom decks, like in
Yeah.
reality.
Yep.
So here we have the question here
Yeah, that's
is
what I thought it was.
when
I
Radiant
just wanted to
Fallout
judge.
goes away due to it being a Clashground with Grant Park Chicago in
I'm fine
play
with
and
that.
deals 3 damage, will Haven be big
Also
enough
trigger
to
entry
absorb the
when
damage? It looks like
Clash card
that's the
costs 4 or
case.
less.
Yes, sir.
So when Radiant Fallout is going to deal 3 damage, we went
We're searching for the flare.
we went and got the flare. Okay, so either
And
we already know that there is one Warcry Faithful Protector in
will
play.
pack.
But going and getting the one of Flare Flamebound Seeker is kind of interesting. I'm wondering if there's another one. So we're in Grant Park.
So this is Unrivaled, which means you only get 1 per deck. So Grant Park is very good at searching for this one of in your deck.
Yes, and staring at Jacob's hand from what we can see, it does look like there is potentially a second Faithful Protector in there, which means this is going to get stable really quick and put a lot of pressure on Mike to power through this. We'll see if he can navigate that because this is such a good build from Jacob early to just navigate this matchup. You want to be aggressive? Fine.
And we see a resource suit up over here.
Oh, uh-oh. Well, that also is a signal
I see
to
now.
Jacob.
Deck
He's
is mocked.
pointing it out. Yep, he
Yep.
sees it,
Deck is torque.
knows
That's
what's going to happen.
Yeah, like I said, Moxie was my girl. She has been. But like I said, I promised my brother I'd bring his deck along with me.
There
you
we go. So
It's just a Moxie deck in disguise, let's be real.
it's a
Yeah, I
you
wish I
pull
had
off the
better
mask
for you, though.
and let's see who this deck really is, and it's just
Girls are
Moxie.
not nice to me right now.
We've always got next game too.
But right now, like, I think that Mike is basically determining, okay,
What I'm gonna
I
do,
probably
I'm gonna
can't
go
go
ahead
for it
and
anytime
place it.
soon. So how do we stable? How do we get stable?
Straight into the
Putting
suit
in
up.
Moxie
We're just going to
heavy
straight
power
into the suit
armor.
up. Oh, we have one.
card.
Okay.
Yep.
And then heavy power armor will enter. Will ping me a damage with torque. I will draw an additional card.
Nice, nice.
Good plays. Good plays. So this power armor is going to make this flare kind of gigantic for a hot minute.
And unfortunately,
Because-
that'll have to be it. Go ahead.
As soon as that thing can suit up, we're getting +4/+4 in flight. And then it's going to be massive. He does need to have an Alpha Hunter contender, or sorry, Clash card out there. Currently just has the flare.
I will play.
It does make me wonder if Jacob has any way to actually remove these big accessories, or if he's just going to have to deal with it being on the board the whole game.
He may have to just kind of stare at it. It kind of doesn't look like he doesn't have a lot to deal with accessories directly.
All right.
So it may be an instance where the power armor is going to just kind of go the distance if he isn't able to navigate this minefield that's being built.
For 5 with flying.
But right now it's 5 flying coming in.
It has 5 defense currently, and it deals
and-
to its defense.
Gonna go ahead and
Actually, 'cause
come
I
in
remember this
hard right
interaction
now.
Was questioned on the judge page because once you switch it, does the attack buff go away? But I think they ruled that once it's continuous, and it only takes it at the time.
Yeah, so it doesn't say initial defense. on
Yeah,
this
it
card.
just says defense at the time.
Yeah, so this one is
Yeah.
a 5 defense character currently.
Sounds good. Well, then I will no block. I have no flight, so I'll take flight.
Yep. So the interaction there was Grant Park giving extra defense to
I will
Flare.
do my end step.
Flare can
Now dealt
switch their
5 damage
power and
to my
defense
deck for a Flare card.
to deal damage, more damage. And the time stamping there was, does Flare when Flare swaps to deal that is that defense from Grant Park prior, and you pointed out that it does not say initial defense, so it's whatever the defense is at the time.
So now we're getting a Flare Explosive Combatant, which is also one of the biggest top-end red cards you can be playing.
2 red, 2 black.
Yes, we're reducing costs. This is an engine, is what we're seeing right here.
Like a well-oiled machine. He's just going for exactly what he needs here.
Yep. And this is going to cause, again, the amount of pressure that we're seeing from actually both sides here. Because if you think about this matchup with Jacob having been on the play, and you look at what Mike has done on the draw, you kind of get the impression that if Mike had been on the play, this might look a lot different.
Yeah. He'd be able to get his accessory a turn sooner, maybe.
Yeah, and then just start putting extra pressure on there.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
So that one won't die.
Oh, 1-3.
Yep,
Right.
it's a 1-3.
They all get the bigger
Doesn't that-
defense.
Yep, it's a symmetrical effect. So Grant Park is going to give all alphas regardless. Is it alphas and
Rogues.
rogues?
Yep.
Correct. Yep.
This effect is on
Plus extra defense. So Flare's going to come in.
I always forget the.
Haven's going to obstruct. Nothing happens.
Yep.
More or less.
Yeah, so anything being dealt with 2 damage from the Flare will survive.
Correct.
If it is a rogue or alpha.
Yep. I don't know if Mike's considering a Here Comes the Boom here. That would leave a Flare on the board. But actually would leave a lot on the board. Yeah, it'd be
Right,
it'd
yeah.
leave a lot
The
on the
bigger
board. It
defense
doesn't
is
do
huge
much
here.
now. The bigger defense is really holding back what can happen. This is kind of a sticky position if you're Mike. You're staring down a board of increasingly large threats and a contender that can kind of keep drawing cards as you go. As you notice, the Warcry Spiritual Protector is sitting in the resource zone.
Yep.
That is a symbol. That's asserting dominance.
Right. I mean, you see this board state. You're already in a great spot. You have the 6-drop Flare so early. It's very hard to interact with at this point in the game.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Mike's kind of in the tank here because what are you going to do?
Right.
This board, especially with in pre-board where you don't have, your pre-board plan is to kind of be all in. And right now, being all in is not going to get you there. So if your turn 4 is I have a really good piece of really good accessory in play, a really good weapon to hook up. I don't have a unit to hook it up with, and I'm staring down the barrel of a bunch of damage coming in every turn that I don't have a good answer for. This is a very, very untenable board state.
Indeed, indeed. When you rely on Here Comes the Boom, it's very difficult to play around the Grant Park.
Virtually impossible to play around Grant Park at that point. It was in set 1, I remember that was just kind of the tech card. Play the Grant Park so that your Clash cards just don't get blown up by Here Comes the Boom, and go from there. So we're having to pivot a little bit. Okay, getting rid of Grant Park.
Removing the defense.
Yep. That's going to be huge going forward. So that's going to be Radiant. What is this one? Radiant Fallout, which is a Clashground cost 2. Each player discards a card, and then when the Radiant Fallout leaves play, it deals 3 damage to target Clash card, I believe.
Play 2.
So Radiant Fallout's going to kind of hang out there, and we're just going to play a Weber, get a free hookup onto Weber from the Power Armor. And
a big Weber here.
That's a big Weber, but there's also a big old Flare there, too.
Yeah.
So Weber is not bigger than Flare right now.
We see Jacob discarded his first Clash buff here. Without the 0-cost Clash buffs, we see the 1-cost ones are now seeing play, and this new one from set 3 is very strong in white. But as you can see, he clearly thinks he doesn't need it here.
Yeah, and I don't think he does. I think he's better off in this spot without the Clash buff. That's going to, so Triumphant Revitalization is a 1 white cost Clash buff. It's going to give +1/+1 to a Clash card or contender, and then heal 3.
Yeah.
So kind of just like better mend.
In a way, yeah.
And so
it's cheaper, helps you come back from behind. It's exactly what you want in a Clash buff.
Yep. And so this is one of those instances where we talk about the set 1 Clash buff being gone, where we found the replacement and definitely in white is just as good in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
You're going to do just as much with it. So now there's a lot of thought process going in here on Jacob's side because without Grant Park to kind of protect the board, it gets a little bit dicier. So I'm wondering if he's considering playing another Grant if he has one, or a Victory Peak.
Yeah,
That would
some
also
way
be
to
very good
interact with
here.
that Clashground.
What he might be thinking is he wants that Spiritual Protector back.
Deliverance.
Okay.
Weber to
Okay, Deliverance will do the job. That is just straight up
Yep.
send a Clash card to Oblivion. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200.
So back to attacking it is, it looks like.
I want to do this.
Yep. There's no reason not to at this point. You might as well. Without the extra defense, like Flare would probably be the last thing to come in. But I don't think this is ever the time to be defensive.
Tap this to deal 1 damage.
Yeah, when you have the edge, you definitely want to be pushing here for sure.
And so it's going to be Flare. It's going to be 4-drop Flare into Haven.
Nope.
And then Big Flare might come in. It will
Trigger,
Yep.
Have to kill my
get rid of the Haven.
for 6.
Sir.
And then an extra 6.
A sacrifice he is willing to make.
Very much so a sacrifice they're willing to make. We are getting close to Torque's second ability.
It would be better, yeah.
But with this board state, I think that Jacob's idea is we're going to make it so it's fast enough that your second ability never matters.
He's going to have
Charge.
a hard time trying to set up Clash cards to be able to equip the power armor to, and also being able to interact with his opponent's board.
Yeah, it doesn't.
He's getting
seem like-
attacked from 2 angles here.
Yeah, this doesn't. Oh,
Okay, here's step 1.
That is step 1.
Torque the uncontrollable.
This reads into the plan a bit.
The moment everybody loves.
Yep, Torque boom.
Torque
yeah,
boom.
Torque boom it is. So that's going to get rid of the 4-drop Flare. However, the other Flare is still in play.
Not for long.
Not for
It's getting
long.
pinged.
We're going to shoot down that Flare, and now he has an open board. What a great turning point from Mike right there. That was super important.
Swing a 6
Just come in for 6.
at leader.
He has to be a little worried about the crackback, though, at 11 health.
He does, and then there's the Triumph Revitalization. Like this is what we're talking about, where that basically blocked 4.
2 max, correct?
Yep.
So took
Back to
2.
full health,
25,
Yep.
and then I'll take 5 down to 20.
and then reduce.
And then reduce. Yep. So that was very good. Very well timed. Again, we're staying in these tenable board states. Jacob, again, looking at Jacob's board state now, but he has really a full grip of cards. He's got a lot of avenues to go here,
The board is clear, no obstructions at the moment.
and your opponent's at 11.
Yeah.
And we're resourcing a Grant Park. So
Yeah, at this point in the game, I think it served its purpose.
yep, it did its job. There's the Buffalo.
The Buffalo.
Yep. So we're going to go with Warcry, Faithful Protector here. And, folks, this is a
Trigger exhaust.
very much so
and then
I have no block.
not a problem card, but
also
it definitely is very, very rough. So he's actually going to play Triumph Revitalization, give us
more of the
contender.
life.
Yep. Then also kill off that Torque. And he can just attack freely with this Warcry.
5.
Because it turns out that the exhaust mechanic, you can exhaust a card that is engaged.
And equal to its
So that just makes it so it doesn't ready in the ready step.
Yeah, what's so good about this card is because of that
0 + 1.
Faithful Protector's ability, if you come in and try and attack,
or plus 0.
you can counterattack
6.
while it's engaged.
Right.
I'll pass to you.
So anything that has like equal power and defense, equal to the cost, is going to have a hard time coming into it.
Yep. They all just don't do anything. Also, it just prevents the damage.
It does. It does.
And so it is a every other turn get out of jail free card plus removal. It
Yeah,
is
very
very,
strong.
very strong. And only 2 white. So
2
it
white
is,
dips, yeah.
To basically
while
stop
not splashable necessarily,
Exhaust
it
sees
is not
for the
difficult
attacking
to
class
work
card,
with.
-X equal to
So there's a lot of explanation going on here. This card is one of the exclusives in the Set 3 Unrivaled Clash kits.
pretty good wall.
Yeah,
So
very accessible. Anybody who buys that Clash kit gets 2 of those.
gets a pair of
immediately.
these.
Yeah.
And it's already proving to be one of the strongest cards in Unrivaled. And we're going to get to see its power in Game 1 of our coverage here. We talked about this at length yesterday.
We did, yeah.
Because we were playing the Clash kits in our demo games at the Alpha Clash booth in the exhibit hall at Origins Game Fair. Shameless plug. And we were just like, wait a second. This is insanely good.
Yeah, every time I played against this card, I was more and more impressed. Some of the players who were warming up yesterday, and there's a lot of people here with some strong strategies with that Warcry.
Yeah, and most of the time that people would sit down, we kind of take a look. Okay, you can take a look at our deck list, but like, yeah, we'll take a look. And it's like, you should be playing a cow in this
Where's
deck
the
list.
buffalo?
Yeah, where's the buffalo? You should be mooing. This is not an Arby's. We don't have beef. We have bison. So, again, Mike's kind of got to be in the tank here because 23-6 buffalo, that usually is an L. But you never know what some of these decks have up their sleeve. Like, there are these big swings and corner turns that people can have. And Mike is very confident in his deck and what it can do. I talked to him about it yesterday.
Denver.
So he's going to go ahead and Denver up his own Radiant Fallout.
To counterplay
Oh.
Going to counterplay.
on Warcry.
Okay, so we're going to play a Sphere of Protection here.
I still-
And, all right.
Yep.
I
Protect some
guess.
damage there.
Protect some damage. However, we still get the Denver effect. We still get to draw 2, discard 1. So he's going to filter a little bit, see if he can find an answer here. The problem is a Buffalo answer is not the best. Now, one of the things that is interesting, though, is that a Weber here, weapons expert,
Okay, Weber, weapons expert.
Okay.
there we go.
Yep.
That
The
is
equip.
going to still be able to come in for damage, even with the Buffalo. It's not going to deal damage this turn because of the Buffalo effect if he uses it, which prevents damage. But this weapons expert's actually going to still be good because it won't die to
Exactly.
the Buffalo effect.
Yeah, the fact that it's 2 cost would only give it -2, and that's very strong here.
It's currently a 5/5.
Yeah.
So he's going to kind of just, I think that he's really, really considering, okay, what's this Buffalo going to do to me if I do this? What it's going to do is it's going to shrink the weapon expert to a 3/3. Now, that'll also be a 3/3 on Jacob's turn. That effect does last until the end of Jacob's next turn. So when we're talking about how strong this card is, we're definitely going to see it. So I wonder if Jacob just considers not exhausting here and just goes, nah. Okay. Unless he's attacking the Faithful Protector.
No buff.
He is not. He is
Okay.
attacking. So we are going to go ahead and just, it's
Go in
fine. Take
face.
5. It's
Yeah.
okay. 18. Sure. You're at 6. There's no reason for me to exhaust the
Oh,
Faithful
sorry.
Protector here.
6. My fault. 6/5.
So, 1 extra life from the Weber due to Denver.
I assume Mike has a plan here for defense. He's at
I-
6. That's very low.
Yeah, I would assume so, especially with a 3 already being there and a full grip of cards on the other side. Looks like Mike only has 2 in hand. His plan on defense is probably just a Clash buff to just soak up enough damage to not lose on the spot. But
It's very possible.
you're still staring down a Faithful Protector. And, this feels, I think that's we're at the 7 resource turn. Like, this probably is going to get rough. I don't know if if you're Jacob here, do you just serve in with the Buffalo and just say, I want to see it? Like,
It's
you have
possible.
it, and
It's
then
possible.
does
Get
that,
some more information before you play out some cards.
or you just Grant Park, I
Yeah,
guess.
yeah.
That's also
Now it's
a
going to be
thing
very
you can
hard to get
do.
rid of.
Yeah,
Increase defense.
yeah. I guess that's the thing you can do. You could just play Grant Park Chicago and tutor up enough threat to just
Yep.
put them to the question immediately. Do you have it or not?
Keep fueling up that gas in the tank.
Yeah, that's gas.
Yep.
Yep. We're gonna
Figure
go
out
ahead
flare.
and do this. Might as well. So we're gonna tutor up a flare here, and play a flare. Probably leaving up 1 white to threaten the Triumphant Revitalization. And this is just going to be, I think, a put him to the question turn.
I will also Deliverance the Web.
Oh.
Or we just Deliverance the weapon.
Or we just delete the board.
Or we just delete, yeah. And then we just crash in for 3.
Of, no block.
I think Mike here is behooved to not block. You see what I did there with the hooves and the bison? Yeah, it's pretty good, right? That was just a nod to Derek. I miss him. But
Somebody's got to do it.
yeah, somebody's got to do it. I guess it's got to be me at this point. But
Looks like Jacob here is electing to play it a little more safe by not pushing lethal as fast as possible here.
or he's just playing with his food. I mean, that's a possibility.
There is that. It is possible.
Well, I guess it's good to play around the Here Comes the Boom here. Even though Grant Park is doing a lot of work, it's still a dangerous board state when you know that there's
Right.
Denver. So a Denver Boom would have a negative impact if you're trying to play to the board if they had a Clash buff to stay alive. We don't know the threat density of Jacob's hand. It could be a little on the light side. We know he
Possible.
kept a threat in hand.
Yep.
But right now with the Bison, he's actually threatening lethal on board still.
It is always a decent play while you're ahead to try and shut the door and any advantage your opponent could get to try and clap back as well.
Correct. Yep. And I think that's the game that Jacob's trying to play here, and understandably so. Mike's got, like I said, knows he has a plenty of game clock. and might as well just kind of think through this. Is there a way out? 17-3.
Thank you, sir.
Maybe not. But as of right now, Torque's second ability, Torque the Diabolical second ability is definitely going to be rough. Yep, there's the Denver.
Get rid
Okay,
of the Grant Park here.
Jacob
Counterplay.
counterplays the
I see
Sphere
a
of
repeat. Got some
Protection.
deja vu over
Okay,
here.
Yeah.
We'll draw 2.
But this is going to allow for at least a search to see if you can find something to work with here.
Game plan, protect the Buffalo.
Yeah, game plan, protect the Buffalo is a pretty good game plan. So
Discard will be
with Mike kind of having a lot, definitely being on the back foot. I mean, I don't even know if since we're not on open deck list or anything in these rounds, I don't know if you don't think you can win this game, that's one where you draw the 2 and then you just concede, right? You just pick them up so you don't discard.
We'll see what he's got planned here, though.
a flare.
Okay, we got a big
That's a good
flare.
start. Big Flare has to be in defense mode right now, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does. It does.
But you're at a spot now where a Deliverance or anything
Yeah.
that can
And
tap
he's
you
out of
there.
resources. You know he can't clash buff because we don't have the zero cost
The
ones
zero
anymore.
costs aren't there anymore.
Yep, don't have to play around them.
Nope.
We have one.
Yeah, there's
Yep,
another
there it is.
Deliverance.
There's the
There it is.
Deliverance, and then
Yep,
pick them
scoop it
up. So game 1 goes to Jacob Snodgrass in pretty convincing fashion, honestly. But I want to go ahead and point out that because of the nature of Mike's deck,
Yeah, he probably
I
used
think
counterattack.
play draw mattered a lot more there than the life
It
totals
does. It
did.
does. You want to set up that equipment very early.
Yeah, no, well played.
Yeah, it felt like right there that if Mike was able to get that suit up turn the turn before, he would have been in a much, much, much better spot. But that being said, Jacob's game plan was very, very good. Looking at the sideboards right now, I'm thinking that we're probably going to see maybe a to the depths out of Mike. Sharpshooter Moxie's there for the Torque plan, so if he thinks that there's Torque Boom coming, he may actually put the Sharpshooter Moxies in.
Yeah, and Jacob might be looking at Victory Peak against these red decks to try and
Yeah.
get through some of that non-clash damage and protect from things like Here Comes the Boom.
Yep, I think that Victory Peak here is a phenomenal play. So going up to the full 4 of those is probably a good idea.
Just
Plus,
adds to your density of your Clashgrounds because you want to be able to get rid of his opponents as well.
yeah, Radiant Fallout is kind of a problem Clashground too. Now you really want your Grant Parks to deal with that, so it
Right,
negates the 3 damage it's going to deal. But the other problem not problem I should say, but the other thing that Mike has to consider is not diluting his deck.
Right, exactly.
He is at heart an aggro combo deck, and putting in too much and diluting your ability to deal damage and get to your combo pieces really is detrimental. So I would expect maybe 4 cards here.
Yeah.
And then Jacob can just kind of I can show you the world with whatever he wants.
He has a much more flexible game plan. With cards like Grant Park, you can easily filter through your deck and try and grab any kind of solution to a problem that might come up. So.
Yeah, and this is if we think about this is a big departure from what we are used to in Awakening and Clashgrounds as far as sets go, because we're not seeing these are not just good stuff decks. These
Right,
are
exactly.
engines.
Yeah.
And they are built around very specific things and trying to do very specific things that we just saw right there.
Mm-hmm.
So with this kind of Torque combo deck going up against the Warcry version of the deck where you're really just, here is Buffalo, protect Buffalo.
Yeah.
We're not trying to play all of the havens and stuff like that. We are just trying to say, okay, I know I have a win condition that's very good, and I can deal a lot of damage very quickly. So let's go from there. And then also just stabilize, right? You can just get them low and then finish them off with enough removal, and everything else just make it work.
So now we'll see this game. Mike gets to go first. So
Mike
hopefully
gets to
he'll
go
get to
first.
set up his equipment here.
Right, and I want to see if that can just go off a little bit faster, because it feels like this could just be a tale of 2 turns, right? Like it's just
What if we do this?
if you win the dice roll, you go first, you have a distinct advantage in this type of matchup.
For sure.
So we're going to go ahead and draw an 8s here, see if there's any mulligans. There almost always is, because you get to take any number of cards, shuffle them into your deck one time, then draw back up to your max hand size. So hand sculpting in this game is very, very important.
Yeah.
And
This mulligan is very strong in this game. It allows you to search for cards you really need in the matchups as well. So hopefully you can dig for your sideboard cards.
yeah, I don't think I've ever drawn in a competitive testing game or just a competitive game in general where I just didn't mulligan.
Yeah.
Because there's always something that could be better.
Right.
Right.
The likelihood of having the perfect hand immediately is pretty low.
Yeah, you're definitely in the. It could be anything. It could be a boat. We've always
be.
wanted one of those.
Yeah.
And so we just go ahead and throw a couple things back and see if we draw a boat. And, but usually, I don't think I've ever pitched a full 8 either. Like not many times. If
I've definitely done that before.
Okay, well, sure, but it's not normal
Yeah.
to pitch a full 8. It's definitely, but he's pitching 5.
Okay. Yep.
He is digging for the combo at this point.
And all these multicolored decks, you also just want to make sure you have enough colors for everything you're trying to do.
Right. But like
Well,
in the Mike's
actually do this.
situation,
Yeah.
the concern has to be I cannot give Jacob time to set up.
Right.
The deck
Yeah.
camera.
The goal here, you want to get Denver. You want to be able to discard your equipment early. You want to be able to grab your equipment, so you need to find your equipment as well. So he's looking for a lot of specific cards here.
It looks like Jacob mulliganed 6
Okay.
and Mike mulliganed 5. So they're really pointing at each other and going, okay, we both have game plans. We're both going to mulligan to our game plans. Let's see how we can compete. Looking at Mike's hand, he's got a little card draw with the Moxie preparing for battle.
Okay. So we got a resource power armor already.
PA Moxie. trigger
Yep,
throw.
and there's preparing for battle. We're going to go ahead and draw a card. It's a 1/1 enters play, draw a card.
Yep.
It's just worse Haven, but it's in the right colors. So
Still very good though. With Denver, it's a 2/1.
Denver,
You
it's a
draw
2/1.
towards the cards you need. It's a great card.
Yeah, it's
all around,
fantastic.
so
It just tells you how good Haven is, though.
it's true.
Resource aim.
And we're resourcing a boom. That's always a good sign.
You
And
don't need it right now.
nope. And you get to draw because Warcry is just going to deal 1 damage back and forth, and then draw a card with the exhaust.
And that 1 damage doesn't really add up a lot of the time. With all your clash buffs, you're going to be getting that health back.
Yeah, that's again part of that new Clash buff is just literally
strong.
the ability for to use Warcry's ability on a pretty regular basis without issue.
Trigger will ping leader.
So we're digging. We're
Yep.
drawing cards. Running a Torque out there like that usually isn't what you're gonna do unless you're looking for something.
Stack another Moxie.
And then another Moxie. Oh, we're digging hard.
Setting up a
at this
board
point.
here.
Yeah. So we've drawn 3 extra cards
Yep.
in our 2 turns.
What's also great about these Moxies preparing for battles is that they replace themselves. They draw a card. So if your opponent gets rid of them, you still got use out of it. And there's just a bunch of little units that you can attach your equipment to. So you have plenty of guys to swing with your power armor.
And worst case scenario, they're also just speed bumps.
Exactly, yeah. Good
So-
job, blockers.
They can just be speed bumps. Another resource and pass from Jacob. I wonder if he's just sitting on the top of his deck right now and just like, okay,
His game plan going second especially, I have to imagine, is very reactive. He wants to see what his opponent does and kind of sculpt his game plan from there.
Suit up.
so we're gonna suit up.
A heavy power armor into play.
Okay.
Yep, ping, draw, Moxie,
Yep.
make it a 5/5.
Yep.
And then trigger. Take 1. Draw a card.
Really showing
And-
off the synergy with Torque and the power armor here.
Yeah, it's beautiful actually.
Yes, sir.
So consideration here: are we swinging? Yeah, we're swinging.
5.
No reason to have a 5/5 flyer if you don't swing with it.
Or to deal 5.
Okay.
Very nice.
Something
But
Oh, very strong sideboard card.
Yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and grasp of war here.
That's all I got. Go ahead.
Very
And-
strong counter to the big flyers.
Yep, it just kind of just takes him down, deal 5 damage, start attacking Clash card with flight.
That explains why he wasn't setting up a board at all.
Yep, he just reacted to
They've
it.
been updating us through the radio.
We were at 32 minutes, about like 8 minutes. Yep, we did.
Okay, discussion's good over here. We're on our way.
Thanks, sir.
So even though Jacob might not have that much accessory removal, he does have clash card removal when you put the accessory on it. So he wants you to sink those resources into those clash cards.
Correct. Yep, he definitely wants to. Like right now, again, I think the reactive game plan,
Okay, Grand Park.
and this is
Yeah.
this is just a all right corner turn time.
We're just chilling. We're setting up. There's the flare again.
Yep, might as well.
Tell me if you've seen this one before.
On tap.
Yeah, tell me you've played this game without having played this game. So back to game plans here. Grant Park, Flare. Do you think that
Like charge is going to be a flare luminous agent.
so Mike? I don't think Mike has the additional Clashgrounds to bring in though. So he's really going to lean on these Denvers and these Radiant
Okay,
Fallouts.
going straight in with the power armor again.
Might as well.
Yeah.
Turns
He
out,
can't grasp a war this time though. He's tapped out.
and it turns out that your contender does not get extra health from Grant Park.
Right.
So
Getting domed.
yeah, Jacob's going to elect to block with his face, and go from
Understandable.
there. I mean, why wouldn't you? Everybody needs to block with their face on occasion. It's always a good idea.
We'll see if he's going to slam that flare, if he's got another plan
I
here.
don't think that this is slamming flare.
Yeah.
That Weber, I think, changes the plan a little bit. This may be something where a spiritual protector comes out, if he has, or faithful protector if he has one.
It's possible. He's definitely going to have to react to this power armor. It's going to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, this is a bit of a clock, especially with flight. If he has another Grasp of War, that's very good. You can kind of sit back. It looks like he has a Haven in hand, so if he has a Grasp of War plus a Haven.
Yep. It looks like Jacob's playing 3 of them, so there's 2 more in the deck.
Right. And I know there's a Haven in hand, so this might be a figure out what to resource, play a Haven, or just resource a
So
Haven,
got
I
2
guess.
red, 2 white.
But that does enable the Buffalo. And the Buffalo is chonky on
It's
the
not
back.
the greatest counter to this power armor, though, as we talked about before.
Right. This is one of those instances where Weber, being a 5/5 that costs 2, is
Right.
very good right
Yeah.
now. The prevention and the minus effect lasting throughout a turn, and Weber's right now attackable.
Right.
However, we haven't seen a single clash buff out of Mike yet in any game, and he is, obviously playing them. So we will see what happens here.
Yeah, what's interesting about the Weber is it still does die to Here Comes the Boom because it doesn't get the buff from the Grant Park.
Also true. He does not.
So, like, while he might have the Torque the Uncontrollable, the other 2 Alpha Hunters will be dying to the Here Comes the Boom.
Also correct. And so I'm thinking that, yep,
Okay, here's the Buffalo.
that makes sense. Playing Faithful Protector. So this Moxie is a trump blocker. Because there's no way we're giving up this Weber.
Yeah.
I'm going to attack into contender for 3.
This makes sense.
And, yep, Jacob sees that. Okay. So I'm just going to serve into the contender instead.
While it's engaged, it gets the +1 defense from itself and the Grant Park boost as well.
Yep.
It's got 7 defense. It's huge.
We'll go ahead.
It's very, very large.
I got no buffs.
Speed bump.
Yep, we are going to just chump block with this Moxie.
I'll pass you.
Just like in the Art of Faithful Protector, we're just throwing Moxie out of the way.
Yep. And right now, this is like that pivot turn now. Now, there is no Triumphant Revitalization up. There is no Sphere of Protection up.
Right.
It is,
It's all face up.
if you can get rid of the Buffalo, you get rid of the Buffalo. And I don't know how easy that's going to be here.
Yep. Doesn't need to be taking a nap.
Mike here might be thinking about just trying to go face and race him before Jacob can set up any of his combos here.
That is definitely possible. And the Buffalo, having the Faithful Protector out there is kind of a combo on one card.
Yeah. I mean, if Mike wanted to Here Comes the Boom, he's going to have to also get rid of the Grant Park here.
Yep, so we're going to put a flare down in the resource zone. Probably just not exactly useful.
Don't need that right now.
What you do need is a Radiant Fallout or a Denver. That's really what you need.
Supernova is probably what
He does have the resources to Denver and Boom if you wanted to, but like we said, the Weber would die.
Well, you get to Denver, serve in with the Weber,
Yeah.
make
right.
the Buffalo get used, and then boom.
Okay, there's the
There's
Fallout.
the Fallout. So that's a good spot now. It does shrink the Buffalo by 2 defense. Also makes it so that you're going to be discarding cards on both sides.
Yep.
cost flare, and then we both draw.
So
Yeah, Jacob
discard,
doesn't really
draw.
need that flare right now.
No, not at all. And so now is it
Play 1. Play another Torque Uncontrollable.
Oh, okay.
okay?
Draw a card.
So we got another Torque here.
This is a interesting spot. So now it
Like
makes
to
a
swing
ton of sense.
5,
Yeah.
5 at contender.
So
At
if Jacob uses the Buffalo, then the Spiritual Protector, then it doesn't ready
I'm
next
actually
turn.
swinging at this Warcry. Sorry for that. Because I just thought about it. I was like,
Sure, that's fine.
well, so
Yeah.
it's hold on. Let me think about this. Let me second.
Yeah, choosing what to attack here.
Yeah.
Against this card a lot. So
He needs
it's
to
like-
think about this because if he does attack into Faithful Protector, he's going to lose his Weber.
Yeah. So
And not ideal.
final answer. Swing at a contender.
Okay.
There we go. That makes way more sense.
Yep.
I've got
I
Yeah,
think this is
can't
one
buff
where
here, so-
you activate the Buffalo, shrink the Weber for the turn cycle.
Just get some value out of it, reduce the damage coming in.
no effects, and then
Okay,
no,
no.
blocks. all
No?
5.
No buff.
We're just
Okay.
going to take 5 and go to 14. Okay.
14.
Might be choosing to attack with the Buffalo on the next turn instead.
All right.
And he's got a full grip of cards. He's got options, obviously.
Yeah.
So during your clash phases,
They get
my
plus
stuff gets
zero.
plus 1/+1.
Sounds great. And that will be all I've got. Go ahead.
Sounds good.
So we got a big old bison that is,
So what's interesting here is we have Warcry's second ability active now as well.
yes.
So while the contender is exhausted, the clash cards he controls get +1 defense, and during each of the opponent's clash phases. So that's got an even bigger butt.
Yeah, so we're going to try to be in a defensive position until he can close the game now. And now is kind of where Mike has to be a little clock conscious.
So we have Jacob here resourcing the boom. He clearly thinks that's not the plan.
Well, it's not because those torques don't go away.
Right, exactly. Yep.
Another Grant Park.
There we go.
Get rid of the clash
So
ground again.
deal 3 to the Buffalo.
I'll do 3, mark 3 on Protector.
And
I'm going to get a...
and then going and searching up another one. So this is where the chain comes into play that we talked about,
They
where
are exclusive.
you can't have more than one in play. However,
You want that fail-safe in place, though.
correct. So if he is able to get rid of the Faithful Protector, you have another one waiting in the wings.
Right.
So very important in this matchup. Jacob also has to know that he is here comes the boom away from disaster with these 2 torques out. So because even though you have the
Trigger exhaust.
Faithful Protector in play, you
Get
still
an extra card draw here from the Warcry.
Yep. You still have a lot going on, and playing a torque boom right now, playing a third torque with a boom behind it right now is
I'll attack
going a long way as starts closing this game.
And now that the Warcry is exhausted, he does get the passive buff for the +1 defense as well. So now he's just huge. He's got the Grant Park defense. He's got the Warcry defense. He's got
Has
the
his own
Buffalo
defense.
defense. He's beefy.
But he's still only attacking for 3, and Mike's at
Right.
25.
Yep.
Why are we okay? We're just going to obstruct here.
Interesting.
Does the torque shouldn't die with Grant Park out though, right?
Sorry, what was that?
It's 4 defense, right?
It's
From the
4
Grant Park?
defense with
Yeah.
Grant Park.
Thank you.
The Warcry is coming in for 3.
On top.
I believe so. Yeah. I don't think it came in for 4. Unless we're missing something. I believe that torque was a 1/4.
Sure.
Yeah.
Shall be a to the depth.
So I'm not sure what's going to happen here, but I think that might just have been a miss, but or we could be wrong. We could be not seeing something. But Grant Park definitely with that the torque was a 1/4.
Interesting. And choosing to block and thinking that it would die makes me think he doesn't have the boom here anyway.
Right. And I don't know why preserving your life total in this game feels
Right. You want to be pushing the advantage when you have it.
Swing a 5/5. I contend.
Yep. Coming in face.
We'll counter attack, deal 5 to it.
Yep. And
There it
then
is.
We're chop
Yep.
it down. It's like, okay.
Yeah. Grass board dealing 5 damage.
Huge.
Easy removal.
Yep, huge. That card is doing a lot of work in this game. I don't know. Again, we're getting to that point where even though the life totals are definitely Mike's advantage, the board state just isn't due to Faithful Protector.
And I don't think I've seen Jacob use any clash buffs either. So
Not this game.
he can definitely recover some of that life back if need be once this game slows down a little bit.
We're just going to go ahead and have a look here.
Play a boom.
Okay, you
Okay,
did
there's
have
the
a boom.
boom. Would have been a lot bigger deal if there was the second torque there.
Damage on it.
Activate.
Yeah, sure would.
So
Damage.
It's at currently at 7. That's 4.
yeah, there's a lot of defense there.
Being engaged.
The beefy buffalo.
He's big.
Yeah,
It's a big buffalo.
unfortunate.
It's not small.
The engaged effect works on itself.
Yep.
Mm-hmm, sure does.
That was one of the same reactions I had when I was first playing against it.
Yeah.
I didn't have a test against this set. I got
It's a very, very
They have a lot of
good
words on
brick
them.
wall to sit behind. And
yes,
Mike's
I could've
seeing it
done that.
right now. And it's getting slowed down. Well, you don't not send the torque.
Yeah, you have to wonder if he has a backup plan now.
7. I contender.
I don't know that he does. I know that I just heard him say that he hasn't tested against the new cards much, and this might just be that rude awakening type of thing.
Yeah, understandably so. I mean, you don't want to sleep on these Clash kits. They have very strong cards in them.
And then it will deal no damage.
So prevented the damage from the torque,
That is the mystery.
shrunk it
of the
down,
game. Go ahead.
and then passed the turn.
Ugh.
Brutal.
Draw.
So he's exhausted, so can't come in this turn.
Yep. Just exhausted. Very tired from making that torque do nothing. It's a sleepy boy.
Yeah.
Resource.
This just starts to look like, again, the life totals don't matter, and Jacob just has the corner, has the card advantage. Mike's a little, obviously a little frustrated by the effects, the massive amounts of defense that the Buffalo ends up with when you're in the sub 15 range with Warcry's ability. And then we see a 6-drop flare.
Big flare.
I mean, it's just going to make the torque bigger, but
It's fine.
you really don't
Trigger.
mind.
Just come in for a ton of damage.
Yep, just come in for.
And flare also just has a massive defense here.
It's a 6/8 flare. That flare.
Bigger than that. It gets the +1 from the Warcry.
Oh, that's a 6/9 flare.
Yeah.
That's a power forward in the NBA. That's not a flare. So yeah, that's got to be a bit of a hard pill to swallow right now. So
Yeah.
we have an engage. Yeah, we have. It looks like that Jacob is defenseless and he's anything but, and that's the scary part right now. If you're Mike, you're just like, okay. It looks like he has nothing going on, but
What's interesting here is the Buffalo is no longer exhausted either.
correct. The Buffalo is no longer exhausted and can just
So while it might be engaged and look defenseless, it's definitely not.
no. We've had a lot of discussions yesterday about how to navigate the game plan with Warcry Faithful Protector.
You have to have a plan to deal with that Buffalo.
Yeah, you do. Whether it's Deliverance, whether it's a Machina with just being able to deal non-clash damage, whatever it is.
Right.
You
Kagan
have to-
even.
Kagan's the best answer to virtually everything because
Of course.
Kagan good.
Kagan, good.
But we're immediately seeing two decks that have a shoot green completely.
Right.
And said Kaga might be good, but Kagan costs 3 green. 4 green.
Also,
4 green?
4 green pips.
4 green.
It also costs 6.
And
So it's
6.
going to be your whole turn.
Yeah, that's a pretty good turn.
It is a pretty good turn.
I'm not going to lie, it's a pretty good turn.
But with multiple threats here, it's going to be pretty hard to justify playing the Kagan.
Right. And so here it's very difficult to navigate. And also, Mike has to realize the clock is not his friend right now.
Indeed. Yeah, he's already down 1 game.
Down 1 game, sub 10 minutes. And you need to get a second game, win a second game to win the match.
Got to replace the Grant Park.
Denver's a good idea right now.
Check the first box. Dig for some solutions here.
We're going to see what you can find. On the bright side, now a ping and a boom would do the job on getting rid of Faithful Protector, but that's not going to do the
Losing
job.
the suit up, that makes sense here. It's not that useful. You already have the power armor in play.
Yeah, the power armor in play. If you don't have a way to get the power armor going, okay. But like I said, a ping and a boom here is fairly good.
War, Second Horseman.
Oh,
Or we play War Second Horseman.
okay. That's the first time we've seen this game.
And so now we're interesting. We dealt 3 damage to target contender or clash card.
His power is now 3 or less.
And so power
Oh,
3 or
interesting.
less. We're just getting.
I'm going to call a judge because I haven't seen this interaction just yet.
Okay.
Okay.
Makes sense.
So we're
Yep.
calling a judge. We have we have a To the Depths that's getting played, I believe.
So, rules question. War triggered or entered the field. Trigger dealt 3 damage to my creature here. My creature here was a 3/5, has taken 3 damage now. Does that 3 damage alter his defense to be in range of To the Depths being able to kill it?
So To the Depths is the question here. Whether or not that defense is now 3.
Right.
I guess the question is, does damage actually alter the defense of the card?
No.
Interesting.
What was the question again?
The question is, so he has dealt non-clash damage to
Yep.
this
What
card
he
here.
can do. Yep.
Yep. Now he's trying to the depths it, which needs a defense value of 3 or less. Does the non-clash
Now
damage
my understanding is
actually
that the
modify
defense would
defense?
still be 4, but
Yeah.
with 3 damage on it.
Just getting some clarification from the judges here.
But we'll get some clarification here. Now, either way, if the To the Depths is not, if it's not legal,
Where it's like not
But it is-
initial.
Yeah, because it doesn't say initial.
but it's
But it is
not a
interesting
defense.
that
The defense
non-clash damage actually does
power of
modify
the card
if you just need to take a sum
is
of
weirdly worded here.
my
So maybe it is a case where the defense power, because all the card can defend now, is less than 3.
Yeah,
It
we'll just
doesn't say
have to
defense
see.
value, it says defense power.
It's true.
So maybe this is an interaction that, I mean, again, with the new cards, we're going to see a lot of weird interactions. To the Depths is a set 2 card, is a Clashground card.
It is.
I do remember this card a lot in playtesting.
Non-clash damage modifies defense
and-
actually, or if you just need to take a sum of
But
non-clash.
it's the defense power portion of the card, I think, is what comes into play with that wording.
Sure.
Because defense power, does that equal the amount that it's defending? I don't think this ever has come up.
I haven't seen it so far. So we can kind of wrap back around to the board state and talk about what's going on here while we're waiting for the judge call to happen. But so we have the war come down. We have the power armor. We have the torque. Mike's at 19. He's in an okay spot, but with a board of the buffalo and the flare, he can still survive at least one crackback. And with Jacob at 13, we'll see if he'll have to pivot to being more defensive.
Yeah, I think that here, I mean, Mike has no recourse but to try to do as much as possible.
Yeah.
So, War of the Second Horseman, it dies to the buffalo.
It does that in the buffalo.
That's the hard part here, is
Yeah.
that the buffalo's ability is going to wipe out that war.
Right.
So you need to be able to get rid of the faithful protector, or you just can't attack.
Right.
And it's going to turn into a gummed up board state.
That's clearly Mike's plan here. He has
Okay, so it was defense power.
Correct. Yep.
And that does get rid of the faithful protector.
Okay.
So that does change things around quite a bit here.
So this does help Mike a ton here.
A ton.
Yeah.
Oh, you're good.
Now you can attack with the war.
We'll be swinging a contender.
Yep.
Attack
Yep.
trigger.
I will not sacrifice anything.
Makes sense.
Yeah, couldn't. Yeah,
Opting not to sacrifice the flare.
why would you?
Yeah.
But you are taking the 2, then you are taking the additional 4. Should be.
Down to single digits.
Yep. But you turned on the second ability of Warcry too. Like it's.
Yeah, that was under 15, so he's chilling. He's got the extra defense.
Yep. He's already in a good spot. No reason not to be. You can't. I don't know that you can attack here though, if you're Jacob, unless you have another faithful protector in hand, because you do have an issue unless you're just going to wipe out the war with your flare.
You have to
and-
assume he's also seen at least one clash buff that should hopefully help him stay alive for at least another turn as well.
Yeah, I think he's very stable still.
Yeah.
As much as that goes, I do believe that his position is very, very, very stable, regardless of life total here. The only thing that I would be concerned with is if he has not drawn those pieces, but he also has, it looks like 7 cards in hand. Maybe it's 6. It's a ton.
That's a lot of cards.
And he also he has another faithful protector in hand,
Right.
so he can just restabilize behind faithful protector and still attack with the flare.
He's had this plan the whole time. He's had the buffalo waiting in the back after the Grant Park.
Yep. And again, the game plan here is sit behind that card, make it so attacking you is not valuable.
Right. I mean, at the very least, Jacob has to get rid of this war.
Oh yeah, 100%. The war probably can't live, unless if you have a.
Okay, here we see that victory peak.
Now
come down.
victory peak comes into
Yeah.
play, and this is the thing we were talking about, where this card coming out of the sideboard, and there are a couple in the main deck too, but this Clashground is actually
back to the buffalo.
Back to the buffalo. This is a ton of damage prevention all of a sudden.
Yeah.
It's now very difficult for Mike to get through at all.
While you don't get the increased defense from the Grant Park, this victory peak can help prevent damage that is incoming from non-clash or clash.
Target the Warcry, draw.
Yep. So we're just going to, we're going to dig a little bit harder.
Yep, get that extra defense from Warcry when it's exhausted.
Yep. And then the flare or the buffalo.
Okay, coming in at the war.
Yep. We may as well. And so we got a thought here from Mike on what to do. Because, again, we have a board state that is very, very difficult.
And Jacob also has no resources left.
No, he has nothing up. He's face up.
Right.
But he's face up with what is largely the best thing you can be doing right now.
Yeah.
That'll die there.
He does have the victory peak to prevent some incoming damage. Okay. Yep. Getting rid of the war. Makes sense.
crashing in for 6 here is rough because you lose your faithful protector if you do, I think.
You also have the power armor on the opposing side, so you know whatever he plays is going to be able to come in with a bunch of flight damage.
Right. And you don't have a way to mitigate it. Well, you have Victory Peak. You do have a way to mitigate it.
Yep. You got the Victory Peak, you got the Buffalo on defense. Like, there are options.
So here we're going to, I think this is a flare on the other side too.
Oh,
So a flare on the other side is going to get a Buffalo trigger.
yep. But what's interesting is that if he just comes down with just the flare, you do have increased defense from the Warcry.
That is interesting, actually.
Flare would still do the 2 damage, but
Yep. But the Mike is seeing his position right now and trying to figure out what the out is. And I'm not sure what the out could potentially be. Because there's a whole lot of damage that he's going to be staring down over the course of the next 2 turns.
yep. Jacob's goal here is just to stabilize and turn back that corner.
Yeah, I feel like the corner's kind of already his.
Yep.
Maybe a Radiant Fallout is the need here. You have so many resources, and
I think this is arguably one of the more important turns of this game because Mike has to keep up the pressure here.
I think it's the most important flare, the turn of this game. So there's Flare.
Yeah.
And what's going to be...
When Flare attacks, you do get a buff to Torque as well. But
Right,
looks
but
like
you
he's choosing defense.
Can't.
Right.
Believe. I think you have to stay back here and say, okay, we got to try to play a long game, but...
That's exactly what Jacob wants, though.
Yeah, you're playing straight into your opponent's hand because the long game is definitely going to behoove Jacob, and he is sitting behind a Victory Peak, behind a Faithful Protector, with
a big flight.
With a big flight on board. It is...
Resourcing the Unrivaled Flare.
Why you don't need it, and might as well.
You just don't see that very often.
He's leaving up a Clash buff quite clearly.
Oh, big Machina.
Yeah, I'm just going to send it all at Flare.
Machina, unstoppable force.
Yeah, that's a big one.
Arguably one of the strongest Clash cards in the game.
Yeah, this is a monster, and so we're gonna go ahead and here's a 6/6 with Barrage Juice. When it attacks, it deals damage equal to its natural power. Divided as you choose among up to 2 Clash cards. Clearly, just 1 Clash card.
Yeah, how about we don't make Torque bigger here?
Right.
Also no block, no counterattack.
And so 6, and then 3,
9.
and then 6.
This massive crackback.
This is a giant crackback.
Counterattack. Attempt to play Grasp.
And we are
Okay.
We got Grasp of War on both sides.
I do have 7 defense.
It's not enough.
So dealing 5 to it.
Right.
And
There we go.
I'll
Missed it
pass.
twice.
So
And
All that defense.
3.
all that defense is pretty good.
Another question.
Well,
Can Mike get there?
sorry I wasn't playing my best for you.
No, you're all good.
With 1 card draw,
Top deck's a wrap. Good game.
All
sir.
there
right.
it is.
That'll be
there
it.
it is. There's the handshake.
one was
Jacob
really fun.
Snodgrass takes this 2-0 over Mike
Like I said, I
Toy.
knew that one misplay was
Just
gonna
seeing
rush
the
that game.
power of the Unrivaled cards in action
Yeah.
is so interesting, especially with,
Counter out to
like I said,
flying around.
there's a couple of those key turns, those really
Right.
big swings.
Really showing off the power of Warcry and all that defense here. The bringing back.
Yeah, thank you. You have good luck in the rest of
Being able to just like search out what you need.
Yeah.
And Grant Park showing out a lot in that matchup
100%.
because the defense was so important. We had 7 defense buffaloes sitting out there
That's
with
a
Warcry.
thick
That's
buffalo.
a thick buffalo. That'll feed a family of 10.
Yes, it will.
And I again, the sideboard tech of Grasp of War was
that was huge.
super key as well. Victory Peak was actually just a standstill card.
It was,
It just
yeah.
held things up.
They effectively acted as other Grant Parks, more copies.
More copies of Grant Park,
Yep. I
exactly.
hear that card's good. So.
So I believe that we're going to take a short break here before round 2.
Okay.
And we'll be back to you in a few minutes with some more action from Clashground Columbus. So please stick around.
Hey everybody. Producer Mansant stepping in. Just wanted to let everyone know, thank you for tuning in, first of all. Bit of upgrade from Vegas. Just having fun with this one, though. The Alpha Clash guys in person are just a really fun group to be around. And, of course, this is brought to you by the Realm Games, who are good friends of mine. So even though I personally haven't been indoctrinated yet, this will still be a fun day. Hopefully putting on a good show for you all. Next round is about to start, but I know personally I'm a huge Pestilence fan. So anyone in the chat right now, we got about 20 people hanging out. Let me know who you want grabbed for feature. I haven't been able to walk around, but we have about 30 players in the house, so we'll get a meta breakdown pretty soon on that front. I'm going to try to scout out a Pestilence and put them on camera, but just let me know what you would like to see. Of course, as the day goes on, we're going to see people at the top of the standings. Like, regardless, I've heard, obviously, Jacob Snodgrass is doing well. Michael Hamilton is also here on a very spicy Machina deck. So we'll see that in action. But other than that, I don't really know much of what's out there. So drop some comments. I'll see what we can pull in. And we'll be back in just a bit, with the end-around procedures here. Sometimes it can take a while, but I'm hoping within the next 5 minutes or so. So with that, we'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Columbus Clashground. We are here with some round 2 action coming up. I'm Logan. This is Dagan. Again, not Derek. And our producer had a request. Ethan Van Sant, champion of the people.
One request.
One request. And that was to get Pestilence on camera. Well, we're of the people. And Ethan is one of the people. And so we're here to fulfill that request, and we're going to get ourselves a Pestilence match on camera. Vince Biamonte of Tavern Brawlers on Pestilence versus at 1-0. Sorry, at 1-0.
Important to clarify, yes.
Very important to clarify. We took this is a legit 1-0 versus 1-0 match. We did not dredge the bottoms to find this Pestilence matchup. Versus David McCartney on Torque the Diabolical. So we're going to see Torque again, but this is a much different list, Dagan.
Very different, for sure. What's interesting about Pestilence, I mean, it's 1-0 early in the tournament, but it's very viable now. Like, with the changes between the zero-cost Clash buff leaving, that makes Pestilence's Clash buff much better now.
Yeah, it's insanely good now, and also one of my favorite arts.
It is very good art.
Cool art.
And the other part of that is, with the non-Clash damage change, Torque doesn't have as many tools to kind of get through Pestilence's one defense as well.
Also true. So we get this, like, Pestilence, when we play tested set 2, where we were doing set 2 only, Pestilence really stood out.
Yeah.
For his ability to control a board and then present large amounts of damage. Basically a one contender toolbox to a degree.
It really is, yeah.
And it kind of got held down.
A little bit, yeah.
By Torque's dominance early. But with the change, yeah, I think that you're going to be exactly right. We're going to see a little bit of a show out. Yeah, and then also with the Torque build that we're seeing here, 4 colors.
Oh, yeah.
I
So it looks like
love
we're ready to go here.
Yeah, let's get going on this round 2. We
All right.
have, again, Vince versus David, both at 1-0, including the Pestilence player. Very important.
Indeed.
So they're going to get shuffled up here. We're going to get going. Let them transition over.
Yep. So going back on this Torque deck a little bit, it is very different than the other one. We got a lot of colors here.
Yeah, we do. We have 4 of them.
Yeah.
The only one we're missing here, it looks like, is black.
Yeah.
And
Black's the only color missing here.
So we're getting shuffled up. Looks like we're ready to go. With David on the play. David is, might as well just play a flare
One-drop flare.
and just pass it up. Interesting here that the 1 defense on Pestilence makes that flare a little sad.
Yeah, yeah. Now, it doesn't stop him from pinging himself to draw some cards.
Correct. It just makes it so that, okay, that's fine.
Yep.
And, we might as well just not have it.
Portal is
now.
open.
And the portal is open. We have our first portal sighting, ladies and gentlemen. Not something that we've seen today yet. We saw it a lot in Vegas, though, with the various deaths that were getting played.
For sure.
That care about the portal. So the portal is now open, and we get to see how David's going to interact with this. Now, any player can pay 2 during their primary phase to close the portal or open the portal.
Yeah.
And David's already found 2 colors, and
Let's start ramping.
let's start ramping. Why not? There's no good reason not to just have more, right?
Yep. When your opponent plays the scrap, they're just opening the portal. They're not really doing anything. Let's get ahead in some resources.
And let's get to 3 colors immediately, right?
Yep. There's the green.
Let's just get to 3 colors immediately. We're almost home already. So at this point in time, Vince is probably thinking, what in the world is going on here? So the classic self-ping to draw.
A little damage.
No big deal. We have a speed bump of a Haven here, so we can actually just let our flare just, draw some cards for 1 life. Last I heard, drawing cards is good.
Yeah. I hear it's pretty good in card games.
Yeah, rumor has it. I think I read that in Vogue. But right now, Vince is going to be like, okay, that's totally fine. There's really no position here that Vince getting a read is going to be fun, because with the board presence that he's staring at right here, and with Torque, it makes a lot of sense to resource it. Here comes the boom, because you are playing against a Torque deck.
Okay.
Okay, so now we get the 2/1.
So -2, -2.
-2. He's gonna take out.
Yep. So we get a draw from the Plague Forge scrap here.
Mm-hmm.
We don't discard because the portal is open. So that's just an efficient card. And he
Yeah.
gets the draw from the Pestilence as well.
Super efficient. Probably not going to serve in here, I don't think. But we'll see. Just again, when you're talking about Pestilence cards, it's all efficiency all the time.
100%.
And
Thinking about the trade?
considering it,
Oh, he's
nope,
coming in for the contender. Okay.
we're not trading. We're just bashing. So go ahead, get that damage in. The Pestilence did its job.
Sure did.
Value traded, drew a card, got some damage in. Checked all the boxes.
Yeah, that's all you can ask for in a Pestilence card.
Any card, really.
Yeah.
So now David's looking to see if he can find his 4th color here, so that he can just be off to the races. Looks like he doesn't have it in hand. However, he does have a Ling Nanite Assassin in his hand, it looks like, which is a new card from Unrivaled that is probably going to make a pretty giant splash, but we're just going to...
Maybe Torque coming in. Torque's uncontrollable.
So Flare can just ping this baby Torque and do some damage. And
Still drawing more cards,
still
pinging
drawing more
himself.
cards, might as well. So we get to come in for 2 here. It's only going to be take 1 due to the Pestilence ability, unless he decides to... you might as well ping that too. I would assume a Flare ping is coming too.
We'll see.
Nope, we're just going to serve.
Yeah.
So serving for 2, taking 1.
Making sure to do all of this before playing all those other cards. You don't want to give your opponent unnecessary information here.
Correct. This is well sequenced. There's no real value to playing the Ling.
Oh, we're
right
seeing
now?
some traps.
We're trapping.
Oh,
all right.
man. Okay.
Is there any good value to playing Ling the Nanite Assassin right now?
Usually it's a card you want to play when you can remove one of their Clash cards. You want to
Yeah.
make sure you get the full value out of it. So it's okay to hold that one back for now. Leave the resources up for the trap.
Yep. And the look on Vince's face is definitely a what is happening look. We have a trap. Could be anything. Could be a boat again because of the various issues we have here.
So Crimson Scales, one of the cards, new cards from the most recent Unrivaled set.
I will use that.
Yep. Again, a very efficient card. Crimson Scales is exclusive, if I remember right, and so you can't have more than one in play. But
It's very strong at killing these 1/1 Clash
it's
cards.
going to mow down
Yeah.
1/1 Clash cards.
Each time you kill one of them, you get a bonus effect.
Yep. And you just kind of keep going, and that's
Passing back.
all you can ask for.
So no trap activated here. We're chilling. We got extra resources from the Haven.
Yeah, you're ahead and you're ahead,
Yeah, yeah.
which feels great if you're ahead, I guess. But I don't know that he will have a way to get rid of this relic, but instead we're just
Got a big torque.
we're just going to slam big torque here. So we're staring down a torque energy overflowing, and this is going to be a bit of a problem, I think, for Vince.
It could be. Pestilence cards are really good at killing smaller
Small
Clash
things.
cards, but when you got dudes with big stats, it might be a little tough to break through.
Yeah, that's. I mean, again, we're only taking 3 here from the 4 draw for the 4 power, but there is beef
Yeah.
on this card. So, very also
No buffalo this game, to be clear.
Yeah, no buff. There are no buffaloes. We're not
Free
by
as the buffalo for now.
So,
Yeah, we'll deal damage here and get it for one more.
A little buff.
and then might as well do a little bit of buff, a little bit of swing. Start whittling that down.
Yep. It's important against Pestilence. You want to try and get in some early aggression while they're squishy.
Yes, because when when they turn the corner, they're no longer squishy. So Vince is got to be thinking, I'm a little behind, and we need to do something about that.
Okay.
The scales is going to help, but what if you're Vince? What can you play to the board right now that feels like enough?
So we're up to 4 resources now. So one of the main Pestilence cards that's pretty good here is we got that 4-drop Pestilence. It's Mayhem Maker, I
Mayhem
believe.
Maker.
Yeah. You get power equal to your hand, and if you have a small hand, you get a draw when you attack. That could be a strong play here.
Especially if that Pestilence can be a 5/5. because you can
Exactly.
Take down this torque.
Right.
And
Can help trade up a little bit.
And it would feel pretty good at that point in time. So we'll see what Vince has in store here. Doesn't have that, it looks like. So we're going to just get rid of this torque.
Yep, makes sense. Draw some cards.
Draw some cards. Portal's open.
Yeah, I definitely don't want that torque to stick.
No, that's very bad. However, the energy overflowing sticking is still a
Only
problem.
when
Yeah.
it's constructed. It does the stuff.
Yep. It's
Only when
torque's ability, energy overflowing's ability is on obstruction. So it's leaving back Pestilence as a blocker is fine. It's just gonna die.
It's going to be another speed bump like we talked about before.
Yep, it's just not going to deal any damage, and I think that's a fine spot to be in. You can just kind of accept that as a condition. There's not much that you're probably going to pull off here. You might play to the board a little bit, I think, which is fine. You do have to be boom conscious at all times.
Yeah. You
But
definitely want to hedge a little bit for whatever he's got coming. With 5 resources up, you really want to make sure you can defend from their big Clash cards.
yeah, so I don't know if he's just confused by Torque's bowl cut in Torque energy overflowing. but
Understandable.
Yeah, it's not a great haircut. He really needs to see his barber.
Play and
Okay, so another.
Okay, a little debuff.
Shrink this down.
solar smash.
We got a Solar Smash.
And then smash it.
That'll be enough to kill
that's
it.
enough.
Okay, board clear.
Board clear. So we're going to go ahead and
No, I
you
hate-
s-
Oh, okay.
do you think you serve in here? I don't think so. He
thinks
disagrees
so.
with me entirely. So
I'm gonna just
Let's get some damage in.
yes, let's get some damage in.
21.
Well,
These
the
things
problem is when you leave him on the board, the Torque can just ping him for 1.
Yeah, that's also true.
So you might as well get the damage while it's there.
Yep. And here you have a good setup. I mean, on both sides right now, you're pretty well set up. I think this is parity, really.
Yep.
With Vince having handled what David has thrown at him so far.
Other than resources, no clear lead here. So
Yeah. Although those energy scales sitting on the board, they're
yeah, it can be intimidating.
quite good. Crimson scales. I'm sorry. I'm used to energy scales. Okay.
3 to you.
3 to you. Yeah. Let's play this war.
Start
3 to
blasting.
head. Yeah. We're just gonna blast. Let's just start blasting.
We will
We'll swing. Sure.
attack. So attack trigger.
Gotta push that damage while it's there.
More.
Mm-hmm.
Is it 3
Or
or 2?
You can't sacrifice any Clash cards.
No,
You
he
take
has
some more
no
damage.
Clash card to sack. You take some extra damage.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then we're going to come in for 4 behind it.
What's important to note is the non-clash damage change. This is still during combat.
Yep, so it does shrink the defense of Pestilence, so he's going
Yeah.
to take the full 4 from the attack, too.
it'll actually be 4 because your defense is reduced in
Yep.
the clash step or in the clash phase.
Yep, he is pointing it out, and we might get a judge call on this, but I think he understands it.
Yep.
Looks like we're good. It is a little bit of a weird interaction with the change.
I will,
Can be.
But again, War of the Second Horseman is such a good rank.
he's a hell of a card.
It's just so good.
You play red, you play war.
You play
That's
red,
just
you
it.
play War. It's one of, but it's a
Yeah.
pretty good one of. Being Unrivaled, this is your choice. I mean, there's no Alpha Asters or anything.
Right.
At the same time,
It doesn't mean they can't play Flare, which is
doesn't mean
relevant,
they
but
can't play Flare.
both very good cards.
So here we get to see what Vince has in store. Again, Vince is playing a very responsive and reactive game plan. There's Mayhem Maker. Okay, so we're going to do some shrink.
Sounds like he's probably going to get rid of this war here.
Yeah, this war is going to go away. Kind of an important safety tip for him to live through, this turn.
The army of rats.
Yeah, it is indeed an army of rats. The Pied Piper is in town. Solar Smash, get rid of it. Draw a card because
Yeah.
we're under 10.
Yeah, red-green is the perfect combination for Pestilence right now. Each of these cards that deal damage, they reduce defense. They'll both let you draw cards with Pestilence.
Yeah, he's getting in his pod racer right now is effectively where we're at. And we're going to get to see the Pestilence catch-up game unless David can just turn a corner on
It's
it.
interesting he didn't swing with a Pestilence this time because it will die to a Torque Ping.
Correct.
We will.
Do you feel like we'll see what David wants to do here because he has options.
Right.
So step
Okay,
one,
here's the
there's
Lin. Oh, no.
And that takes care of it.
Oh, no.
Well, yep. Oh, Clash buff off the top too. And
Make our own Crimson Skies.
So this is one of the new power cards from Unrivaled.
And I will.
Yeah, really showing his power here.
yep, David power. Basically, put a bounty counter on, and
Then she'll happen end of turn.
yep, and then shoot it down.
Yeah, the fact that the Pestilence didn't die before it passed back means this Lin gets to get full value.
And it starts to regrow, so that torque's going to come back. And there's a reason that we were really excited to see this matchup with Ling the Nanite Assassin. She's a whole lot of pain in a one drop.
This Torque deck is really a big toolbox with all these colors, all these options.
Yeah, it's tons.
Yeah.
And right now you're just seeing exactly the power of some of these Unrivaled cards yet again, where you have.
All right, what are we
Nanite
getting?
Assassin. Oh, we're fat. Yeah, we're gonna get the Torque, obviously, right? Or not Torque. We're gonna get.
Maybe not. Let's say you get the.
I think you might get it.
If it's Mayhem Maker, he does get a draw in another body.
That's true. He can also just get his flare back.
He could also ramp and Haven. Okay.
Yeah, I think it was just,
Yeah, it's just
getting
Torque.
Torque made the most sense.
Understandable.
Yeah. You have so many little things you can do with Torque, and Torque's value engine is so
Yeah.
good with
Uncontrolled deals damage to me.
he deals damage, draws
Right.
a card. He's still going to get all the effects.
What's so strong about this Lin is you don't need the full bounty counter package.
You don't.
You just
need-
pair it with any other removal, and you're
Off
getting
the
back
races.
all the little Clash cards.
Yep. And then you have tons of little value cards that are fantastic. Ling Nanite Assassin is a treat.
Arguably one of the best cards in the set, honestly.
Yeah, and even like the diminish mechanic, it's like, it just only diminishes one card, which takes a card from the top of the deck and puts it into Oblivion. But just diminishing that one card, like he diminished one of his Clash buffs.
Right,
Like,
that's huge.
Huge. So you're going to get, the possibility of just spiking one of those cards off the top of your opponent's deck is so strong too. Unrivaled just is showing out in both our first match. They're both round 1 and round 2 matchups right now. It's been exactly what you think.
Perfect, great showcase of their power.
Yeah, absolutely. We're just seeing a big change in the way the metagame shifts and how everything works. And here we
There it
go.
is.
Let's
Coggan good.
good.
Draw a card.
Let's get rid of that Torque.
Kill the Torque, draw a card, get rid of the Lin, and get to the races. Is he going to go upstairs?
Hold on. Do we have 4 green resources here?
1, 2, 3.
I don't.
We
Is there something I'm missing?
don't. I don't think
Well,
we have
we're gonna
four green
try and
resources.
pause
Yeah,
here
we'll
and
try
see
to
if we can fix this before it gets too late.
Yeah, we'll see what we can fix here. We don't have
Yep.
4 green.
Do I?
I think they realized the mistake as well. We'll see if we can get this corrected here.
Yeah, it looks like I only see 6 total resources
Right.
and 3 of them
Yeah, yeah.
being green.
That's a mistake I've definitely made plenty of times in the past. I understand.
Yeah,
completely.
most of the resource requirements on most cards are not higher than 3.
Right. Yeah, 4 pips is a big cost.
4 pips is a big old cost.
What's that?
I needed 4 on this. Is that the mistake?
Hopefully, it
Yeah.
should be an easy fix,
It's an
and we'll
easy
just get back
fix.
to the game here.
Yeah, this is an easy rewind, I think. Although Vince did draw a card off the Kagan,
Oh, yeah. That's also
so that could be difficult too.
correct.
Yeah.
Right.
Attacked it and passed it.
I
Pestilence is on defeat and sent to Oblivion is notably different.
Correct.
Put that back in your hand and untap your resources.
Yep.
Okay, so it looks like we're rewinding here.
Nothing else has changed. No other
No,
information.
everything else has been fine.
I drew a card.
Oh, you drew a card.
Drew a card, correct.
Yep.
Which was.
So, yeah.
Well, let judges take care of this.
Let the judges handle it.
There'll be a fix.
But even then, we're still looking at a pretty interesting board state. I don't know what Vince is going to be able to do. I think they're going to ask a question here, trying to see what they're going to do to
Yeah.
resolve the card draw. Pestilence will be readied, won't be engaged.
Right.
Um,
What do you think that trap is that he's got set over there?
what do I think David has said over there?
You know what? Yeah.
Ugh.
It was a red-white war play.
That's a good question.
Yesterday.
So, looking at the deck list here, we have Magnate's Trap. That's a good one here.
This is
That's the only trap.
Is that it, actually?
It has to be a Magnate's Trap.
First time I've played.
Magnate's
Magnate's
Trap?
Trap, yeah,
Yeah.
I think that has to be it. I think that's the only one that we see in the list, which is
I mean, it makes sense. It's a good
pretty
card.
good.
Backpack Haven.
But his opponent doesn't know what it could be. He hasn't seen it in the resource yet. It could be anything.
Right,
Like you said,
right.
could be a big boat.
One Clashground return.
And there's a lot of little guys in the Pestilence
Yeah,
deck, so
yeah.
Magnate's Trap is going to play a big role in making sure to clear those boards and keep everything settled.
Yeah, I hear 2 for winning your opponent's pretty good. Making them discard is pretty big.
It's pretty huge. The discard is usually the most brutal part.
Yeah,
of
yeah,
that trap,
100%.
to be honest.
Especially once you get later in the game and you're on lower hand size, that can just break you.
Direct.
Yeah, because a lot of times your sequencing involves doing a lot of things first and then playing behind it. And Magnate's Trap punishes that strategy
For sure.
so hard.
Yeah.
And so your sequencing becomes much more difficult. We're still in resolution over here with this. So it looks like the board state is probably going to keep the Torque around on one side. And then the Lin's done its damage.
Right,
Like,
yeah.
let's
It's
be
gotten
fair
its
here.
value.
It's
Even
got
if it
its
dies,
value.
no problem.
Yeah, this Lin is for the low cost of 1 blue
Right.
resource.
So notably, because Vince resourced the way he did, we won't be seeing a Kaga in this turn, so he's going to have to come up with a plan B here.
Yeah, and I would assume plan B is don't die.
I mean, that's a good
But-
plan. That's a good plan.
I mean, that's about the only plan he can have with being at 8, staring down a Torque on board.
Right.
I'm going to guess that.
So we're putting a card back.
We did it at
We're
random.
resetting. Yep.
Right before you play this.
all right.
Kagan's back in hand. All right. So David knows he has Kagan in there, but he knows he can't play it.
Yep.
So what we'll likely see if there's other Pestilence cards, maybe he'll debuff to try and kill these little Clash cards. We have seen a lot of them already, though.
It's true.
I guess this is it.
So we are going to take a look here.
Getting back into the game.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he just told us.
Even
Thank
better.
you.
Okay, looks like everything's all good.
Just to kill this.
Okay, yep, that works too.
That
Perfect.
That does it. Okay.
A cheaper cost, even.
Portal is open.
Reduced,
Yeah,
one might say.
it does.
That's Pestilence Plaguebringer.
So this one notably does get a draw of Pestilence.
Yes, Pestilence Plaguebringer does draw off Pestilence.
Which
I'm not sure what he's... It's trigger defeat that he gets something back.
I'm gonna
Hold
return
on.
that.
Is it trigger defeat?
Yep. Draw it.
We'll draw said card.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
So we have Pestilence Plaguebringer just hits a board. And when Pestilence Plaguebringer, it's
Yeah, that's
under-
trigger
it's
defeat.
trigger defeat. Which
So hopefully we can stop him again in time.
would this be trigger defeat still though?
No, that's when the Plaguebringer dies, you trigger.
Yeah. Okay.
So He enters the
needs-
board. He kills something. Great. Pestilence the contender draws. Great.
Yep.
So we just don't put a card back on top yet. That's
Yep,
the only
yep,
thing.
yep.
Which,
In this case.
understandable. These players, they're playing with a new set. They're playing with new cards. These mistakes can happen.
And like, let's be honest, there's only one real, there were 2 real tournaments on the same weekend with Clashgrounds really legal.
yeah.
That happened on a larger scale as well. So we're also kind of dealing with new information from 2 sets
Exactly.
in reality. So this makes sense to kind of have some of these.
Yeah, they're laughing about it.
Yeah, they know. It's like,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
All right. He'll get it back, just not yet.
Not yet.
I put it
Oh,
on.
it's when this dies.
Yeah.
We'll get there eventually.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Me too. I read it and did the exact same thing.
But yeah, they're talking about how, yeah, I read it too. I
Yeah,
read
they
the
get
wrong
it.
way
They
too.
get it.
So,
Yep.
That on top of
No problems here. We caught it in time. Everything's good.
back here.
Yeah, it's the one cost pestilence.
Yep. It's just 1 cost pestilence. Put it back in the yard.
Yep.
Yep. All good.
It's still just
But still draw a random card. Yep.
So I killed it.
Yeah. You
Right.
still draw a random. You're good.
So we knew though.
That's all good.
Yeah, easily correctable.
Yep.
I don't know. But
Yep.
when
I
do
think it's fine.
lose this game?
So now we're gonna go back to this board state. That torque is still dead.
It is still dead. No
torque
matter
is
what,
still dead.
job done.
So let's go back to the important part of this entire cycle.
Okay, draw resolve.
Torque gone,
Yeah, torque is gone.
And then
and then
Yeah, let's
trade
bash
with
into
the
the
win.
win.
Yeah, well, not trade even, just bash into
Yeah.
the win. And does not behoove David to
Yeah.
clash buff here or do anything else.
Killing 2 clash cards, 1 card, also pretty good, I hear. And the draw off the Pestilence contender.
That's
That's some value.
that's a 3-for-1, right?
Honestly.
Like, you feel pretty good about that.
What do I want to play?
But David now has this giant grip of cards. I see another Lin,
Right.
and
So while Vince has been able to clear up the board a little bit, he is down to 8.
that is a tenuous life total. That is
Right.
not what you want to be at against a red deck that can just pump damage very quickly. So this is going to require a little bit of thought from David because this is going to be a difficult turn to navigate because played correctly, this turn probably is the turn that actually closes the game for him.
Yeah, he's definitely going to want to push his advantage here for sure.
Yeah, 100%. It's a resource haven is a resource haven, even if it's a resource row. So
Yep.
fine.
Resource
And
is
then-
a resource.
Yep, we're gonna Lin.
Counter here, mill a card.
Yep. Mildacog.
There goes the Kagan.
Whoopsie daisy. So that was pretty good. Bounty counter,
Pestilence.
and then play pestilence.
-2/-2.
Yep.
-2,
We're probably going to see the Crimson Scales come next.
Yeah.
Yep.
Scales.
and then scales it out,
I will draw a card.
and then
Makes sense. He gets the extra value from the Crimson Scales. When it's defeated, he'll get an additional ability he chooses to draw here.
fantastic. And this is where we probably want to push advantage as much as we can.
Another one.
Another win.
Uh-oh. This is not even. This
You
is
don't get
just
the full
a-
value, but it is a body.
Yeah, this is still diminish a card. Get a Mayhem Maker.
Not as big a deal as a Kagan, that's for sure.
No, that's for sure. But by generating this giant board, it makes the Kagan less impactful.
Right, especially because he knows he has the Kagan now.
So 1/1/1.
No problem.
Yep. Merrymaker. Pestilence dies.
Oh, it does
No, nope, he's got.
Oh, yes,
He has
that's
no
right.
contender
No
attack.
contender attack.
Right. Yep.
See what I'm doing?
He's really showing off the power of the Crimson Scales here. Both players utilizing it in different ways.
Yeah, to different effects, really.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's another one of those relics that kind of read it and you're like, okay,
Right.
well, that's pretty good.
It's interesting. This Torque deck is almost playing like another Pestilence deck. He's playing a lot of very low cost value Clash cards.
Yep.
And a lot of removal to help clear up with Crimson Scales as well.
End of turn, just go get Torque again.
Yep.
Same song and dance. And really put the question to this Kagan that is probably coming of, can it do enough?
Right. Now let's take a look at that Lin Nanite Assassin one more time here.
Now, that is any Oblivion. On
It is,
the
it is.
Assassin.
So what's interesting about this is this Lin can still get the ability again.
Then it's over to you.
The
Yes.
second one that came in.
Yep.
We can pause again.
And one got a flare.
Yeah.
Not for your turn, because I'm.
Because then you have 2 pings sitting on board with Flare and Crimson and your Crimson Scales.
Yeah. So what's so strong about this Lin is even if they only have 1 Clash card that you can remove, you still get to recur 2 Clash cards back, 1 for each of them.
Yep, correct. And so Lins in multiples are
Flooding the board.
Yeah, it's just a board flood right now. And it's a board flood where Here Comes the Boom doesn't actually do it because that torque sticks.
Right, yeah.
And that torque can get...
David's already got the full value out of that board anyway. If you boom it, he's happy. He's perfectly content.
It's fine. Yeah, he's got max value out of a lot of things already. He still has a Magnate Strap up, so we're going to see a ping probably on the flare. Nope, we're going to...
Oh. Okay, yep. So he's killing the Pestilence, dealing the 1 damage, getting the additional ability, shooting for 2 more damage.
Yep. Get rid of the nanite. Yep. Draw a card. We...
3-2 board clear there.
Did not resource, it looks like.
Interesting.
So no Kagan this turn.
Uh-oh.
We kind of just went into it.
Yeah.
And looks like Vince is wincing a little bit at that one.
Yeah.
Don't think that that was intentional.
Sometimes you get a little ahead of yourself and you get excited to remove all these clash cards.
Yes, and resource is a step within the phase. He's going to go ahead and switch them up because
understandable.
Yep, understandable.
Down to 5.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to turn the corner here. Now looking at sideboards, we've got some interesting ones. We got a lot of new stuff to talk about here. So we have Burning Fortitude. I don't know if that's exactly what you want in this matchup, but it is an option on Vince's side along with Dreadful Decimation.
Yeah. What's interesting is he's also got the Alternative Strike. So he did see that his opponent played a trap card, but he never activated it. So he has no idea what it is right now.
Yes, it could be anything. But Alternative Strike is going to be something that allows him to deal with it.
Yeah. So you can also kill the small clash cards too, because you have the option of either killing an accessory, dealing 2 damage, or if the portal is open, you can do both.
Yeah, you can about guarantee that David's bringing in his last copy of Flare Explosive Combatant.
Oh yeah.
Like that's just
yeah. Let's clear all those little clash cards.
Let's get rid of these.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's going to be an easy one. Grasp of War doesn't come in here.
Right.
Not a ton. The fourth Solar Smash probably does. I believe that's going to be.
That's very possible, for sure.
Actually, I guess it's with only a second in his list, but I think that one makes a ton of sense. Otherwise, you're playing the same type of value game on David's side. You're just going to try to play something, make him deal with it, play something, make him deal with it, and keep whittling down the life total until endgame. Yeah,
we notice David is playing 4 Crimson Scales.
Yes.
He's playing all of them.
All in on that.
You may only be able to have one in play, but you really want that card in play.
Yes. You want, especially in this matchup where you can actually turn your flares on.
Right.
And make it so that you can deal damage within the primary phase by pinging, by reducing the contender by 1, and then pinging with Crimson Scales in the contender. So you should be able to do both to try to kind of get that whittle away that last bit of damage. So it's very interesting to me that the choices in David's deck are, what are the best things I can do while still playing Lin and Pestilence the Infectious. It's probably just Torque Boom, right?
I mean, I hear that's pretty good, yeah.
We read that somewhere.
Yeah, I think Vince kind of learned his lesson on the first game where it might not be correct to keep your little guys in play. You have 1 defense, you can swing in, they'll die, sure.
That's it.
But the Lin can't recur them back.
Right.
So,
and that's very...
You don't want the Lins to get the bounty counters on your clash cards.
You don't want Lins to have full value because if they do, that is very, very, very painful. So we're going to come back in for game 2. Vince will have the choice. I'm guessing he'll be on the play. There's really no reason here not to be. And
choosing to concede early is also a tactical decision. Sometimes it is correct because you want to be able to win the next 2 games in the amount of time you have.
Yep. And so I think I would be really surprised if we don't see Dreadful Decimation from Vince here. I think I would bring that in.
You have to have some outs to his big clash cards.
Right. And it's not like David is only playing low on the curve.
Right. He's got the whole curve.
Definitely got the whole curve. We're going to drop and do some mulliganing here. Come on, Vince. Keep 8. Do it. Nope. All right, well, both teams played hard, I guess. One of these days, I'm going to see somebody keep 8. And
one of these days, we'll ship the whole hand.
And one of these days, we'll ship the whole... That's the bingo card, right?
Yeah.
The right corner is going to be...
Right.
Is going to be the keep 8.
Yeah.
And then, somewhere in the middle needs to be ship the whole hand.
Right.
And then we'll never have to pay out a bingo.
It's true.
It's going to be great. And the free space is going to be Ethan begging for Pestilence on camera.
Yeah, we already got that one.
We already got that one. Yeah, that one's covered. We already marked that one box off. So they're going to shuffle up here. So out of Vince on the play.
Right.
What do you expect to see?
It's very possible we don't see him play Clash card. Most of them are reactive cards. So you kind of want to set up, what do we got here? We might play like a Scrap. That's usually common turn 1, Plague Forge Scrap.
Yep.
So we'll open the portal, so it'll set up for when you do remove things with Pestilence, you'll get a draw card.
That makes sense. We don't have, there's not a lot to do on turn 1 in this deck outside, because again, it is a reactive deck. And that,
Right.
But it's one of those where I also feel like if you're in Vince's position, you can't just go on the draw either.
Right.
All right, good luck, man.
Because it's
Yeah. This Torque deck getting to be able to play the Haven to ramp resources immediately is not what you want
You
either.
did see exactly what
Yep,
you
there's
said.
the Scrap.
There's the Scrap.
Yep.
So,
Looks like you got some duplicates, so we can go ahead and resource one of them. That's totally fine.
yeah, I mean, it did its job.
Yep.
You only really want one.
Both players definitely want to set up a Crimson Scales as fast as possible, so I would assume we'd see that coming up
That's
as well
an
on
interesting
turn 3.
choice to resource a Boom immediately, but it didn't.
don't need a turn 1, it's
didn't
fine,
need
so.
turn 1, so.
Yeah.
Flare Ping Contender. Nope, we're just going to stay
We're
face-
chilling. We're chilling. I imagine David realized that Boom won't be as useful here. Most of his
No.
splash cards are small, and they're probably going to be crashing into Contender anyway.
There's favorable
Okay,
outcome. Okay. And then get a War Minion.
Boom. Yeah, I'll draw those cards.
Draw those cards. Yeah, get in there.
Value.
Value indeed.
The value engine, if you will. So we now have a War Minion token in play. The fact that it's not foil is offensive, but that's okay.
The portal's full.
The
Partway there.
portal's foil. We're almost there. But the nice thing about the thing about the War Minions is they cannot attack the turn they come into play.
Right.
But
So we could see some Lin value here.
we could see some Lin value here, especially getting back like that flare is decent enough.
Right. That War Minion just dies to a Torque Ping.
Right. It's real easy, and then you also get to serve in and get some extra damage. So we do have Infestation as a worry later down the line here,
Fortunately, I
but
have a judge question real quick.
they've got a judge
Okay.
call that they need a question on.
Thankfully, we have such a great judge team.
That's actually 100% true. And now we can just kind of appreciate the War Minion art because it's some of my
Yeah,
favorite.
it is
Like,
great.
It's
Yeah.
great.
I just have a question about one of my cards.
One of the things I think that we overlook sometimes in this game is like how
I guess I'll leave the rest of my hand here.
good the art style it got when
Oh, 100%.
they shifted the
Yeah.
focus more to the American comic book aesthetic. You look at something like the War Minion, the detail on it is
The background, War's just
incredible.
there.
Yeah, it looks great.
Yeah.
And so I do curious on what the question here is, but we're just going to get it situated. Looks like it was a quick and easy call.
I'm wondering if he's asking about the bounty counters on tokens, if they're sent to Oblivion or not. That's a possibility.
That is a possibility. And if that's the case, I mean,
We're going to see a blue resource.
If we see a blue,
There it is.
All right, there's
Okay.
a blue resource.
Resource that.
Are we going to see a Lin?
Yep. I have a feeling that's what he's asking about. Yeah.
Are we going to ping this? Are we going to ping the War Minion?
There it is.
Is the War Minion going to go to the grave? To go to Oblivion?
That was my question.
Yay!
Yep,
you got the
perfect.
You got Crimson Scales. Okay.
That's a good hit.
That's a pretty good hit. Now you can just attack freely if you want to. You have a worry here, but it's not a giant one.
We chill.
You can also sleeve it back and build up more.
Flash buff gets power.
So 6 1/2 dozen the other. The power of Lin, again, the power of just set of Unrivaled.
So we recur the flare.
Yeah, why not?
So it looks like that ruling was correct. He gets to still get something back.
Yep. And so we're sitting here, and
Them's the moves.
Vince has got to be wondering, what do we do now?
Right, yeah.
Polished by
He effectively got almost no value out of the favorable outcome. Crimson Scales, massive swing.
Yeah, massive. Just like get them both. Draw a card.
Yeah. Huge
Feels
swing.
good. Feels great. Don't leave a Clash card on the board for another Lin trigger.
Right.
And just say, okay.
It's almost dangerous to leave Clash cards on the board here.
It feels like that. If they're easily removable,
Yeah,
leaving them
it's
on
almost a
board,
liability.
It's a liability. Yeah, it's very bad. So giving it a big think here, my guess is we're going to try to find a green resource if we have one. It is not super necessary. Nope, we're still red-blue, which isn't your primary colors.
So I'm curious what he'll commit to the board here.
I'm not sure. There's not a ton that is.
Are we ramping maybe?
I think that ramping is a good idea.
Get that green resource in play perhaps?
It being a 1/2
Okay.
is very, is good too. So just
Right.
get that green resource out there Or
If
resource
it dies,
in
it dies.
general?
It still ramps. So
Oh,
third
okay.
red. We're going hard on the red.
Interesting that Grasp of War did come in.
Yeah, I'm curious what that's for specifically.
It does kill a Kagan,
Okay, I mean that's a good reason by itself, honestly.
but most so that's interesting that
Don't forget to
that was brought in.
Definitely.
But yeah, Haven Bountiful Collector. So little girl with backpack makes you gives you more stuff. Sure.
Yeah.
Then
I hear she can fit a lot in there.
I heard that. He's rethinking that resource. So he was putting down a Magnate Lone Fighter, which is a 6-cost 4/4. But if it's the only Clash card you control, it's an 8/8.
Huge.
It's a big old boy.
Hagen stats got nothing on that.
Yeah, Magnate Lone Fighter is a
Yeah,
is a big stick and probably his game closer, to be honest.
Most likely.
So we are going to put it down the resource row.
Okay.
Um,
Notably, that's only 2 green pips on that one.
Yes, that is much easier to cast. Thinking this through, we might see 4-drop Pestilence here. How do we feel about that?
Deviant
Yep,
Servant.
there it
Yep,
is.
there it is.
6,
So Pestilence Devious
Coming in for how many?
4, 5, 6. Yeah.
6?
6.
That's
Yeah.
a big number.
That's a Pestilence Devious Servant, correct?
Yes.
And
Yep. It gets cards or power equal to the cards in hand.
4 on the back.
and if you have 3 or fewer when you attack, you draw one. So
Right.
it's always a 4 power.
Yeah, good at any
3 in
point.
hand. It's
Really.
great at every point of the game.
No, okay. Yeah, I'll try. Nothing to get back.
6 doesn't do any of this.
And so just kind of took care of business there.
Speed bump served its purpose.
It is also something that is not as targetable with Lin
That's true.
and easy to kill.
Yeah, that 4 defense could be huge.
Here comes the boom in hand. So okay.
Yeah, but if you boom the pestilence has to be pretty happy here.
Yes, it's that second boom that makes you kind of rethink your things.
I am wondering if David just hasn't drawn a green yet.
That is entirely possible.
Got 6 power.
It looks like he does have a green. It's
Yeah.
a Magnate's plan.
There's been no life change so far in this game too. Yeah, we're just exchanging rate
Yeah.
over and over and over again. So we're going to resource.
Jockeying for control on the board here.
David has to be really thinking about that.
Okay.
Okay, well that's one way to do it.
We're gonna send.
What's better than the big number? A bigger
number.
Take 3.
Yeah, I take the 1 from his ability as well, and I will draw a card.
You go to 29.
And we're sending 4.
Here comes the bowl cut.
Here comes the bowl cut. Yeah, that's a new card name.
Yeah,
Here
yeah.
comes the bowl cut. He went upstairs with that one. So interesting that he decided to leave the pestilence on the board.
They would trade.
Right, but at the same time,
Still would get a card draw out of it, which is relevant.
sure. Yep.
Clearly content just leaving it on the board there.
I mean, yeah, because if it's going to soak up the pestilence as well,
So be it.
So be it. Yeah, you're
Right.
okay with that.
Yeah, Torque with a higher life total here. He's okay soaking a little bit.
Yeah, it just took it's got to be in the back of David's mind though that it took.
No.
What are we at? Turn 5 on his
Right.
turn 5 to
That.
to deal any damage to Vince.
Yeah.
It's got to be in the back of his head. So we're gonna shrink,
Yeah, it looks like he's planning on killing it without using the.
Finish it.
Okay,
And-
there it is.
shrink again, and draw a card. So we're kind of off to the races a little bit on the Torque side of things, or on the Pestilence side of things. The Torque does have another boom in hand. Vince has to know it, seeing 2 in the
Yeah.
resource row.
Ton of damage coming in from the pestilence here.
But we are going to come in for a bunch of damage.
26. Come in for 5.
Got a 5-card hand here. Coming in for 5.
5-card hand, so he doesn't get a card draw.
Right.
And then coming in for 2. Nope, got to come in for 2.
Yeah, I
There
think
we
he's
go.
learned his lesson.
Got to come in
Yeah,
for 2.
don't want to risk it.
Don't get Lind. Like, tattoo that on the inside of your eyelids. Don't get Lind. That's very bad if you get Lind. So now David on the other side of the game here has a lot to think about. With a big board like this, you can just boom it away if you need to, and that's okay.
You could, but then what are you playing after that?
Yeah, I think this is one where if he had a Torque in hand, it would just be a Windmill Slam Torque Boom, right? Like, you wouldn't even think about it. As is, I believe that David has, he definitely has the green in hand.
Right.
I don't see,
don't think he's got anything to play with it, though.
Right. I don't see any reason to play it. Unless it's just the least useful card in your hand to play as a resource.
Okay, yep.
Oh, yep.
Developing green a little bit.
At least the threat's there. Are we going to Lin Boom?
Lin. We'll bounty counter here. And you mill a card.
Are we going to Lin Boom?
I mean, notably, Lin has to actually still be on the board.
Yes. So we're going to Lin Scales. Okay. that
Okay,
makes more
yep.
sense.
I'm going to start shredding his board a little bit here.
We'll smash that guy.
Smashed.
Scales.
Super good.
We'll deal 2 over here and finish.
And
it.
then finish it off. Oh,
Perfect
man,
showcase
perfect
of the power
showcase,
of
yeah.
Crimson Scales and Torque.
Oof. Who needs to boom?
Yeah.
We'll just play these things.
How about we
Fine.
play a body,
I
we
will-
kill your board, and we get more on our board.
And then we get a
And what do I get?
we get a body back.
I hear it's pretty good value.
Hey, what's in your Oblivion?
1 less, 2 less.
Our Oblivion.
Yeah, our Oblivion. Let's take a look here. I'm wondering. Do I have some good options over here? I mean, there's some decent ones, but I'm probably just going to go ahead and take this flare.
Seems good.
We'll just get my card.
There it is.
Or that's-
Yep.
No, that's dumb.
No, you should put that there for sure.
There's a Crimson Scales up, so he's rethinking that flare.
Right, right.
Yeah, I'll take the Haven. There's nothing wrong with that.
Yep, it's got that 2 defense.
Or, you
Or we can just grab more
lens.
lens.
Diminish a card.
Sure.
Do you have to put a bounty counter on something?
Yes.
So does it go on this?
Oh, put 1 bounty counter on target clash card you don't control.
Okay. All right.
So no value on the Lin.
This is my draw.
Yes.
Still a 2-2 sitting there, though.
Still a 2-2.
So it doesn't just die to Crimson Scales.
Yep. Doesn't die to Crimson Scales. Vince has got to think about this now.
Yeah, resource another scrap. We don't really need those right now.
We do have our 4 green now.
We
though.
do.
We can get to Kagan.
Could start slamming Coggins. Notably, killing a 1-1 is not what you'd like to be doing with a Coggin, but it is a 5/5 flyer, though.
2-2. You can kill 2 2/2s here.
Sure.
It's so much worse.
Who do we got? What are we thinking?
Mm,
We're thinking pretty hard is what we're doing.
let's make some tokens.
Let's make some tokens. That seems way better. So War Strifebringer is coming in, making a couple of minions.
Now, making these tokens, again, it's so scary against Crimson Scales. He just wants to make this war big.
Yep, and so we're just going to go ahead
Here.
and engage 2 Clash cards, Clash tokens,
Infestation.
and then Infestation behind it. So
This is the first time we've seen the Clash buff this game, and it's a very strong one.
also the art is perfect.
It is, it is.
So we get +3, and the opponent discards a card.
Right. We were just talking about the value of the discard for the Magnet Strap, but now we got it attached to a Clash buff.
And so this is an 8 breakthrough coming in.
Huge.
And discard a card.
Yeah.
Just a huge play out of Vince, and took control of the game with that. David is a little on the face-up side. He's got to worry about these minions.
Doesn't look like he has many cards in hand. Just the one?
Just
Is
has
that all I'm seeing?
one, I think. He played a lot to the board with the 2 Lins.
He will be able to draw with Crimson Scales. We'll have a little bit more options with those tokens on the board.
True. It also shrinks the war, which is important. Makes it limits the makes it so that it can't get breakthrough effectively, so that if you need to block, you can.
Yeah, the value of Crimson Scales and the Torque Ping together is so strong.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible, to be honest.
Deal 1, deal 2.
Right? Yep.
Yep. I mean, I don't even know if you clean up the token here. Yeah, you just come
Right.
upstairs, try to.
Yeah, you're perfectly content with the token staying on the board.
Yeah, especially with Lin's.
Oh,
Or we
okay.
just play a flare.
Let's just slam a flare.
I guess that's also something you can do.
Flare
I'd never
explosives to Benton.
Had never really considered that you could also just play a flare.
It is certainly an option.
Yeah, I mean,
You'll get a 14.
coming in for 5.
Effectively, yeah.
Yep, coming in for 6. But
Dome
with
him in the
defense. Yep.
So say you announced it right.
Cody. Pass.
So we have.
Now we're going to start slamming a Coggin in response. This is the
Yeah, this
question.
is. Yeah, now we're going to start the trading.
Now we're in Coggin territory.
We sure are. We're also in Pestilence turning on all abilities.
Yeah.
And man.
Which is not something you want to be doing against the Flare here, but it is an
No,
option.
but it's an option.
It's a great way to clear the little Clash cards like Ling.
I could do that.
So let's see. We got some considerations here.
Yeah.
We got 6. We got 4.
Now David has to be sweating a little bit here. If Pestilence starts
No resource.
dropping Coggins, it's going to be hard to come back here. There it is.
There it is. Yep. This is where things get painful.
Hold on. Did he drop the Pestilence from the Coggin again?
Oh, I think he did actually.
Oh, no.
He drew the.
Yeah, notably, defeat and send to oblivion.
Are not the same.
Two
thing.
different things. So hopefully we can get this stopped in time here.
Yeah,
Yep.
because he killed a guy.
Yeah, I killed
Yeah,
that.
he's using his contender's ability.
It's send to oblivion versus triggered
Yeah.
defeat, right?
No.
I
Or
don't think so. I played this, killed a guy, and then tapped this to draw a card.
Yeah.
if we can take a look at Pestilence, I don't know if that's how that works.
Yeah, let's take a look at the Pestilence contender here.
I'm just not sure that
It's 'cause
that's
it's sent to oblivion.
There we go.
send
Okay.
to oblivion
It's sent to oblivion, not defeated. Right.
and trigger defeat are not the same. thing.
Correct.
And so once per turn,
So we have the Pestilence Prince of Plagues. Hold up here.
defeated during a primary.
It notably
phase,
says
not the
defeated,
same.
right.
Yep. So those are not the same ability,
Yeah.
and so defeat
No,
during a
he
primary
doesn't.
phase.
Right.
Yep.
He doesn't.
So he does not draw the card. And
Yeah, we'll get this cleared
we'll
up
get this
here.
cleared up again. Again, newer cards. People haven't played them. I mean,
You know what?
when was the last time that we saw anybody play Pestilence as
It's
a
true.
contender,
It's
right?
true. Yeah.
Doesn't happen a lot.
Yeah.
It's such a weird distinction.
We're still coming in for 5, and
It's
we're
still a lot of
doing-
damage.
Yeah, we're still doing the thing.
Yeah.
We're still going to shrink David down to 8.
Blowing
We're
up
just
Flare, swinging in for 10 damage, even if you don't get the Pestilence
gonna
card. I
have
think
one
that's
less card in hand.
still a great rate.
Is what this boils down to.
I guess.
Yeah.
And David is face up, put to the question, with a 5/5 on board. So Vince is still in the driver's seat regardless.
Yeah.
It's just, again, these distinctions on these cards sometimes between Send to Oblivion.
Right. Clearly an honest mistake.
Yep. It was definitely an honest mistake. Both players actually missed it.
Yep.
So,
Everywhere. That's
again, nuances in rules are
Indeed.
often difficult. But I think this is still Vince's game. Like, David has
Yeah, he's firmly in the driver's seat here.
a long road to hoe to.
Because I don't even think David has any cards in hand, right?
I don't think so.
Yeah, he's in top deck
I
mode.
think he's in top deck mode and no Coggins. He could Here Comes the Boom this Coggin away.
Right, but then what?
Then what is
He can start slamming. Like, does he have more explosive combatants? Maybe.
yeah, he does.
I was playing.
But explosive combatant, so he could take out the Coggin with
Right.
that. But we've already seen one.
But once we're in Coggin territory, we start slamming those. Like, it's hard to come back.
Yeah, once we're slamming Coggins, it does change things quite a bit.
Yep. So we're resolving this Pestilence trigger here with the card draw,
Yep, that's fine.
putting a random card back.
And I'll come back and let you know, but that will be your top card that you drew.
And then we're gonna get this corrected. Just get his hand size down to correct.
Continue back to
A random card.
with that
Yep, your
We'll
contender's
continue
not
with the
engaged.
game here.
Killed my guy, smashed me for 8. My turn, I assume.
He's
Right,
ready to
right,
go.
right.
He's ready to
It's
go.
like, Hey, kill my guy and smash me. Fine. I'm gonna just draw this card to find out if I'm dead.
Right.
Thank you.
yeah. As I say, I can't play anything. No matter
Am I dead?
Yep.
Am I
What do
dead?
we draw?
The questions
Just thinking.
are: Am I dead?
Not gonna resource, of course.
Of course, I'm not gonna resource. Why would I do that?
Grass fort.
Oh, I mean, that's one way to get
That's
rid
one
of
way to
it.
get rid of it.
Yeah.
We did talk about bringing that in specifically for Coggins.
That's true. Yeah.
You know I got that. Yeah.
So
Okay.
don't swing.
Graz, that's trigger attack. So
Yeah, got a little ahead of himself
a
there.
little of himself, but it's trigger attack. So he's. Do you think there's a universe he doesn't attack with his Coggin?
You're gonna have to play into it at some
He
point, right?
Definitely, yeah. He definitely is hoping that he has
Right.
a Magnet Lone Fighter to just end this game. Because you get the trigger
mean-
attack. Okay, yeah, kill it.
Right. Oh, that's a good play as well.
That is also a card.
Yeah,
You draw a card.
Yeah, ping you, draw a card,
you got it, buddy.
Okay.
Yep.
Draw a card.
Yep. This is dead.
Yep.
and then you don't have any Clash cards, so here's 6.
You can't sack something. You take
Right.
2.
Turns out that kills me.
That does indeed kill
It
people.
turns out that kills me. Okay, so we're gonna go to a game 3 here. Again, a little bit rough from the rules perspective here, but I think we got everything cleared
That's
up,
okay.
and it seemed like it did not impact the outcome of the game.
Right.
So All's fair. And we get a game 3.
We do get a game 3.
I'm really liking these two decks playing against each other. It's
Yeah.
a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Just the trades back and forth and the swinginess and the joy, the pure elation on Ethan's face as seeing Pestilence take a game here. Yeah, he's really rooting right now.
Sounds like we really got some chat excitement in here too.
I love when chat's rooting for Pestilence. It's really hard to not root for 4-color though. Like
Yeah,
just,
both
you know,
decks are
it's
super
4
cool
colors.
for sure.
So those are always fun to do. This is really this is a delight, and we don't have to talk about a Buffalo.
Correct.
That also feels good.
Yeah.
Instead, we talk about Lin.
Yeah, the Buffalo in the corner over there. We'll ignore him for now.
Buffalo, Lin, and Krung. Those are our
Yeah.
Those are our discussion points. We'll find a Krung here soon too.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But
It's interesting because with the rule change, I know a lot of people were super afraid of the non-clash damage. Maybe cards like Crimson Scales wouldn't be as good, but as we saw here, it's still a very strong card.
Still awesome.
Yeah,
it still does a lot of work, especially in these matchups with smaller clash cards.
for sure.
It just gets so much value.
With how good these smaller clash cards are, like Lin, Nanite Assassin, like you really want those Crimson Scales here.
So we're seeing this. It kind of starts to feel like a game on serve, but this is also one of those instances where either deck has the potential to stumble. So this
It does.
being on the play while at advantage is not like a deal breaker. We're on serve right now, but that doesn't necessarily mean that that's how this is gonna go.
Yeah, notably, the ramping Haven is very strong when you go first.
Yes, and especially when your top end is very hard for your opponent to deal with
yeah.
until they hit their top end.
Yeah, if you
So-
start slamming your flares before they get their Coggins,
Yeah, notably
you can push
Flare,
a lot of damage.
Notably, Flare is very good into things like Solar Smash. Doesn't really do anything to it.
Right.
It's interesting. This is probably. I really want to see a Magnate the Tyrant get played at some point, but I think that in this matchup, Vince kind of found his footing.
He did.
in the
He
last
did.
one.
He started to understand a lot more about what's going on here.
Yeah,
Came up
he,
with a better
he
game
knows
plan.
what the he knows what the 4-color deck's trying to do.
All right, looks like we're getting
and-
started here.
We're going to start looking at the mulligan. Come on, keep 8. Do it. You won't. Nope, sure won't. Okay, fine.
So we still got 10 minutes left on the clock. Still plenty of game to play out a game. Plenty of time to play out a game 3.
Come on, pitch 8 or keep 8. Do it. Do it. No? All right.
Send it.
Looks like we're sending 3 back from David right now.
Now, surprisingly, they want to mulligan and make the correct decision.
And we sent back, I believe we sent back 3 from Vince. It looks like we're sending back 3 from David. So
I'm doing 3.
both are pretty comfy with their hands.
Yep.
Just need a little bit of more smoothing. What are you digging for if you're Vince or if you're David? I think if you're David, you're digging for that 2-drop Haven.
Right, exactly like I was saying. You definitely want all your resources in play. Vince definitely wants those early, cheaper Pestilences to get rid of all those smaller clash cards.
I also think that you're probably digging for scales if you're on Vince's side.
Correct, yeah. Both players really want their scales in play, their Crimson Scales.
So here we're going to play Scrap. No. Oh, we're on the, that's right. David's on the play.
Right,
So we're
right.
just going to play Torque, which is
Draw a card.
mostly from the card draw at this point.
Yep. Put a little dude on the board.
But notably with Torque, it's if he does end up, playing something to take care of it, Lin exists.
It does.
So we can just get it back. It's fine. I think that's one of the mechanics of David's deck that's actually got me thinking a lot more about it is that playing an early Torque is way less detrimental.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah, if yours gets defeated, it's no big deal.
Yeah, sure.
Vince does get a draw off this Pestilence.
If he wants to.
Yeah, I mean,
Portal's closed.
he does have to discard. That is relevant. Yeah. Still worth like a good trade though.
Discarding an infestation.
Not too
so
bad.
it still replaces itself.
Discard a card, draw a card, all good.
And get that Torque off the board.
Crash two.
And then you always
Right.
just crash in.
Don't want to get punished with a limb here.
Sure don't. Although that being in your oblivion also can be very punishing with a Lin.
It can.
Both things can be true.
You just don't want to give them any targets for the bounty counters.
100% true. Yep. So round clock it probably has a little bit of extension time here too. So
That's also true.
I don't think that we have a huge time concern.
This timer is correct.
This timer
Okay.
is correct. Okay, so they're gonna have to play pretty quick in this matchup to get through here. So another ping, another draw. And a flare. Okay. So he's trying to go wide a little bit. And so he's going to ping his Torque, maybe ping with Flare.
Based on what we've seen so far, I imagine the Flare is going to stay up to protect the Torque.
That's what it looks like. So get a
Pass the
extra
turn.
chip damage in. As far as turn 2s go, I think if you're in Vince's spot here, as long as you have a way to take care of one of them, you're
Right.
feeling pretty comfortable.
The Flare stick on the board isn't that big a deal, but you definitely want to get rid of the Torque as soon as you can. Okay, we got the portal open now.
Portal open. And now we don't have to discard a card.
Yeah, which is huge here.
Yep, just get rid of it.
So now we just get a straight draw card.
Yep,
Draw
just
2
straight.
cards, one from the scrap.
One from there, one from
Pestilence.
there. And then you can just pop in for 2.
No obstructs.
Yeah, make sure that the flare ping and torque pings are not alive to kill off your pestilence. You're just kind of in a race mode, right? Like you're just trying to get them down as quick as you can. So this doesn't end up being.
So we haven't seen a blue and a Haven played yet.
We have not.
Okay, he's playing a green, yeah.
Torque number 3, okay.
Sure. Let's draw some cards.
I mean, get aggressive. Ping torque, swing torque. Where have we seen this before?
Yeah.
Now, at what point on each side of this matchup do you, noting that the timer is what it is, do you start thinking about playing your Clash buffs offensively?
I mean, Infestation from the Pestilence side is usually played offensively.
Correct. I mean,
You're
more
swinging for a bunch of damage, make them discard. But Heat of Battle, the red Clash buff you currently use, is not the greatest card to be playing offensively because you're going to be using that to clear Clash cards.
Yeah. All right. Well, favorable outcome.
Okay.
Go to war. Draw a card. You are leaving yourself open to a Lin play, but okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's start slamming the Pestilence.
Right. If you play a Torque, I'm going to play a Pestilence. That is now just the rules.
Pestilence is a simple man.
Simple desires.
Yeah.
It's just being infectious.
Favorable outcome.
Look at him in that artwork. He's having a great time.
He's having a blast.
Pause real fast. So I wanted to confirm with a couple of people before doing this, but with having all of those players in the same match.
Okay, we had a discussion point
Another
again.
dispute here.
I'm sorry, brother. We're
Not quite sure what the issue is here.
I'm sorry, man.
Is he being conceded?
I don't
Is that
think
what's
so.
happening?
I don't think it was a concession. I don't know what happened right there. We're
Not
gonna have to
entirely sure what
clarification,
happened.
but it looks like the match just abruptly ended.
Yeah.
Okay.
Based on the player reactions here, I'm going to assume David got it.
Okay, looks like it was a game loss for drawing extra cards on multiple warnings.
I see.
Gotcha. So there was the 3 extra draws in the match. Ended up turning that into a loss for Vince. Unfortunate, but
He's still got the rest of the tournament to play.
He does.
He'll still be playing the rest of the day.
1-1.
So.
In a good position. Looks like, and again, the deck looks great.
Yeah.
I
good.
think that his game plan is very solid. So as long as shake that one off,
right? Lessons learned.
Lesson
We can
learned.
move
Move
on.
forward. I think he'll be fine.
Yeah.
So
100%.
right now we're gonna just take a quick break. We'll have round 3 coming up soon. We're gonna start getting into the nitty gritty a little bit.
Yeah.
Some of these other decks, there's probably gonna be a lot of Bison. I don't really have 2 ways to go and put it. But
All right, we'll be back with a meta breakdown soon.
what he said.
Yeah.
See you soon. Welcome back to Clashground Columbus. That last round ended a little anticlimactic.
It was a little rough.
Little rough.
More games in the tank, though.
I do think we'll see Vince later, though.
Yeah,
I don't think that's the end of it, for sure. But right now we're heading into round 3 out of 5 for our Swiss rounds. We're just going to open some packs of Unrivaled.
Yeah.
It should be known to our viewers that I am the least lucky, and he is the opposite. So we're going to pop these, and I'm going to have garbage, and he is going to have something busted.
Yeah, let's compare a little bit.
All right. Ooh, I think I might have you on this one.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, I think you might.
So I got Spoils of War, which is fun. And then we have Triumphant Revitalization. So this is the new white Clash buff. Also excellent. We have Zhao Li. And then this is Barbed Countermeasures. This is one we've seen already today in sideboards. Colonel Edwards, Force Multiplier. Like, you know, military people or whatever. The Flare Contender. Speeding Up. So a little bit of Mean Streak love. Radiant Fallout. We've also seen this one on camera already today. Then we have the Supernova. Get me some epic in here.
Pretty good.
It's beautiful. It's a 7 cost that does 7 damage to target contender. It's great.
Oh.
And then Fiery Surge. So we'll see if Dagan can compete here with his shortly. Right now we're going to shift over to our round 3 match. We have Joseph Ziegler on Magnate Awakened. And we have Ian Sheffer on Machina Savage Striker. So this is a little bit different again. Ian is, we're doing stuff over here.
Yeah, so it looks like we are green-blue Machina.
Which makes a ton of sense.
No red.
No red, just green-blue.
Uh-huh.
Joseph looks like his plan is just go fast. This is just alpha.
Are we getting some Avenging Guy action over here?
I think
I see a Whistler in play.
We might. Yeah, we do have Avenging Guy in the list. We might be seeing an Avenging Guy today.
He might actually be doing something.
All right, so Magnate Awakened, ready to go. Avenging Guy, we're already doing a Whistler.
Yeah.
30, 29, sorry about that. And then I will pay one.
From the Magnate side, looks like we're a little heavier on the blue to begin with. I assume this is a straightforward aggressive deck. You're going to be punching him in the face.
Yep. And we got Baby Bone to start it off.
A little Baby Bone action.
You'll hear us call 2-1 Baby Bone, and then the 5-4 is Big Bone.
The Big Bone.
Got to get that Big Bone. So Ian this is a Machina list. So that Whistler can just also be thrown at his opponent's face if need be.
So it's got, looking at the list here, we've got a lot of things you would see in a lot of normal blue-green decks. You got the Haven, Bountiful Collector. You can ramp some resources here. We got the Cog and the Dragon, one of the best green cards in the game, I think. Very strong. Yep, looks like he's immediately checking it.
We have a target list. So we're going to draw a card off target list. And by offing Baby Bone. And go ahead and get a read on this.
Yep. A lot of new cards, a lot of new text.
Yep, makes sense.
And then
target list is it's just, in this deck, it's going to serve a lot of different purposes. It's going to be a accessory to throw. It's going to have some modal effects. Honestly, in a Machina list, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, especially since he's got Lin Nanite Assassin in this list, which we saw in the last game. This is another card that can put a bounty counter on a target card.
Yep. It's exclusive, but Machina doesn't care.
He's just going to launch it.
It's going to eat. Let's get that straight at somebody's head or kill off a card.
I will
get a resource here, and we're just going to play Magnate.
For 1-2.
Oh, baby Magnate.
Come on in. Got a 1-2.
No buffs.
Serve it up.
Okay.
Easy money.
Pay 1 blue.
Let's knock him down to.
Agile Striker.
Don't know what we're down to as life total right there. Might be 20. Should only be.
Any response? No.
22, I believe. 19.
Okay.
I will pass.
All right.
Yep. 19.
You mind if I read Machina's second effect? Go ahead.
So we got a 1/2 mean streak casual striker.
So what's good about Machina here is with all these little clash cards, you can just start launching those accessories and clearing the board easy peasy.
And draw a card every time.
Yeah. Places themselves.
So we're going to resource a Haven Bountiful Collector. It's a resource either way, really.
Yeah.
Sap of blue. Ling.
There we go. We're going to bounty up something.
You might not have to do it. Yep, go ahead. Okay.
We're going to probably chuck this target list at her.
Just launch it.
Tap a green.
Send it.
Oh, no, instead we're going to
Okay,
play Pesty
okay,
and
that
just
works
get rid of
too.
it that way.
Yeah.
Trigger.
Get the target list value
I
here.
guess the effect happens first, and then you discard.
He did miss the trigger on Lin for diminishing a card, but
That's not as big a deal.
no. So, be Pestilenced.
After you do your effects, I will draw a card. Okay.
Discarding a Kogan.
Here. Okay, then I draw.
Interesting. Well, in this matchup, you may be thinking, okay, they're going small.
Right.
So, Kagan doesn't have as much.
Yeah. Your goal against these aggressive Magnate decks is you definitely want to play a little more defensive on the early, and in the late game you got your big attackers. They don't have as many ways to draw cards.
Right.
Yeah, I mean.
And that makes sense. This is Cyber Optics.
Yep.
Um,
Another one-cost accessory.
Yep, and this is just going to get
Launch
tossed.
it.
Yep, just to launch it. Draw a card. And that's going to be the game plan the whole time. It's going to be accessories, launch, accessories, launch, accessories, launch.
You made my 3 options. I run a lot of 1-drops.
Yeah, but say you're going to have options all day long. Take what you want.
Bone. Yep. Very
Baby
well.
bone.
Baby bone it is.
Then pass. Ready?
Tons of options. So now we're back to that spot where this is a New York City deck.
Oh, 100%.
And it's almost in Joseph's interest here to just play and not attack and try to just one-shot.
Yeah, you get a bunch of cheap clash cards that play with New York City. That's a ton of damage.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Cards in hand 5. All right. Pretty sure Joseph does still have to resource.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, New York City is a Clashground. It costs 3 green.
Attack contender.
It gives all your alpha clash cards a buff of +2 attack and flight.
Yeah, it's quite good. And with trigger enter, draw a card.
Yeah, that's pretty good too.
Draw 1 card.
Indeed.
But
I will.
we're going to see what happens here. The New York City plan is pretty good. But
We're
we're
just
going to
gonna blow up the target
Magnate's
list?
plan to pop off the target list.
Okay.
Sending to Oblivion. Yep.
Not the worst.
Yeah, I think Machine is perfectly fine with this trade here.
Yeah, not too worried about it. It's still a clear board.
Yep.
So I think Joseph might be understanding that, okay, I really can't play to the board until I'm accessory immune to a degree.
Yeah. You want to build up enough cards in hand where you can swing a lot of clash cards all at once.
But here's the problem.
Right.
Ian's not sitting back and doing nothing.
No.
So
He sees this board and he's like, if you're going to chill, I'm going to start attacking.
No response. I'll take 4. I'm at 22.
it took 4. Okay. I'm pretty sure this Lin's going to come in. Nope, we're leaving it up. Like,
Draw.
does not want to, basically does not want to be in a spot where he can get attacked down. So leaving back Pestilence and Lin as blockers. And we're going to try to ride this. We're going to try to ride this Pestilence Devious Servant to winning.
Yeah, unlike the Torque deck before,
Source sample.
Magnate here doesn't have a way to just ping the little clash cards as easily.
No.
Your goal is to be swinging with clash cards.
Attack contender for 1. Would you like to obstruct?
Is it a trap?
Maybe.
Is it a trick?
Might just be trying to push some damage here.
Well, the thing is, he can block with the Lin.
Can
Construct with Lin.
Okay, no
But
response. I will
Kind of understands that. Okay. Well, we're not going to call the bluff.
Right.
play Apex, Swift Fighter. I will rest.
Yeah, Magnate does not want this plan or this game to last long.
No, absolutely not. So we got Apex, Swift Fighter in play here. So engages target clash card and trigger enter.
Would you like to obstruct?
So we got a 4/3.
No buffs. No buffs.
Offer up a trade. All right. Trade offer complete.
I will pass.
Yeah, trade offer complete. Looks like he's acquired a few shares of GameStop, and we're on our way. But right now we're probably like, again, it just feels like Ian's in the driver's seat, and the Magnate deck really just needs to blow past it. But Machina is a hard stop a lot of times to that, and gumming up the works and playing something big is obviously a strategy in this game that works.
Yeah.
Blue or Haven.
Haven ramp.
Maybe not. Minus one other
I will
speed bump.
ramp with anything here.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. Just not gonna ramp. Just gonna call it good.
See, what's so
One,
good
two.
about Haven Bountiful Collector in this deck specifically is, unlike the previous decks we've seen, this one can really utilize the recursion of the accessories.
Oh.
Well,
You want to call it that? No. Good. Cool.
we're gonna start linning again.
I will
No bounty counters, though.
for 2.
Yeah. No bounty counters. Still gonna do the job.
Any buffs? I will take 2. I'm at 19.
Would you like to know more?
I'll attack you for 2.
Start slamming.
Yeah. Might as well.
I am
Just start blasting.
Pestilence dies. And then,
Yep. That one goes away.
Ready? Yep.
And not gonna serve in with the others.
Yep.
No need.
Couple
We're-
blockers.
Yep, a couple blockers. We're ahead in our race. Joseph has to give this a think now because, again, we're playing a deck that is very low to the ground.
Right.
And what are you going to accomplish with what you have, right?
Yep. Ian is still at a high enough life total. He's not as scared of New York City just getting blown up at this point.
No. I mean, there's a couple of turns away from the New York City blowout.
Right.
Any obstructions? Nope.
Okay.
No buffs.
Just accepting the attack in.
Go down to 16. You will take
16 to 17. And
I will
it feels like it is the setup, though, right?
Interesting.
variety of effects.
This
Got
does
some
have
more main
super
streak
speed.
action here, yeah.
So this is dealing its clash damage before
Response.
any obstruct.
A
So
little speed bump.
okay,
No buffs.
A super speed bump.
a super speed bump.
Mean streak counter gets added on mean streak. Blink the eye. Get a hit list back. Okay.
Trigger defeat. Get the target list back. And
That's exactly what Ian wants here.
yep, it is plays directly in.
Start launching more accessories.
That's right. Notably, mean streak, because currently with a streak counter on it, is
This gets +1/+1 for one streak counter.
yeah. So it doesn't die to the accessory.
Right. That's important here.
Put a bounty counter there. Roger that. A bounty and a streak. I'll use this as bounty. That's cool. Yeah.
He's bountying and streaking.
Make this.
Okay.
Okay. Bounty counter again.
That's a lot of bounty counters.
Lots of bounty.
You only have 2 health, right?
A toilet paper warehouse full of bounty.
4 health.
That's
Or the
a lot
paper
of bounty.
towels. That should be paper towels. It's a lot of bounty, though.
And then +1 from Magnate. Okay.
So it's a 4 on its back end from Magnate plus the
Right.
speed counter.
Pass.
So 3/4 is pretty good. Double bountied.
Ian perfectly content just chilling here.
Yep. There's no reason to press the issue. You're in enough control.
Wow.
Wow. You reacted, Joseph.
Makes you wonder what he got there.
That's my question. It's like, what's the wow?
Will not resource.
Will not resource.
Definitely wants those cards.
Nope. No buffs. I'm at 15.
Interesting.
you're at 16.
And we're just still serving breakfast with our contender here. Okay.
Here's the New York City. There it is.
Now we're gonna try to go.
I will draw a card.
How many one-cost clash cards does he have? That's the question.
Yeah, that is the question.
2 flying, super speed.
How much damage can we do?
Those are words that I like. Just alpha cards. Okay. Got the words I really like. Yep.
So these Lins are
So
rogues.
Those
They don't get
Lins
the
are
buffs.
those Lins are on the ground.
Right.
Just take 6. 10.
Turns out flying gets over speed bumps.
Weird,
That
but
bomb
yes.
ability. I'll pay 2 for mean streaks newfound powers. On enter, gets 2
So 2 streak counters.
Uh-huh.
and he gets +1 attack for each streak counter on it. Gets +1 defense for the Magnate. +2 from New York City. So currently he is a 4/3
Yep. Coming in for 4.
flyer. 4/3 flyer. Swing for 4.
Try and go over the top
So
here.
trying to get over the top, but like
I will pass.
this is a Clashground out of Ian is
Right.
probably great. Is this gonna
Yeah, a little bit in
Turn
the
this.
danger zone.
All right. So
Have to
also
come
a
up with a
Coggin
solution
is
here.
very good here.
That is also pretty good.
you get
Notably, Kagan is also an alpha.
Notably, Kagan has 7 power.
I don't know what that means.
It's not been defeated. Sent to oblivion.
We had the same issue
Yep,
earlier.
it is the same thing. Sent
Yep.
to oblivion, not defeated.
Very important distinction.
Not the same thing.
Fair.
So that's a 13
well,
on board, and plus the target list is game over, correct?
suffer flyer.
That's a lot of damage.
Well, I mean, from my math, 2, 4, 6 plus 7 is 13, plus 2 is 15, and
3 health.
I won't fact check you, but I believe you.
that's Joseph's life total. You did go to Iowa public school.
Indeed.
So did I. I guess I'm just angry myself too. It's fine. Let's see if Ian sees the line here. He might not understand the New York City interaction. If not, missing lethal is something that happens in every card game, I guess.
A flyer.
But
He would be a flyer. He would be a flyer.
Doing some math.
Yeah, I don't
Checking
even
the oblivion.
yeah, always do. Do your due diligence.
Okay. I will come at your face for 2.
Ian knows he's on a clock. He's
Mm-hmm.
going to try and start pushing here.
Well, again, if he sees it, he just knows it's over. And 2.
Number 2.
No way to get rid of that New York City.
I'm at 11.
Yep, we're at 11,
Another 2.
and we're at 9,
No response. I'm at 9.
Yep.
and then 7.
Big number.
Then I'll pass.
Oops.
Card with a bounty has left place. I'm going to trigger this 3 times.
Sure.
Let's get a bunch of little dudes.
Let's get some dudes.
It's not left play.
Your oblivion? Is our oblivion?
Now it's our oblivion.
I'm just going to take all of it.
Look at my face. I am captain now. We're going to go and...
Can we get
call
a
it judge.
judge?
Okay, got a judge call over here. I think it's the question on the bounty counters
Yeah, that makes
and
sense.
how they all trigger.
So what's important here
wanna make
is
sure I
if Ian starts stealing Joseph's alphas, those are also
It's not
buffed with flight.
Bounty.
They are giant flyers, yes.
It makes them great blockers here.
Let me read. Yeah, read whatever you need to read.
Lin is when it's defeated.
Yep. This should be, if one or more.
Yeah,
Okay, perfect. All right, we're
showing off the power of Lin here.
Take the life counter as well. Yeah, you're down to 9.
Oh, thank you.
It's defeated, not sent to oblivion.
Correct. Yep.
Got it.
So we aren't
that
getting anything
there
back
is
here.
no trigger.
Again,
for the bounty
important
counters.
distinction.
Again, important distinction. So now I'm interested again.
Right.
Because,
We're not as firmly in the driver's seat anymore.
well, again, this is if Joseph has enough to just lethal.
Yeah.
We both take 1.
This is the reason that Ian left his Kagan up.
But he missed the fact that he just had him dead.
Flight. And he obstructs.
Did he? Oh, the contender, sure.
Because
Yeah.
because of the 2 off of the target list just
That
sending
too,
it
that
at.
too, yeah.
Yep. Which,
Attack 4.
painful. But the 0 cost clash buffs existed, that would definitely not be the case.
They do
But
not.
They do not. So they're not there anymore.
After that, better.
Ian goes to 1. So now the
Very
question
close
is, do
game.
we have 2 clash cards in our hand? That's all it really takes.
Lone fighter.
Okay.
He does not get the buff. So he's just flight 6-2.
Just a flight.
Just
6-2.
6-4 flight.
6-4.
But now you have an obstructing.
Right.
Now you have an obstructing Kagan.
Great offer.
Yes, I would like to offer a trade.
Yes.
We did.
And so it's considering here, staying back does you no good. He has to block with this Kagan.
Run the math. Do I die?
You got it.
Yep. The answer is yes.
The answer is yes. Do the math. Do I die? Could have died last turn.
Right. That's all right.
But he draws a smaller clash card there. He actually ends the game. So Ian takes game 1. Now sideboard time.
Yeah.
This is going to be very, very odd. So if you're Joseph, I don't think you can change your plan. However, you do have T-Bone the Vindictive, another Apex Swift Fighter, and Magnet Gamma Charged.
It looks like he's only swapping in like one card. He
Right,
just
I
wants to
don't-
be low to the ground. He just wants
I
to
think
kill
that
Ian as
that's it.
fast as possible.
Right. I think that's all you do.
Yep.
If you're Ian, I think you play Amazon Rainforest just so you can
Yep.
have a 1-drop that gets rid of New York City
Correct.
on those turns.
Yeah. Rainforest is perfect at doing that.
Mayhem Maker is also very good here. So I think we do that. So
I don't
probably
think the decks actually changed that much. Honestly.
no. I think it's like a one here and a 2 there.
Yeah.
Honestly.
both decks are trying to do their game plan.
Yep, they're just trying to be pretty quick about it, and I feel like they're going to, I mean, do the thing. Did you do your thing? No. Did you do your thing? Yes. Okay. Well, great. Ian's playing a lot more tricks in his deck, and so we'll get to see a little bit of that. But let's find out as they shuffle up for game 2.
Still plenty of time in the match.
Still plenty of time. Best part about playing aggressive decks.
It's true.
You always have time to win the game.
Yeah. You got a snack, go to the bathroom. Everybody else is still grinding away.
Yeah, I
Couldn't be
mean,
me, but you know, it's
some people
players.
just eat their ham sandwiches during the rounds.
Yeah, true.
But this one should go pretty quick, I'm going to guess. Obviously, Joseph's going to take the play here. No reason not to.
Yep. That first resource is incredibly strong.
All right, come on. Keep 8. Keep 8. Keep 8. Snap, keep 8. That's all I want to see one time.
You choose the mulligan first, so I'll wait.
Oh, I thought he was about to keep it.
I did too.
Nah.
Dang. I'm going to get it one of these times. Ship 8 then.
Joseph here is just looking for low-cost Clash cards. And
Yeah,
New
he's
York
he's
cities.
looking to stay low to the ground and
Start
get into New York
bashing.
City. Yep.
I actually will put all back.
Oh,
We're shipping 8.
we did
We're
get all
doing it.
back.
We're marking that one off.
Knock that one off the bingo card.
We're off the card. Oh, and I think that Ian kept all
Oh, did
8.
he keep all? Got both in one,
We
baby.
did it in one match.
Wow.
I feel really good about this now.
Yeah.
I'm so excited.
You have to be scared as Joseph. It's like, man, Ian kept his whole hand.
You got to be absolutely
He's got the
mortified.
nuts.
Yep.
Did I cut? Did it?
That is not what you want to hear from your opponent is, I'll just keep. I know I can pitch any of these cards for free, but nah, we're just going to keep them. I mean, at some point in time, is this a flex, right?
A little bit.
A little bit. Okay. It's assert dominance. Keep 8 cards. And he put Ian on the play?
Maybe.
Interesting.
Interesting. Why? I'm very curious.
All the players like to build their decks to try and play from going second, so maybe that's the plan here.
Yeah, I mean, possibly. It's just something I haven't seen.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. It's not very common.
So what are you looking for different?
Good question. Start swinging already, get that first damage.
Well, I mean, when you're a 30 versus a 25,
Oh, absolutely.
there's really no reason
Yeah.
not to. I mean, yeah, Machina could just send accessories at you, and
You have to work a little more for it, though.
yeah, right. You could close the gap a bit, but whatever.
How much did you mulligan back? 0.
Zero. Absolutely
Right,
zero.
none. That number.
Joseph's like, wait a minute.
I have concerns. You resourced a blue. You can't play a green. So, yeah, pass.
All right. Interesting.
And mulligan 0, I mulligan 8.
Oh, yeah, that must have been a bad hand.
There it is. I'm mulligan 0. You
Yeah.
mulligan 8. So
That should dictate where this game is likely going to go.
you would think. Yep, just
We'll
eat
have to
that.
see. Yeah, just
Go
launch
ahead
it.
and take 2 and draw.
I'm
Ship
at
it.
27. Draw a card. Yep.
Nothing has made me more excited than seeing the keep 8, pitch 8 in
Yeah,
one
yeah.
game.
A Haven.
Did not expect that already.
We got an open portal, ramp haven. Okay, I see why Ian
he's
kept
got
this hand.
everything.
He's got
He's
everything.
ready.
This is the easiest. I'm like, yeah, okay, sure. We're gonna
Snap keep.
we're-
Let's go.
Yeah, we're gonna even resource this possible. It's like whatever.
Don't need it.
Do not need.
Ready?
This is absolute. Yeah, okay. I get it now. Sure. I was hoping to see a whistler there, though.
I'm just waiting to see the actual Avenging guy.
He is.
Make
in
him
the
do
deck.
something.
Yeah, avenging guy doing something.
I don't know what, but it's something.
Yeah.
I mean,
Gone already.
LARP's a hell of a drug.
I will resource this Shattering Blow.
Clash buff.
Clash buff in the resource zone. Ouch.
And is
Yeah,
that?
I'll obstruct. That's cool.
Yeah. What's the rest of this hand here?
I will
I see another shattering blow, so that's part of
Okay.
it.
activate the portal on enter.
Let's shut that door right now.
Yeah, shut the door.
Deck extender for 1. 1.
Mainly because you have a guy that, if you play it and make you discard a card.
Yeah, the Pestilence, yeah.
Agile Striker. 1.
Going streaking.
Start swinging.
Make him start sending.
I'll pass.
It's a little bit of a door open thing. I think that was a pretty heady turn, actually, by Joseph to wait till he threw an accessory, then play to the board a bit with not a lot threatening.
Right.
I would have potentially been a little reticent just seeing that Pestilence in the resource zone because it very much so. But closing the portal also just puts Ian at a disadvantage playing it.
It does, it does. I imagine what Joseph's probably thinking here is you don't want to give Machina, like you said, a way to just launch the accessories at my Clash cards. I want to be able to actually deal damage. So he's going to use his life total as a resource here.
Yeah, and that makes a ton of sense. Yep, he did bring in Mayhem Maker. That makes sense. There are some in his main, but I'm guessing the other one came from the sideboard too.
Most likely, especially seeing all these 1/1 Clash cards.
Yeah.
Which makes me wonder what he's got in hand, because that's a very good card to play here.
It really is. Now, they're 1/2s, technically.
That's true, that's true.
Haven.
Definitely not as good, but...
Yeah, Haven Plus is enough.
Or Avenging Guy.
Oh.
Yeah, we did it.
He's doing something.
He's doing something.
You can't tell. I'm so happy right now.
Yeah.
We're all happy right now.
go.
Switch your deck for a weapon. Go get
There's
it.
the Whistler.
Shuffle your deck. Now it's a tutor to a Whistler to yeet at something.
Yeah.
Avenging Guy did something.
Yeah, it's he forgot how to use his bow. He's just going to start throwing it.
Yeah.
Just hit him with the bow. That works, right?
It's a little bit of a bow stroke. Yeah, seems good.
Actually, after you do shuffle effect. But there you go.
It looks like he...
Very creative synergy here.
Looks like he passed it off.
You will.
I mean, again, driver's seat.
Yeah.
No real need.
Chill.
Make him play in New York City early. That way, if he does play in New York City early and you have your Clashground behind it, he has Embarcadero Street and Amazon's probably.
Sure. How about that?
So he's able to just fight it down. We'll see.
So in Joseph's position, how much are you trying to develop the board here?
I'm not.
Yeah.
Until I'm on a New York City turn, I'm not.
Another Clash
another
buff.
Clash buff in there. Oof. Don't like that.
That's the one that can kill accessories, too.
Yeah.
Magnate's playing Whistler.
Interesting.
One way to do it.
That does work.
And you can play another thing. I would play to the board now.
Yeah.
I would definitely just say, okay, now I can play another 1-drop and
Show me
not
an
attack.
accessory.
And not attack.
Down.
Little dudes.
I pass.
And just stick back, and that's fine. Sonoro is Lin Nana Assassin we have at home as a 2/2 in this deck for 1.
Yeah.
With 0 abilities. But definitely is in this deck, on the Alpha Strike turn, no pun intended, it's probably your best 1-drop.
Yeah.
Until then,
on Joseph's side, he might be thinking like maybe he doesn't have maybe Ian doesn't have an accessory here. But looking at his deck list, there's a
very
pile of them.
unlikely.
There's another one right there. We got the
and
target
the
list.
target list with a bounty.
Put the bounty on the 2/1.
Sure.
Yeah, put the bounty on Sonora. All right.
This little guy.
This little guy has a bounty on him. And then now we open the portal. And this
Very cheap way to open or close the portal.
And
Do
also
some
an
damage.
accessory.
Yeah.
Chuck this here. Yep.
Turns out it's not just a Pestilence card.
Yep, trigger target list.
So on paper, a lot of what Ian is doing might not make sense because they don't quite synergize together. But the contender being able to throw any accessory.
And then we got another Whistler.
Yeah.
Now we get to hook up Whistler.
He's doing something.
He is doing something. Avenging Guy is doing something.
Attack for 5.
And that something is 5 with a Whistler trigger.
He can.
He's doing more than something. That's a lot.
It's a lot.
I'll obstruct with Magnate. Sure.
Sure.
Sorry. Any buffs?
Nope.
Sounds great. Get him out of here.
Anything else? Hester?
Yeah, we're good here.
Ready?
I think we're fine.
Draw.
At this point in time, if you're Joseph, you have to be going, huh,
Neat.
well,
Awestruck.
I'm still, I guess, ahead in life. But
Doesn't matter,
does
though.
it matter?
Going to.
He's going to have to come back with something to develop a board here.
Yeah, there's no real options. He's got to do something. So he's just going to
Committing the New York City.
Yeah, the flying one.
I think he needs a card more than anything
Yeah.
else.
That makes sense.
Swing for 3 3.
So just put in for 3
Yep. Taking 3.
in the air.
Yeah, Ian's just like, you got it.
Yep. And I think that if he has a 1-drop, he can slam a 1-drop behind it.
Cunning Planner.
Do it again.
Right.
With a trigger defeat on it for drawing a card. So get a 3/2 flyer, just another 3.
Yep.
I would have to imagine with that snap keep that Ian has a Rainforest in hand. So we're going to be replacing this New York City on this turn.
Even if he doesn't, he's in such a great position.
He is, in reality. I do think
16 life, notably, is not 15.
16 is notably not 15. Definitely something.
Don't have Machina's second ability yet.
No. And that's Machina's second ability is quite powerful here because you're going to start making your Clash cards bigger. And that is important. And we're just going to play Kagan.
And yeah, that's pretty good.
Yeah,
That's pretty good.
Who's this one? Sure.
I'm going to play a 7 power. So now I have
Interesting it didn't pick the Cunning Planner, because like we
one
talked
short
about
on this
before,
Swing
Oblivion,
5, make
extend to Oblivion and Defeat are two different things.
From a contender.
Yeah, I'm swinging 5 at your contender, choosing him. Gotcha. All right, I guess it's 5. He's
Yeah, it's
one.
From the 21.
Taking some damage.
taking a lot of damage.
6 at your contender.
Not 6.
It's more than that.
Right?
That's not 6. That's 7.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, got it correct. Good.
It's a lot.
Yeah, getting punished for playing that New York City.
I don't know about punished.
It's very
curious at what
symmetrical right
Joseph-
here, though.
What Joseph's hand is.
Right. I mean,
I am-
sometimes that's your only option.
I'm a little weirded out, or it's a little strange to me that Ian decided to not throw that target list at the Magnate to get it off the board. I mean, yeah, it's a card draw involved, but
Right.
here if you just went 100% wide,
I think he's just saving it. He doesn't mind that planner there.
no. I mean, before 1-drops ends the game.
Right.
And you've got to recognize that.
And you know for a fact Ian's not playing any Clash buffs.
Dang Whistler.
No.
No red cards in the deck.
You.
Right. Which is a thing, right?
yeah.
Like that's something that we haven't.
Believe it
ever
or not,
come
that is an option.
across. You can do that.
There.
Now, back in the day, that was something you could do.
No response.
No response. Draw.
Looking for that extra card.
Yep. Trying to get wide enough.
16 life.
Do some quick math. Do I have 16 in my hand?
Put down T-Bone.
Baby bone.
Is a 4-2
Full guy.
So the 4/2 flyer.
contender for 4.
It's a medium guy.
Stop flying.
Do we have 3 more of those? The Alpha Strike turn. Do we have it?
Okay, another
Another
baby
one.
bone.
Do we have more?
You with flight.
Start swinging. Is it enough? Two
Is
more
it
cards.
enough?
I will.
Uh-oh. Thinking.
That's a cunning planner.
Get rid of Whistler.
Okay.
Sorry. Sure.
So don't have a pile of Clash cards, unfortunately.
Uh-huh. Getting rid of Whistler is good business, though.
1.
So either has something in hand. I think he probably has a cunning, magnet, probably a magnet cunning planner. is
Yep,
what it
looks like a cunning planner.
Which-
Which decide what to attack, if at all.
Right. I
is the
think you
question
have
here.
to attack with it.
Magnet Cunning Planner. I'll pass.
Okay.
Well, the problem is it's tough. So like, you have the accessory from the Machina that can throw face, but now Machina has to throw it at the cunning planner.
Or you just play another Kagan.
Or you do that. That'll
Yeah,
work.
that
too.
also works,
I
too.
hear that works.
I
yeah.
guess if you just play another Kagan. We forgot
Who's early
that
on.
was an
Classic,
option
classic.
to
Yeah.
just play another Kagan.
Kagan's always an option.
Kagan is always an option. Kagan good.
Unless you have 3 green pips, as it turns out, but that's a different story.
Yeah. That's
Toxic.
Huh.
Kagan, man.
But
GG, man.
close game. In specifically, like I think there he was drawing to, obviously trying to draw to a board state where he could just one shot,
Right.
and was close.
Couldn't quite build up the big enough board, though, unfortunately.
It was
So.
close. So good play out of there. Obviously the Ian's list with Machina Machina, no red cards at
Yeah,
all.
yeah.
So no clash buffs.
Yeah.
Is very interesting.
Very different for sure.
Yep. Just a lot of the accessories to just start throwing.
I have a feeling we'll start seeing more of that this weekend, though.
Yeah, we will. Dagan, did you get anything as good as a supernova?
Let me take a look here.
This is shiny.
I'll shortcut it for you.
Yeah,
I
that's
absolutely did not.
But this is great though. We just saw that one on camera doing work.
This is a Lynn's
that's
Battlescape.
Lynn's Battlescape.
It's not targetless. Not quite as good. It looks very good foil though. I don't know if you can see it here.
Yeah, that's great. That's beautiful.
Looks great. But
all right.
Yeah, you got me beat this time.
I do, but probably not the next time. So we're gonna take a break, and don't know how long, but we'll be back soon, probably before the end of this round, just to have a quick conversation with potentially Ridge, CEO of Alpha Clash. So give us a few minutes. Let me see if we can take him up, and we will be back shortly.
All right, so today we are here with Ridge, Kylie, CEO of Alpha Clash. How are you feeling about the weekend?
I'm feeling good right now.
Yeah.
The competition is pretty diverse.
Yeah.
And it's been fun to watch.
Right.
Kind of browsing around and just seeing what people are running, and there's a lot of spicy stuff out there. So
There's a lot, yeah.
It's fun to see. Yeah, even like the representation of Warcry was more than I just thought out the gate. Krung was a little less. Pestilence was about what I expected in Ling, and but just seeing even like Magante Awaken from set 1, Mean Streak boosted. Pestilence, expected that. We got Machina being represented. Torque, not as heavy as set 2.
Right, yeah, exactly.
So,
those changes have helped a lot.
I think there's a Ling.
Right.
So, pretty cool.
Yeah. So have you been feeling like the energy of the convention? Like you've been behind a booth a lot today. What's the general opinion of the game so far from just everybody going by?
Anytime we get the game in front of someone, they really enjoy it. Whether they walk away with product or without, if they play it, They love Alpha Clash, and so the energy has been really high. We've been super slammed pretty much the whole time. Lunch is always a little bit light because everyone gets out of the convention hall. But in general, I mean, we are having a good time in the convention hall, and then the energy here seems to be pretty cool too.
Oh yeah. People are loving this game so far. So what are you expecting the top decks to be this weekend from this event?
Man, that's a tough question.
Yeah.
Machina seems to be performing well so far. I believe Pestilence is doing well. Warcry is doing well. I was surprised with the absence of even like Moxie or Conquest, just because there's a few more tools. But what do I think's gonna win? Man, that's a tough question. I don't know.
It is.
Maybe once we see the top 8, maybe I can make a better guess.
Okay, gotcha. We have a bunch of packs here. If you want to try opening a pack here, see who's luckier. Logan definitely got me last time. He got that Supernova.
Okay, so pack battle.
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
let's do it.
Awesome.
Yeah, so you talked about Machina, how it was doing well. We noticed from that last round, he wasn't even playing red at all. Does that surprise you?
Yes. Okay, so as soon as I saw the deck listing being played, I saw there was no red, and I thought, there's a Machina without shrapnel.
Yeah.
That doesn't... I haven't seen this before.
Does not compute.
Yeah, it doesn't compute. So a lot of people were running red-blue ramp, right? But to see green-blue, no red, absence of red, very surprising and performing well so far.
Do you think the changes to the Clash buff maybe influenced that a little bit?
Yeah, I do. I think that the Clash buff influence definitely affected it, and the third set Clash buff Heat of Battle is a great option.
Yeah.
Is it? No, they're not even running it.
Exactly.
So, there's
Don't even need
no
them.
Clash buff.
No Clash buffs.
Man, it's pretty incredible.
Yeah. Okay, let's get into the packs here. You want to show off yours first? What you got?
Sorry.
Yeah.
All right. So we got Zhao Li, the chauffeur. Is that Gur? Is it Savage Aggressor? Yes, Gur, Savage Aggressor. Lord Krung.
Yeah.
Perilous Leader. I was like, man. Another Zhao Li. Lending a Hand. Weber. Keen-Eyed, yes. We should be getting to the uncommons here in just a second. Should be Guardian Idol. Sonoro, Spin Master.
Oh, you want to talk about the artwork on these?
Oh, heck yeah. So, specifically, like Sonoro, the 16-piece.
The whole thing,
if you haven't seen the cards that kind of go into this collage, there's a 16-piece collage for, in set 3, and the 16 pieces create one large picture. And Sonoro is one of them, Clarity, Mean Streak, Magnate, Flare. I might be able to name them all off the top of my head, but it'd be close. Swarm of Monsters, Ling, Clarity. I think I already said Clarity.
Yeah.
Warcry, Machina, Lin. I'm close. Apex. I'm very close. Within like a few.
If you haven't seen it, it's very cool, though.
It's a really cool collage, and what it is it takes the Battle of New York City from the book, and it pretty much does like an interpretation of that in one big scene.
Yeah, it's a gigantic piece.
Yeah.
Very
cool. You see the Discarded fighting a bunch of different people. You see Moxie and Magnate fighting.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of really cool things. And like Machina is fighting against someone like against Lin. That's kind of across the collage. But that piece actually took the full 3 months for that art team to complete.
Wow.
So that was impressive. Cool. And there wasn't many changes to get that one done. So it was pretty cool to do that. So we got Ancient Power right here. Yes, that's right. Promo card from Level Up and Radiant Fallout. So I got an uncommon foil.
That's a great foil.
And then I got non-foil Shadowforge Talisman, which I love this card, honestly. No
Very
Clash
cool.
buffs, which apparently if you're playing against the Machina,
you don't even need
them. So quick resource.
So let's see what I got here. We got Death, Envoy of the End. Death is one of the coolest looking characters in my opinion. It's so cool.
I love Death.
Yeah, very sweet design. Shadowlight, Finding Equilibrium. Also a very cool character.
Cool.
Streak Shield. Diabolical Plan. Evil Expedition.
I like that one.
Yeah.
It's just kind of funny.
Likes reading the newspaper.
And then he's on the newspaper.
Right. Flare, the contender, also very cool new contender. Ancient Power, same as before. I don't even know how to pronounce this.
Embarcadero.
Yes, perfect.
Embarcadero Street.
That street.
Yes. And so if you've read the book online that are watching, you know San Francisco, the Battle of San Francisco, Embarcadero Street. It's Haven just collecting stuff in her backpack. It's
throwing
really
the
cool.
entire sign in her backpack.
Yeah,
saving it for later.
I love that.
Yeah. Sonoro Spin Master again. This one's foil though, so got that going for me at least.
Is Sonoro a rare?
Uncommon.
Oh, he's an uncommon.
Yeah. But yeah, same
we
one.
both hit uncommon foils on that.
And then we got Krug, Guardian of the Gateway.
I love Trug.
Very good card.
Kind of that lazy guardian.
Right. He's yawning in the artwork.
Yeah. That was sorry about that. Trug is just a great character.
Yeah, for sure.
A little comedic relief. He's almost like a more useful Paul. Paul the Waiter.
Yeah.
But for the discarded.
Yeah, that makes sense. Is Sonoro ever going to be a contender? Someone in the chat's asking.
Oh, I tell you what. Anything in the world of Alpha Clash can be a contender. So, any alpha, anything like that, we are from set to set. We want to keep diversifying and adding to the card pool. And because it's an eternal game, we want to support each archetype that you've seen that we've created. So people have seen Sonoro, and he has a certain play type. When we make something, I mean, that has a purpose.
Right.
So we want to continue to support that, and you see it set over set. So Sonoro as a contender, it's definitely on the table.
Yeah, it's like we saw in set 1, right? You had a couple discarded in there, like a little hint. And then later now we have Krung and just the entire army of discarded.
Oh, my gosh. So
there's so many more cards now.
Yeah, if anyone doesn't know, the discarded were supposed to be in set 1. The problem was we couldn't really fit everything that we wanted to because you couldn't have like 2 black contenders, but then the rest don't have that.
Yeah.
And so we actually had to move Harbingers and discarded next. But then we realized, well, discarded don't really fit in the second set either because we need death and the Harbingers and it needs to be thematic.
Yeah.
And so we literally, it was one of the first archetypes I made, and we pushed it all the way to the third set.
Yeah.
So
it's one of the more mechanically unique archetypes. It's very cool.
That, and I had the ambush idea came from Brady. If anyone knows Brady. And it came from him, I mean, before we even finished the first set.
Wow. Okay.
So I'm talking like 3 years ago at least.
Yeah.
And so we've been sitting on that for a while, and we've been excited.
Cool. Yeah. Great. That'll be it for now. Thank you, Ridge, for talking with me here. We're going to go on another short break before the next round, and we'll see you all later.
See you guys.
All right, hey everybody. Just a quick update. There's about 4 games still in progress, and yes, we are about 20 minutes past the round end, but there's some pretty control-y decks still playing, and they are in their game 3 with extra turns. So it's taking quite a bit of time. I would expect another 10 minutes or so before we get to see our next match. So it is what it is right now. But it's interesting because a lot of the big-name players that I would have expected to see at the top tables are already on their way down. Michael Hamilton has dropped a game. Nick Murphy has dropped a game. We saw Ian Schaefer had dropped a game. Some of the Alpha Clash names that I should know, they're branded up in Alpha Clash, so I imagine they're well-known players, are also on like that second row of tables. So it should be pretty spicy as we get further into the day. Remember, there's only 5 rounds of Swiss, so we will be starting round 4 next. And then, depending on the time, we're either going to do the top 16 today or tomorrow, because the top 16 is untimed. So figure 2 more rounds at least, right? And let's budget like an hour and a half for each, let's be real. It probably puts us at ending the day around 4:30 Eastern, or maybe we're Central. I don't even know what we are. Pretty sure we're Eastern. And the hall closes at 1 a.m. So depending on what the judge says, we might push through with the top 16, which would then be 4 more untimed rounds, because that would put us probably at ending the day at around 9 p.m. or so, which, if you all have played in any kind of like Flesh and Blood Battle Hardened, that's early. So we'll see. It's a different tournament organizer though. I'm here along for the ride. So hopefully we get round 4 started soon. Just waiting on a couple things. So break music again.
Welcome back to Clashground Columbus. Again, Logan, Dagan. And we're going to give you a quick metagame breakdown here. We have a lot of different things going on. So
look how diverse it is.
Yeah, we got some diversity here, and that's pretty sweet. So the bottom here where you see these 4.2s, those are going to be your one-ofs. So we have a Death, a Lin, a Lord Krung, and the Magnate that we just saw last round.
Right.
But if you look at the top percentages, even at the top percentages, nothing is dominant.
Nothing, yeah. I know a lot of people were very concerned with Torque. Maybe it's overpowered. Look, there's a lot of contenders out there.
Yeah,
you can play a lot of different decks.
Yeah, and then we're looking at having a Chao Ling and Warcry both at the top. So those are contenders from Unrivaled.
Yeah.
And brand new. So people are already building around that. Same with Lin Rogue Agent, by the way.
Right.
But when you look at this type of meta breakdown, this is true diversity. This is what we want to see, right?
Exactly, yeah. Plenty of different options, plenty of different play styles. You can play plenty of different decks and still do well. Notably, this is the first big major event since Level Up from Vegas.
Yes.
And since then, we have one new set and zero-cost Clash buffs gone, and the non-Clash damage changed. So, massive shakeup.
So you're tooting your horn.
A little bit, sure.
You can do it. Do it.
Toot toot.
There it is. Okay, he tooted his own horn a little bit there because he had a lot of input into those changes.
Yeah.
But I love seeing this. This makes me very happy because, especially from like the casting side and from the viewing side, we get to like present the game in its full glory.
100%.
Really. We get to see everything that it can bring, and the strategies all are different, and we're going to see that in round 4. Because in round 4 we have Michael Hamilton on Machina, Savage Striker, against his arch enemy and podcast partner Roger Bodie.
Yeah, here they know each other.
Here they do know each other quite well. On Clarity, and this is not your father's Clarity.
No, it's not. Now, I always love saying these Clarity decks. They're always completely different. Clarity is one of those contenders where you can really just throw anything in there and it'll function. So like here, what we got with what Roger's playing here is it looks like a red-white list. What do you think the key cards will be here?
I mean, the key cards here are going to be obviously Triumphant Revitalization, Deliverance, because what we've seen with the cow,
right?
And then we're also like War Strifebringer in this type of list because it's just a kill all the things list. I think is phenomenal.
Yep. Okay, it looks like we're going to get ready into the match here pretty soon.
Yeah, we're just going to get started up. Looks like we got a thumbs up. And we're good to go. This is our 3-0 matchup, so 2 undefeated players looking to just punch their ticket. Pretty well punched already, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely a good start for sure.
And it looks like we have Roger on the play. Just quick resource and pass. Yep, Michael throwing down the
little scrap. Did he choose to not open the portal? Is that what I'm seeing here?
That is what I'm seeing. That portal is closed.
Interesting. I imagine they know their deck list pretty well, what they're playing against here, so I'm sure there's a plan.
So the clarity ability went top bottom. Clarity is such a just clarity good stuff is clarity good stuff for a reason, and that reason is that first ability.
She may not give you more cards, but she gives you exactly what you need.
Yep, the ability to filter is so key here. And then if you get low, you just get to do the thing every turn.
You see a lot of Clarity players intentionally go down to 10 so they can just get more cards.
Yeah, and more we're seeing a lot of times the Clarity players going down to 10. And then purposefully and then using the Clash buff, Triumphant Revitalization offensively to go back above 10.
Yeah.
And just kind of play that game for as long as they can. It's
new Clash buff helps a ton in that game plan.
Yeah. So here we get a ramp. Michael's just looking to develop. Looks like he's well on his way, and he might as well serve in for one. It's free.
Little poke.
Doesn't hurt anybody. Roger sees a Deliverance on top. He's already resourced one, knowing that that's not the plan here. So I'm pretty sure he's going to bottom the Deliverance and go ahead and draw. Now, if you're Roger here, you have a lot of different things you can be doing. This kind of looks like it's more leaning into, hey, we don't want to be the aggro deck. We don't want to succumb to Lin's doing the thing against us. So let's play a little more conservative, play a little more clean. We're going to play a Victory Peak.
Yep. It looks like a very reactive play style from Roger here.
Yeah, we're going to play, and part of this is interesting because playing the Victory Peak, knowing that Michael really only has 2 Clashgrounds in his deck.
Yeah.
And in his main deck. So playing this Victory Peak is probably going to be a little bit sticky unless he happens to have a Rainforest in hand.
Right.
So Roger's going to be like, okay, let's just stick behind this. And if you can get rid of it, you can get rid of it. But I have 40 or 2.
Yeah. It's very good because even if he does play the Rainforest, Roger can activate the Victory Peak and prevent the next non-clash damage. So that could be like
counterplay. Yeah.
That could be Machina's accessory damage.
Yep, we're just going to prevent the damage here and take 1. It looks like with 4 cards in hand.
This is going to be blocking a lot of incoming damage.
Yeah, this is a grindy matchup. This is not aggressive.
Yeah.
Take 1. Sounds great. And looks like we're just going to ship it back. Michael's playing a game plan where I think he's probably going to hold accessories. More so, especially with that Victory Peak in play now.
Yeah, he's probably just going to keep that extra reach towards the end of the game.
That Victory Peak is already responsible for preventing 3 damage.
Yeah. Already got its value.
Yep, it's already in Value Town, and it only is going to get better if Michael can't deal with it. So Roger, obviously, this is the Clarity play pattern, by the way, where you kind of have to take a look, deep breath, understand where you're going, and know where your pitch stack, for lack of a better term, is, and kind of go from there. So we got top. We found what we wanted. And this reads like a war is coming.
Yeah. He's not going to be tooting that horn right now. I just have to put it in his resource, though.
But this looks like it's... No, we're going to torque? Okay.
Little baby torque.
Little baby torque to ping myself. Don't draw a card because we're not torque diabolical.
Turns out it's still good enough to play anyway.
Correct. And then another torque.
Yep.
These torques famously do not die to Machina's ability.
And don't have that same haircut.
And they do not have the bowl cut. That
No
is
bowl
correct.
cut.
They went to a proper barber.
Indeed.
And so bowl cut torque is not in play. Instead, we have reasonable looking torque, just busting out of prison.
Fresh torque.
Fresh torque. That's a perfect name for him. So fresh torque in play. This is where Roger's got to be a little bit concerned, thinking, okay, this has got to be a boom turn. There's the rainforest. Clear the peak. We're going to go ahead and prevent the next non-clash damage as a counterplay. Smart, heady move by Roger, knowing that that's something that turns off Machina's ability coming to your dome, and then also coming at those two torques, it doesn't do anything.
Yep.
So he's going to come in for, looks like 5. Roger, I don't think Roger wants any obstruct here.
No, I think he's perfectly taking some damage here.
5 is okay. But we are going to triumph on revitalization, so basically take 1.
And then you take 4.
Again, these new white clash buffs are so good, especially in these clarity decks, because you just get to navigate your own life total as much as you want to.
Yeah.
Very, very reasonable. And then -3 a torque, attack in, just take another 3. Didn't even hesitate.
Yeah, Michael here just keeping the board clear.
Yeah, that's ideally what has to happen. I think Roger's going to be content if he has Here Comes the Boom in play, which is what he's signaling.
Right.
To just clear this board and get it over with.
Yeah, you don't play 2 of the fresh torques for nothing.
Right. And torque fresh. Although, and obviously playing 1 was not to behoove here. So he's going to get 2 triggers here. He's going to get the Clarity trigger, and then he's going to get the Rainforest trigger. So he's going to top, draw them both, and then discard a card.
This lets Clarity see so many more cards throughout the game.
Yeah, having the Rainforest in play for Clarity is actually quite good. You do run into potential decking problems.
It can happen
because of how many cards you do see and how much you go through. But this is definitely not something where Roger's like, oh no, there's a Rainforest in play. He's very fine with this Rainforest right now.
I mean, I saw one game yesterday that ended with 3 cards in deck and 5 cards in deck on their opponent's side because of the Rainforest. So you can really dig through your deck with that card.
You sure can. You can get a long ways through a deck with an Amazon Rainforest. So currently we're looking at resource. Roger with a discard of a Haven. And we're gonna resource a Victory Peak.
Yeah, Clarity doesn't mind the Rainforest being there. So
there's the boom that we figured was coming.
Drop a nuke.
Yep, drop a nuke. Go ahead and regrow an accessory from Haven. We have our 6 power torque. We're just gonna come in for 6. We're just gonna get in there for 1, trading some life.
Roger getting a little aggressive here.
A little aggressive. I'm pretty sure that this is a good turn for Pestilence to shrink down this torque with a little bit of a maybe a Ling behind it.
Now Roger opting to keep 1 white open, at least bluffing that he has the clash buff, whether he does or not.
Roger is a historic bluffer.
Yeah.
For anybody that doesn't know, he is the type that wants to soul read his opponent and try to find a way to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. The jaws of defeat are Michael Hamilton's. So
pretty big jaws.
Yeah, they're pretty big jaws. Michael's going to say, okay, fine. Avenging Guy's going to do something. We're going to get Whistler.
Again. Yeah.
We're going to hook up a Whistler. We're going to come at that torque. Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yep, there we go.
Okay.
Whistler down the torque. Come at Clarity. We're doing lots of work over here. Avenging Guy is doing something.
He's doing a lot of
He's
things.
doing a lot of things.
Or, sorry, game 3, then take 4. Down to 16.
There we go. We played the Return from Revitalization. Prevent the damage. This is now kind of happy fun times for Roger with Avenging Guy. There's the Lin.
Okay. Put a bounty counter here, you mill 1.
So you got a bounty counter. Come into it.
Yep.
Get the bounty counter off of it.
Our Oblivion.
Yeah.
Can I see your discard?
Yeah, please. Can I see this? Yeah, it looks great. It's like, these are your targets. Oh, those are all pretty good,
Some neat
actually.
torques. Be a real shame if I played them.
Yeah, be a real shame if I blanked your Here Comes the Booms. Yeah, we're just going to do that.
Yoink.
Sounds great. Hey, he finally is playing a red card in his Machina deck.
Whoa, that's
Yeah,
crazy.
we finally did it. Go ahead and
That's
move
rare.
on here. These board switches, these board swings with Lin are so crazed. Like, we see them, and it's like, okay, they've got a good board position. And then their opponent does. It's very, very swingy. But Lin good. What are you going to do?
That's what's great about a game like Alpha Clash is the back and forth.
Yeah, absolutely. The tension of combat is basically what the game is built on.
Yeah.
And in this case, we're getting to see it. And there's a guy that's named Avenging Guy doing something that is doing something. So what do we think here?
Open the portal.
Play a Haven draw card? Oh, no, opening the portal.
Interesting.
To and destroy.
Yes.
Getting both modes of that card there.
There's a reason that we're opening the portal.
Alternative strike coming in.
Alternative strike, getting both modes. Get that and get that. Perfect. If the portal is open, you may choose both. That looks like Fisto from He-Man. I don't know. That's actually a He-Man character. I'm not making that up. It's a big silver.
I believe you.
Yeah.
Before my time.
Well, before your time. I knew an old joke was coming eventually.
Yeah.
So he's going to go ahead and close the portal. It seems like a reasonable thing to do. And think through this a little bit. We have Avenging Guy is going to just be able to attack for 3. Roger left a red open, so not much to see there. We get a Pestilence.
Okay.
We're going to crack in for 4. No, 3.
3. Yep,
Just
he's
3.
drawing a card here. Yeah, Pestilence, Devious Servant. So strong.
So strong.
Being able to draw cards, come in for a ton of damage.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
Yep, and if you have 7 or more cards in your hand, ready another target Clash card you control. So
Yeah, you don't see that one that often, but it is there.
When you do, Pestilence goes a long ways whenever you find it.
You paid 2 for it?
Yeah.
Having a war over this portal here.
A little bit. And so you open the portal. Well, the portal was still open, I believe, is the thing here. And then play a scrap.
Launch it.
Scrap. Yep, might as well. Get some extra points, draw a card. Alternatively, you could have just chucked it to the Torque. It doesn't actually matter. And then just going to pass it up. All right.
Okay, Roger's going to have to dig for some way to come back here against this board.
Well, Michael with the heady play there, just didn't want to drop Roger to 10.
Yeah.
And
very smart.
Because, like, dropping, you're in control of the game here. Dropping Roger to 10 makes it a lot easier for him to turn the corner and start coming back on.
Yeah, that's often how Clarity decks win, is by just drowning you in a card advantage.
Yeah, get to that 10 life threshold, and then just you draw so many cards. You see so many cards. You'll find anything you need. If the out exists, you're going to locate it. Pace of the game is incredible right now, by the way. Both players just kind of know what they want, and playing at a brisk pace for 2 decks that are, I would call them not aggressive.
Roger here for seeing every possible outcome, finding the one that makes him win.
He's trying to see the matrix,
yeah.
And we're gonna find out if he's any good at it. I think it's Deliverance. Here Comes the Boom is out, but oof, that card in the resource zone doesn't feel good.
It's rough for sure.
Well, you better have something.
Oh,
he
we're
has
slamming
something. Yeah.
Machina.
Okay.
I'll attack here, deal 6 there.
Yeah.
Let's clear the board.
Here, deal 6 there. It's not clear, but it's real good.
Yeah. Unstoppable force.
He sure is. Yep, he's going to speed bump the Torque. Sounds good. That Pestilence is definitely...
Roger dropping himself down to 10.
So he can go ahead and get that second ability off.
Smart.
Now that the board is clear, and Michael did not have a trick to really do much to it, you're not in hard lethal range ideally. There is the Kagan possibility that you always have to keep in mind.
Yeah,
but
for sure.
the other side of this is that you really can't play around it right now.
Correct. Yeah. In a situation you're put in like this, you definitely want to play to win and not play
to
not
lose.
to lose.
You're just so lucky you found your rainforest. It's almost like you mulligan.
Roger just waiting.
Yeah, Roger's waiting. Oh, yeah, eventually
got it?
doing something again. It's not a Kagan. So that is
Yeah, he's
picking him
scooping it
up.
up.
He understands it's 3++. With the throw of the weapon, good enough.
Yeah.
So we're going to go into sideboards here. Again, brisk pace here.
Plenty of time.
Roger can do some fun stuff here because Roger is playing Supernova.
Yeah, Supernova.
in his sideboard.
Crazy.
So we get Supernova and Veil of Convergence. So Supernova is 7 cost. You need to make Nova tokens to do it, but that's what he has a couple of Flare Nova Radiators in the list for.
Yeah, interesting.
And the ability to, once you get to the 7 Nova tokens and 7 resource ability, you get
Drop
to,
a real nuke.
Yeah, you get to pick 2 of these. You get to draw 2 cards, then pick 2 of these. You can deal 7 damage to target contender. You can send all Clash cards to Oblivion. You can send all accessories to Oblivion. You can send all Clashgrounds to Oblivion. And if you do that, players may not play Clashgrounds for the rest of the game.
Which is huge.
It's a wall of text that swings the game in a heartbeat. And that's where I think Roger is like, okay, maybe this is the Supernova game plan. Maybe this is the time that we go in and we just do the thing. In which case, he'll be bringing in the Supernovas along with the Flare Nova Radiators. Kind of hard to think that he wouldn't be bringing in the alternate strike as well.
Yeah, the problem with the Nova Radiator, this is the 1/1, right?
Yep.
So, like, Machina is going to be able to easily just shoot it down, so you won't be able to sit on it and gain advantage from it, unfortunately.
No, but you will be able to make the tokens necessary for the Supernova.
Sure.
And that's kind of the important part, I think, for what he's trying to pull off. So we're going to see, I think the Warhorns probably are going to come out. But we'll see. With Michael, I think Michael just brings in rainforests.
Yeah, that makes sense. You want to be able to clear those victory peaks.
Yep, and maybe you bring in Magnate Lone Fighter so that you have, after the board clear, you get to slam an 8/8.
Some bigger threats.
Yep, so the Here Comes the Booms are not as lethal as you just get to pay 6 for a giant threat that then cannot get Here Comes Boomed if it's the only one on the field for you.
Definitely looks like they're still thinking on their sideboard plans. I got a lot to think about here.
They do. I don't think we're going to see another keep 8 and pitch 8, though, sadly.
Right.
I mean, I guess it's greedy of me to want that.
We already had it once. That was more than I expected, so.
Yeah, I guess I'm greedy for wanting that. Maybe I just
that tracks.
say it's fine.
That tracks.
Yeah, come on now. It's not like I'm always greedy. It's just most of the time. So they're getting shuffled up here. We think that this is a matchup that obviously Roger's going to want to start on the play here, just try to get to the resource spot, especially with Havens in the deck.
Yeah.
So you can just keep going on the card draw and get to what you need. Victory Peak is probably going to be, again, super important, which makes me think that's why Michael really wants Rainforest here, just to make sure.
100%, for sure. You don't want that to stick, or he'll just get way too much value over the course of the game.
Which
and
is
Clarity wants to go for the long game.
Which is odd, because most of the time in the Clarity pile type of decks, on the opposite end, you would take out your Rainforests.
Yeah,
because
that's true.
You don't want them.
Generally speaking, Clarity didn't really care about Clashgrounds that much before.
No, sure didn't. Getting back into the game here, looks like we do have some pitches. And I think Michael already.
We're still sideboarding?
Looks like it. Michael's shuffling up. Roger's making decisions.
Michael's ready to go.
Yeah, he wants to just he wants to annihilate his podcast partner once and for all. Just assert dominance and prove who the better of the Manor cast are.
He is playing an alpha.
He is playing an alpha into a rogue. That actually tracks.
It does.
It really does. Again, Roger's taking another quick look at his sideboard, making sure it's everything he wants. Got it in. Do a quick check.
It really matters with his Clarity decks because every card you might be able to see with her ability.
Yes, every card matters. What you do with your cards matter. There's a whole lot going on here. They'll have to make sure that portal's closed, though. I don't want to see that open yet.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not doing a thing. I don't know. That and red doing a thing. Portal does.
There we go.
Roger's, Roger's last ditch Machina, and Michael's like, yeah, okay, nice card.
I'm lucky.
Unlucky, sure.
That's bad story building, you know? Because where this is like round 2 of our fight. In our last fight, I opened the
You already
portal.
got beat up.
There's the portal frame. He wants to tilt their head sideways to try to read it, but it's
It does have text.
It does have text. It doesn't do much
You run away.
on its own. It's just that the portal is a construct that affects some Clash cards and other and non-Clash cards.
Yeah, unlike the Avenging guy, it's not inherently doing anything.
Correct. It does nothing. Yeah. It's not even trying.
No, not even an attempt.
No. All right, let's see what kind of mulligans we get here. Come on. Keep. Do it. Oh, that's not a keep. That was a weird look. And does Roger have it all? No, he does not. Oh, he's pitching 7, so he didn't have
almost
close
there.
to it all. He found one thing that he wanted. Michael's still making some decisions over here. The mulligan tension of a game of Alpha Clash.
It's a major decision. I mean, those
It
are the
really
cards
is.
they're going to have the rest of the game.
He said, "I'll keep."
All right,
He
there it is.
kept it again. Here we go.
That's scary.
That is always frightening.
The same deck keeping the whole hand. 2 matches in a row.
2 matches in a row. Just keep 8. That means that he has the stones.
Accessories, check. Clash cards I need, check. Resources,
Ramp
check.
Haven, great.
Check.
Let's
All right,
just
good to go.
Yeah. Everything we ever wanted. The other cards don't matter. All right, so yep.
There
we're
it
just
is.
gonna-
Okay.
Yep, we're
You
going to
just
do
put
it.
in, the Flare Supernova package then.
So that's Flare. That is Flare Nova Radiator once per turn. You may pay 2, create a Nova Relic. Draw a card.
Yeah.
He's getting rid of that.
Launch it. Get that out of here.
Yep. Which actually is kind of like probably this is also a spot where Roger could have played that just knowing full well that Michael would donate a card to it.
That's true. Yeah.
And
it is a good sponge for those accessories.
It is. It is. So let's get ready here with another. He looked at the top 2. One up bottom, one up top. And we're just going to attack.
Okay.
Okay.
Just going in.
Assert dominance.
From Roger's perspective, this makes a little bit of sense because we have the Clash buff that heals you, and you can't go over your starting life total. So you might as well get that value in while you can.
Yep. We're just going to stay face up. Cards out. This is Michael is almost 1,000% playing a Ramp Haven here with a Ramp Haven on the field.
Could be.
To the
called
shotgun.
it. There
to
it
the
is.
shotgun, no one. So he's got this is kind of everything that he wants right now, right? Ooh, okay.
No victory peak yet.
No victory peak yet, but
He does have 2 more Rainforests that probably came in from the sideboard, so with a total of 4, I'm sure he'll be able to see when we need
Yeah,
it.
most likely. He does draw a lot of cards.
Yeah.
Just Machina's ability plus everything else.
Right.
Draw a lot of cards.
I will.
So we're going to top bottom draw this card. Just casual every turn. All right. So we understand the booms.
Interesting. What is this? Is this
That is Veil of Convergence.
yeah.
That is.
Let's pull up the text on this one here.
Yeah, this is a little bit different. Opponents may play only 1 Clash card during their turn.
Yeah, so he really wants to slow the game down here.
Yep, he just is going pause. All right. I mean, that's a good one to play if you're going to play 1 a turn. But
Yeah. I mean, yeah. Play all your resources, play big dude, swing in for much damage.
Yep. So this Veil of Convergence definitely does hamper Michael's game plan, though.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it doesn't really develop Roger's board as much. This also affects him.
It does. It does. And he probably doesn't have a good way to get rid of it either, if he needs to. But if he's playing to the Supernova package, this gives time.
I mean, if he has to kill it that badly, there is the alternative strikes, but it's not a super efficient play.
Sure, it's not efficient to using your own cards to do
Right.
anything. So he's going to have to take a minute thinking about this, but
Going through every timeline in the multiverse here.
yeah, he's trying to pick the one where he wins this game.
Yep. Didn't quite get there last time.
No, he did not. Oh, putting a victory peak down there. That's a play of it. Okay, fine, whatever.
Yep, makes sense.
Victory peak, play victory peak.
Still have the one right Resource up for the Clash buff.
Yep. Just as Rich Kiley intended.
Feeling.
We're okay with this, honestly. Michael's staring at a hand of cards, going, "Well, I'd like to play more than one of these." Oh well. Now this is a weird spot for Michael because you just want to serve with this Pestilence right now.
Right.
And that's what you're going to do is draws a card. There's nothing to bounty counter here, so this is
okay.
Get a Whistler.
Yep. I mean, for one Clash card, it sure is doing something.
It's doing something. Avenging Guy is doing something.
We still don't know what.
We don't know what,
but
none of us have any clue. But it's something. But anything that tutors a weapon to your accessory zone with Machina is just worth doing. So
pretty good value for sure. I still don't know if this Avenging Guy actually knows how to use his bow yet. I haven't seen him.
He hasn't used it
almost at all.
I mean, most of the time it just gets thrown at somebody.
Yeah.
Okay, he's going to Convergence. Yep, this makes total sense. Victory Peak, Convergence, draw. So, sure, sounds great. Roger's really doing a good job of stalling this game out.
Yeah, it kind of plays straight into his game plan where Hamilton can slowly build up the board, but that's easily wiped with one Here Comes the Boom.
It's true. And then we're going to head, so what's Roger digging for now? I think it's probably War, right?
It is a very good card.
That's kind of your next get out of jail free card is probably wrong, but it's your next. Okay, slow the game down.
Start 2 for winning your opponent, claw back.
It's a little rough with the Haven because the sacrifice effect will allow Haven to bring back one of the accessories, or is it? How does that work here?
Which one?
So Haven Bountiful Collector has triggered defeat.
Correct.
And so with War, the second Horseman.
Yep.
On the ability that is it send to Oblivion, or is that a defeat?
You're talking about War's damage.
Sacrificing a Clash card, or
got it. Yeah. Yep. That would not be defeat. No.
Okay, so would not trigger on Haven Bountiful Collector. So War's pretty good here. Roger's very content to slow this game down. A boom here is just fine.
What's interesting about Roger's Clarity deck here is I don't see a single copy of the 1-cost White Haven that just draws a card.
Nope. We are not doing that. So we are going to blow up 2 things and then get something back.
I'll get back target list.
More bounty counters.
Right. And very important.
Avenging Guy now weaponless.
He doesn't use it anyway.
Yeah, same result, really.
Right. Everything's fine. Now, I think that... So, again, Michael's just content to say, okay, well, just keep chipping away at your life total, I guess.
Yep. For how much it looks like Hamilton's been in control this whole game, their life totals are very comparable.
They are. Again, wear mitigating so much damage.
Yeah.
Just with Victory Peak and Triumphant Revitalization, it's just like, okay, I guess I keep doing that.
Resourcing a Coggin.
That is a clear signal that there's a Coggin in my hand.
That, or he doesn't find that he'll get enough value out of it, considering Roger hasn't been playing that many Clash cards.
That is also possible.
Still a 5/5 with Flight, though. You're going to be doming for a lot of damage.
Yeah. It's interesting right now that in Roger's spot, he's not able to play a Radiator and activate it. He only has 2 red, and you need 3 red to play the Radiator and activate it. So if he's holding Nova Radiators, he's probably
There's the Rainforest.
There we go. Now we're getting rid of it.
Get rid of that Victory Peak.
And counterplay doesn't do anything. in this case.
Let's speed up the clock a little bit.
Yep, let's speed up the clock just a little bit.
Would you like to drop me to 10? Roger's thinking.
And Michael's making a decision here of like, do I want to drop him to 10? Yeah, let's drop him to 10.
Let's just get him.
And then we're still going to do more
Doing
things.
all the somethings.
So I guess we're dropping you to 7.
Then it's your turn.
Yeah, and then it's your turn. So this is like where Roger really just needs a Here Comes the Boom just to, level it out.
Doesn't look like Hamilton has too many cards in hand. So if the board does get wiped, it will hurt.
Roger said top. You're gonna hope he's hoping to catch him overextended.
Why?
Oh, you never played more than one Clash card. This is your only Clash card.
Yeah.
Oh, still following the rules here.
Yeah, we're still following the rules. Everything's
You
fine.
don't even present me to cut your deck.
I did. I put it right there.
Oh my.
These two are
Talking
just
trash.
these two are just a delight. Yep, there's a Here Comes the Boom.
Tactical boom.
What is tactical booming? The max value, no value. Here Comes the Boom. Tapping correctly.
Yep.
Oh, I forgot to activate my hero ability too. I'm just giving up on this game.
You can. We haven't gone to it. You said your turn, but all I did is untap. You can do it.
Thank you for making me feel better.
All right, Hamilton giving
Hamilton being the nice guy over here, saying, "Yeah, it's fine. Go ahead and deactivate your hero."
Nothing's really happened. You're all good.
Yeah, it's okay. I probably have another Pestilence in.
I'm gonna get you anyway. You do you.
Fine. That is what it seems like, especially with this Whistler in play. It's like, okay, you're at 5. Which I think Roger, it's pretty clear that Roger has a revitalization in hand.
Right.
Michael's pretty much in. We're still doing something. Guys, I want to still do something.
Definitely the main character of his own story here.
That's right. Are we going to fail to find?
I can only hold one weapon.
That's right.
Nope, we have another Whistler. Yes.
He has multiple bows.
But he can only hold one.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw and then attach it.
Hold on. Does this card do anything?
The Veil Convergence is not doing something.
Yeah,
Picking
that's
up the
Roger
cards.
just picking up his cards and
Yep.
saying,
He's
you
like,
know
"You got
what, there's nothing I can do about this."
And I resourced the first one, and then I drew another one.
So, like, a clean 2-0 from Michael
Yeah.
Hamilton in the Manor Cast fight for superiority, which
Avenging Guy really doing all the things.
Avenging Guy does all the things. He's so dreamy. I don't know.
Really the
like,
standout card of that game.
He really was the best card in that game. Was Avenging Guy doing something?
Yeah.
A generic, well, not generic, but a 4-cost 3/3.
Yeah.
Was not just an innocuous Clash card. It just came in and did work. That one went really fast.
It really did. We have so much time
We
left,
have
actually.
the most time, as a matter of fact.
Okay.
So, yeah, we're going to take a quick break. We're going to actually bring Michael Hamilton into the booth here and get in to talk to him about his deck a little bit. So hang tight. We'll be back in a few minutes. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to Clashground Columbus. I am here with 4-0 competitor and Manorcast Dream Crusher, Michael Hamilton. Michael, welcome.
Thank you.
Let's just jump right into this. So you came up with, or you and your team came up with a very innovative take on Machina Savage Striker. It's a red contender. How many red cards are you playing?
Does the contender count?
No.
0.
Okay. How many Clash buffs are you playing?
0.
Cool. Do you think, you're a card game guy, right? You obviously, people know you from Flesh and Blood. You've had success in other games as well. Does this feel wrong to you?
I wouldn't say it feels wrong. It actually felt really cool figuring out that Machina. I don't even know how to say it.
Either one. We know what it is. Machina.
Not Machina. I'm not going to say Machina.
Well, you just did, so
Again,
sorry.
Machina. Because I really like this blue-green shell of cards, like the Lins, and then all the green removal, all the Pestilences that kill things, and then, of course, Kagan as a top end. Blue is lacking a pretty strong top end, and it didn't fit that well with red because if you wanted to cap out with 6 mana Flare, you're just wiping your own board, and that didn't seem very good. So Kagan felt like the perfect top end for this blue deck.
Right.
And so I'm like, I want to play these blue-green cards. And I tried Lin, I tried Pestilence, I tried the new 25 health Magante, and none of them felt right. And then I'm like, what if we played Machina and we just could throw all these extra artifacts to kill things, and that helps trigger Lin more consistently? And it felt really good.
Yeah. I mean, we've watched it twice now, and it's looked really good twice now. So when you came to this, like, we've seen Avenging Guy do way more than Avenging Guy has ever done. It has been, it kind of feels like, because there's a lot of awesome, like, excellent cards, excellent rate in this deck. But it kind of has felt like Avenging Guy has just been this weird corner turn every time we've seen it, where it's like, yep, I get a body, I get an accessory, I get 2 extra damage, all for 4 resources. And it's like, at what point in time were you just like, you know what we need in this deck? We need Avenging Guy.
So actually, as soon as we switched to Machina, I was like, what are the green accessories we can play? And I saw Whistler. I'm like, it's time. This has to be good.
This is it. This is the 4 resource, 5 guaranteed damage time. And plus draw a card. Forgot that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes total sense. Now, of course, we're seeing Unrivaled make a giant impact already. We've seen a lot of things with Lin Nan and Assassin has been an MVP every time that it's hit the field.
Yep.
What from this set has really stood out to you so far?
I think Lin definitely. Target list also, just like, it's like the bread and butter with Lin. You play Lin, you get a trigger. The next turn you play target list, put a bounty counter or something else, you get another Lin trigger. It feels really strong. I think the Buffalo. I don't actually the Warcry Buffalo.
Warcry Faithful Protector.
Yeah, I've managed to dodge it all tournament, but I've been like looking around and just seeing people's dreams get crushed by this 3, however much defense it has, because it's like a 3/4 base, but then it's +1 if it's tapped, and then
Warcry gives it another plus. And if they have Grant Park out, it's another plus. It's most of the time a 3/7 cow.
Yeah,
yeah.
I was looking at our deck. I'm like, 7. That's so much damage.
What are we doing about 7?
At first I was like, it's just 5, so we can play the 4 mana Pestilence and chuck a thing at it, and that gets to 5. But
nope.
If it's past that, like, it's just Kagan or bust basically.
Correct. Which again, that's a good game plan. You are drawing quite a few cards. You can find your dragons and take care of the problem. But like when you're building these types of lists, what was your expectation coming into the tournament? What did you think that you had to play through?
I really didn't know what to expect, because after the Clash buffs got banned, I thought Torque wasn't, well, both the Clash buffs and the change to damage.
Damage change, yeah.
Where I think 6 mana Flare used to be one of the best cards in the game. Now it's still a good card, but it's not like the bomb A+ card it was before.
Yeah, it's more of that B+ tier
Yeah.
instead of that A+ tier.
So there's a lot of reason to move away from Torque, and once I started moving away from Torque, I'm like, what are people going to play? I don't know, because I didn't expect any other teams or any other players or teams to bring blue-green Machina.
No, you are it. So. And honestly, like we've seen a lot of diversity here. We have the 3 of you, I believe it was you and your 2 teammates that are on the blue-green Machina or something similar
Matt
to
and
it. Yep. And then we have 3 people on Warcry. So Warcry Buffalo, effectively. We still have 3 people on Torques. We still have, I mean, there's just a ton that is in the diverse, like it's very, very diverse. Whereas where when you're in Vegas, we saw just Torques.
Yeah, and then there was a sprinkle of Clarities mixed in with the Torques, and like you expected to play against mostly Torque, a couple Clarities, and then occasionally there would be another deck, like a Mean Streak made top 8, which was pretty cool. But
it's like, how does that sort of unpredictability, do you find that to be more exciting and enjoyable, or do you like having more predictability?
I think there's definitely advantages to both. With like more predictability, you're like, I can practice this matchup. I can practice these 2 or 3 matchups. If I find a deck that is good into all of these decks, then that's great. We've got a great spot and have a good game plan into all of them. You're just like in very good shape to do well in the tournament. I think with a more open field, it's kind of like more fun, maybe is the right word, where you're just like, I can just experiment with a bunch of different things, and whatever just feels the strongest. You're not like worried about any specific matchups because you don't know what people are going to bring. Right. So you just need something that like feels like intrinsically you're doing really powerful things, which is cool.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. So last question from me here. Would you bring, a week from now, you're playing in another event similar to this, would you bring the same list?
So if a week from now I was playing in another event, I would definitely test into the red-white Warcry control decks. Control mid-range, they're on the slower side of
their
mid-range
control.
maybe. Okay.
Like they're brick wall control.
Yeah. Okay. So I would definitely do some testing into them and maybe try to figure out some good sideboard cards that can answer the Buffalo a little bit more consistently. I don't know what the card would be. I'm not. It's got so much health.
Yeah. Deliverance is suddenly playable.
Yeah.
It kills it.
Deliverance is very good against it.
Yeah, it just eliminates it. Great.
For 3.
But yeah, thank you for taking some time and hanging out with us today. Good luck. Bust one of these packs.
Bust a pack?
Yeah, bust one of these packs. So far, I think the best hit is I hit a Supernova.
Okay. That's
which I was waiting for Roger to do this to you, and it never happened. He never gave him near enough time for that to happen.
Yeah. All right, how do I hold this?
Just towards the camera, it's fine. That'll work.
All right.
So, what do we got?
Okay. I like this Clash buff a lot.
It's really good.
This is part of why I tested so many blue contenders before I found Machina. I'm like, I want to play this Clash buff.
Yeah. And now you're playing none.
Now I'm playing none.
All right, what do we got there? So that's just a breaking point. Yeah, that's not great.
I thought it was the legendary for a second.
Yeah, it wasn't gold lettering. I'm still winning. I'm still winning with the Supernova. This is still the best one we've pulled so far. So I'll consider myself victorious. Michael, congratulations for your run so far, and I'm sure I'm going to cast more of your matches today. So have fun.
All right.
That's Michael Hamilton, folks. We'll be back with you here shortly with round 5, actually, of our Clashground event. Stick around. Hello and welcome back to Clashground Columbus. Logan, Dagan, we've been over this. Now, we are coming into round 5, so final round of Swiss here. We have a lot going on still. A lot of people are alive for top 16 for that playoff, which we will be doing today, it turns out, and trying to get through that as well. So you get to be stuck with us for another like 5 hours. Really good for you, really good for us. We're both in. So right now, we're going to throw it down to round 5. We have Ling versus Warcry.
And Ling's first appearance on coverage. I'm very curious to see what this deck looks like.
You're both serious and curious.
Both.
You're
both
really.
really.
Yeah. Why can't it be both? So yeah, we're gonna get these guys started up here, ready to go. Both 2-2, both still alive. A win here.
Oh, we got a spicy looking portal here.
Yeah, we got the different portal.
Yeah.
So a win here should put at least one of them in the top 16, guaranteed. So we're gonna start off here. Just it looks like Nick on the play with Warcry.
Haven. Yeah.
It's not a Christmas Haven though.
No
Santa Claus. I mean, that's better presents, right? If you play the Christmas Haven.
Yeah.
And then we're just gonna go ahead and we're gonna resource a Grant Park to play a Ling. So here we go.
Fair enough.
And moving on, so we got Demon Hunter here. Whenever this card becomes engaged, it has more than one weapon attached, it gets +1. So Ling's whole thing is weapon-based. So more weapons are better. Has a contender weapon that is absolutely fantastic. So we're going to go ahead and attack with this. Oh, we're using some Star Wars counters here. We're going to go ahead and attack with this Warcry and exhaust it. And
get some more card draw here.
Yeah, might as well, right? We're just going to obstruct.
Sure.
Yep. You take one, I'll take none.
I just now noticed the Ling sleeves here.
I mean, we're really sold on the whole. It's Moxie sleeves on a Ling deck. So it's Moxie we have at home and better Moxie.
Yeah. I mean,
so it's a lot of Moxie over here.
Yeah. There's been a lot of decks this weekend that are just, in a way, like reskinned Moxies. They're just trying to do it a little differently.
We have and there's and now we're going to get wide here.
All right.
Magnate, Cunning Planner, Warcry pushing through. We're just going to get wide over here and just like, okay, well, if this is the game you want to play, let's go.
Little baby Buffalo.
A little bit of black-white over here with a two Clashgrounds sitting in the resource pile. And then so we're going to have Moxie preparing for battle. We're going to draw a card here.
A lot of board buildup on both sides.
Yep, we're just
chilling.
Okay, let's get, if you want to go wide, I'll go wide too.
Yeah.
It's fine. Pacing on both is pretty extreme. So we got a little bit of a pause here. He thinks it through. With this being white-green, we're probably going to see some Pestilence out of this. It looks like we have one in the resource zone.
Very possible.
We're also probably going to see a Buffalo.
Oh, absolutely. You wouldn't play Warcry with those Buffalo.
Yeah, we're going to exhaust here, draw a card, come in for 2. As that Warcry's ability is if you exhaust it, trigger attack exhaust gets +1/+0. And then Warcry's hero contender ability, whenever you exhaust a card you control for the first time each turn, draw a card. So this is going to be kind of a back and forth you're going to see with the Clash card and the contender. Should let Nick draw a card every turn, extra card every turn if he balances it right, as long as they stay on the board.
That's exactly what you want to be doing when you're trying to draw towards that big Buffalo.
Yep, when you're trying to get Buffaloes, you just do that. And no, I am a firm believer that seeing the Grant Park in the resource zone and a Victory Peak up there makes me believe that we have a Buffalo in hand.
Yeah, Victory Peak is another one of those big standout cards from this weekend. Almost every white deck we've seen has been playing multiple copies.
Yeah, just because, I mean, like, what doesn't it do?
Right.
I mean, it's just, it kind of does all the things when it's preventing damage in Clash, when it's preventing non-Clash damage. It's just super versatile. It costed at 3. There's a Denver get rid of the Victory Peak.
A very cheap way to get rid of that Victory Peak.
Yep.
I'll
Draw 2, discard 1 here. All right, we're gonna put a Ling in the bin.
So is he a 1/2?
He is currently a 1/2.
Okay. Both players have a lot of rogues in their deck.
Yeah, so this is actually going to be
fairly symmetrical.
It's a good way to put it. So more Havens, man of your own heart over here.
Yeah.
I'll swing Moxie at him for 2.
Coming in for 2 with the Moxie. Easy obstruct here if you wanted it.
Yeah.
Either way.
I think no matter what, we're going to see that Warcry going to Oblivion here.
Yeah. You can obstruct. It's just going to, the next one's just going to take it. So, yep. We're just going to go ahead and toss it away. And then another 2.
Contender for 2.
Come in with the child.
Yeah. Child's hit for 2s in this case.
Okay.
We're going to obstruct with my Haven. And then we're going to buff my Haven. We are going all in at this point. Healing back up to full.
25.
And saving the Haven. I'm gonna, with Denver out, I get it.
And I'm swinging for 3, so we both die.
Swinging for 2.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Yep.
Oh, no,
there we go.
You're good.
Trade complete.
Trade complete. Trade accept.
Sorry.
No,
And then you got one more to swing with if you want it.
I'll swing for.
And we want it.
Makes sense. Get in for that damage.
Another 2. So good turn there from Bryan, just kind of pushing the pedal down a little bit, making Nick and giving the onus to Nick to counter with anything that he can do. So this is where the Pestilence really shines, though, because the portal's closed.
Yeah.
So Pestilence can get some value if you open it and then just play it.
We see he just put one in the resource zone there.
Yes, that is the 4-drop Pestilence. So you can, if he has one in hand, it's going to clean it up a little bit, so you'll be able to just -1 down and then attack the other one dead. See what he wants to do here. First, we're going to contender and exhaust, it looks like.
Get that card draw, maybe?
That card draw. That would make sense to sequence there because your opponent does not have any resources up, so he can't really stop it.
Exactly. No clash buffs here.
Nothing to see here. Denver is definitely going to be an interesting inclusion in this matchup as there's rogues everywhere on each side. However, the Warcry deck is also playing a ton of Harbingers.
You know what else is a rogue? The Buffalo.
The Buffalo's a rogue. No, Buffalo's an alpha.
Oh, it's an alpha.
Buffalo is an alpha.
My mistake.
Yep, Warcry Faithful Protector is an alpha.
Yeah.
So it does not get Denver buffs. It gets Grant Park buffs.
That's for the best. Yeah.
Yeah, which is for the worst. But because a 7 toughness on the Buffalo.
Oh, yeah.
Come on now. Let's be reasonable. So here, like I said, doing a little bit of a think. Like, what's the best way to navigate this? So we're going to go ahead and exhaust. Get that 1 damage. Get the card draw.
Take 1.
Take 1, take 1.
On a victory peak.
So now you have a chance to peek if you want to. Get rid of this Denver. Make things a little bit more probably palatable for you.
At the moment, Denver might not be too threatening, but all that damage coming in from the small 1-cost clash cards could be a lot over the course.
Or we have another one of these. We're just gonna mow him down, get your Haven, clear the board, keep it nice and squeaky clean. Yeah. So this Denver is still there. This Denver is still doing work, but if you can keep their board clear, it's not very threatening.
Right. Yeah. It turns out 2-power Havens still aren't enough to get through that 3/3 Pestilence there.
2 and 1.
But that is
Back.
So another card from the Clash kit.
Another Clash kit card. We get Weber holding ground, which gets an accessory back. We're going to just go back and get the accessory from your Oblivion to your accessory zone. We get the contender weapon. Connect that to Chao Ling here.
The first time I've seen a contender weapon all stream so
Dynasty
far.
Blade is
You'll take 2 here?
Dynasty Blade Weber has been something that people have talked about for a while now.
Yeah. I've seen a lot of chatter going into this event about black-white Chao Ling here.
Yes, and then Dynasty Blade on the contender. Also, you can engage this and turn a face-up card in the accessory zone face down, face up. And weapons to clash cards you control, you can engage it if you do regular clash cards. So you can just keep untapping your units. But in this case, Chao Ling is not interested in engaging to do anything other than damage.
What if we just attack?
Yeah. What if we just go sideways?
You're good.
It's like, tell me more. How do I sign up for that? So yeah, that Dynasty Blade is going to do some work. But we're going to see what Bryan has in store here.
Yes.
A Warcry still being engaged here.
Yes. Warcry still being engaged is actually very important to everything happening, because if it wasn't, then we would be in a much more untenable position with the entire game state. Drawing cards is incredible. So basically we're looking at like if you're Nick, like right now, your board is clear. You're dealing with a Dynasty Blade, which allows you to gain health, ready Clash cards.
It does it all, really.
It really does. It's +1/+1 would deal Clash damage to a Clash card, deals double instead. So, you're one power, but you're now 2 power, and you can clear 4 power. You can clear 4 toughness with this Dynasty Blade, which oddly enough, if you can actually do a lot of work to get around buffaloes with Dynasty Blades, if you can get one ping onto them at some point.
Having a contender weapon attached definitely makes it harder for Nick here to try and swing in with Warcry to just draw cards and trading only 1 damage, because now you're taking even more damage.
Yes. And so you have 1 defense, 2 power, you're taking 2 damage, you're not dealing damage.
No, you're doing nothing.
This Dynasty Blade might just be a lockup of this matchup, and honestly, unless Nick has a way to remove the weapon.
Now, white and green have a lot of cards that can destroy accessories.
They do. The key here is playing them.
Right.
So Victory Peak is a good way to mitigate some of the damage.
Slow the game down a little bit.
You're good. Yeah.
Right, but your problem also is going to still be, this is a 2/2. You can Victory Peak away the 2/2 and 1 of the damage otherwise. But the contender is still going to be in max value range at all points in time.
Interesting.
Sure.
The buff?
Okay.
Sure.
Got rid of it? Triumphant Revitalization is just we've seen it kind of be an all-star.
Yeah.
I mean, watching this,
Yeah.
it's like, it's the Clash buff we've seen the most of because we've seen more white contenders. And then famously,
If you're playing white, you're playing that card. It's
yes,
really that easy.
It's very, very good. So we're coming back to Bryan here, and we've got a contender. We've got the contender with a weapon. The contender weapon can come into the Haven, but it's going to get prevented.
Yeah, get the Victory Peak.
Yeah, Victory Peak is very good here. But if he has a Clash Crown to get rid of the Victory Peak, this gets sloppy. This is a Grant Park. Nope.
Okay, got some close combat action.
Yeah, look, Shao-Li, close combat. And then a Moxie, okay. Let's just let's set it up.
Both players trying to set up what their end game is going to be here.
So Victory Peak is probably going to eat this, is my guess.
I mean, no matter what, he's going to get through with a contender weapon. Otherwise,
Right.
I'm sure.
Yep.
So.
One way or another.
Counterattack.
Okay.
Yep, sure. Prevent.
Um,
So that's the 3. There's 2 to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and there's deal 4 to it. Sure.
Um,
I think this is just a pass situation. Leave up the Clash buff on the other end and just let it go.
Always a good safeguard.
Or, I guess get busy if you really want to. But I think this is I don't know if that's the right call here.
I'll pass to you.
It's 1
There we
damage,
go.
yeah.
Yep.
You definitely would prevent more by blocking.
And, well, you always want to block, though, so it's not really fair.
Sure.
But the revitalization here, leaving that up defensively means a lot more. Especially with your other Clash card sitting there. You really just want to be able to protect.
Hopefully he remembers to ready up that Victory Peak there.
Yeah, probably necessary to make sure that Victory Peak gets readied.
Here's the Buffalo.
And we're buffaloing.
Finally talking about the
there we
Buffalo
go.
in the room.
Yeah. Warcry Faithful Protector hits the board, and Weeze has Buffalo.
Attack your contender, target here. Draw
Yep.
card.
Sounds great. Draw a card. You're going to take 1. You're going to take 2.
Yeah.
So you'll take 1. Or you'll
Card's still worth that trade
1
for Nick here.
He has
from
a
Dynasty
2/1.
Blade. Do you want to take that back?
You drew the
mean,
card. There's
right,
no really
yeah.
taking it back now. Would you like to take that back? Don't think. I
Clearly
can.
forgetting about the contender buff there. But
Yep. You're just getting hit.
still getting a card. It's not a bad trade.
No, 2 life for a card is pretty fine.
Very reasonable.
Buffalo can try to get in, and that's a dangerous proposition. But right now, it would be a 3/5, 3/6, I believe.
Not yet. The
That's a
second
3/5,
ability
yeah.
is, yeah.
3/5, pretty good.
Yep, with the Victory Peak protection. So got a
Yep.
big buffer to get through.
Now, funny thing though is the Buffalo
I'll pass to you.
only target Clash card.
Yeah.
So the contender with the weapon on it
That's true.
still gets in there. And Buffalo protection does not work.
We're going to resource this. 2, 3,
There we go.
That's one way to get rid of it.
That's one way to get rid of a Buffalo is just Deliverance. So here we go. Just straight up send target Clash card to Oblivion. We grant Park away your victory peak. We're just going to go ahead and say counterplay.
Not only do you get rid of their Clash Ground, but then you also get a search for your own Clash card.
And it's probably...
Is he going to get a Buffalo as well?
Probably just a Spiritual Protector. Faithful Protector, yeah. It's there's no reason to just not Buffalo here, right?
We'll have to see what he's got. Okay.
We want to come over the top.
Get some flight action.
You're not tapped, right?
Oh, you're
Yeah, and I haven't attacked you with this yet. You are correct. This is going to snowball a little bit if Nick isn't careful. Another Buffalo goes a long ways.
Yeah, unfortunately, Nick, not being in red, does not have access to Grasp of War for that Lin, although it would still survive from the Grant Park, so it's going to be tough to deal with here. If you don't have a Deliverance.
Die.
Sure.
He'll take 4.
No, he does.
Yeah, take nothing. He dies.
I'll pass.
There we go. Let's get untapped here. Exhaust comes off. And draw one card. Now, Nick obviously just wants a Buffalo.
What's his follow-up? He's going to come back in the game here. He knows his opponent has a Lin in hand. Probably going to slam it on the next turn.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely, I think it's a read, right? Like, you're not automatically going to slam it. If there is a Faithful Protector on board, you save the Lin until you can get rid of the Protector. If Nick does not play a Protector, you just...
Well, even so, with Grant Park, you get the extra 2 defense, right?
Correct. And the Buffalo doesn't kill it.
Right.
But at the same time, it does nothing.
Right.
And doing nothing, not great.
Yeah, and with the Buffalo, it lasts the entire turn, too.
Yeah, into the next turn.
Yeah, next turn.
It's incredible. Card good. Coggin better, card good. Well, just because Coggin kills it, right? It's one of the clean answers to Faithful Protector. But we're sitting with a Grant Park and a Moxie. So the Moxie is not pumped by Grant Park, or is it? I can't remember if that one is Rogues.
It is not.
Okay,
That's an Alpha
Alphas.
Hunter.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's Alphas and Rogues, and that's an Alpha Hunter.
Nick's still thinking about his options.
He does have a Protector.
Old baby Buffalo.
Oh, baby Buffalo. He has a Protector in his Resource Zone, which...
Do you mind if I take that back?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, we'll take that back. Okay. How nice.
Not committing yet.
Non-committal. I think Bryan feels pretty confident here. Okay,
we're doing it anyway.
Yeah, we're doing it anyway. I feel like, yeah, just 2 exhaust, draw a card.
Makes sense to me.
I mean, and then heal some damage, get back over again. So you're getting, he is still going to die, I think.
Did I draw from that?
Because of the extra damage from Dynasty Blade.
It's an Alpha, so it does get the extra defense from the Grant Park.
Okay, so this one will live then. So it'll be a 4, it'll be a 5 taking 4, so yeah, this will still live then.
I feel like I did. So
And gain 3 life. We're at 24 now. How many buffs has Nick played? I think that's the second.
I think that's the second.
I'll leave it up to you whatever we want to go by.
So you would take 2 here?
So he'll take 4. It's double clash damage.
Yeah.
He will, yeah. I'm talking about your leader.
Oh, yeah. So I'll take 3. So I'll take 2. Or
you'll take 2.
Is he doing 4 total damage or 3 total damage?
3 total damage.
Okay, yeah. So I'll take 2.
Yep. Taking 1. And that shouldn't be dead. Unless my math is wrong. +1/+1 is 3. Then the Grant Park buff.
4 plus 1 from the buff, 5.
Yeah, but then double damage from the blade is only 4. So not sure. Buffalo.
Oh. You said pause?
I think so.
Is it right? No? Okay, I'll go check.
But we're going to get a Buffalo here.
We're going to pause for a second.
Pause for a second. See if we're right about that. About the toughness on the Warcry there. From my math, it says 5 with the revitalization plus Grant Park, and only taking 4 from Dynasty Blade, plus Chowling's abilities. But we're just going to get a clarification there. Again, we're playing with a lot of new cards.
Right.
Okay.
And that is...
So I attack with...
So yeah, in theory, the contender will have
So you have a +1 attack.
2 attack, and it's doubled, so 4.
He has Dynasty Blade equipped.
Yep.
We get to the buff step. I play Triumphant Revitalization.
Here we go.
5.
This also draws me a card. This gives it +1/+1. It takes double damage because of Dynasty Blade.
Okay.
So this is going to die.
Yeah.
It's dealing 3, 2/+1.
But there's an alpha with a Grant Park.
Grant
in play.
Park.
Take 2. Yeah.
So he takes 2 and this thing dies.
Because Dynasty Blade does double damage.
But
The Grant
no,
Park.
there's a Grant Park in play.
Hopefully they see it.
No, there's a Grant Park in play. There we
Okay,
go.
yep, we got it. Perfect.
5.
It would not die.
Does not die.
Okay.
There we go.
Because he has 5.
Yeah, things happen. There's a lot going on the board
Yes,
at all times.
and we're also
so.
dealing with new cards galore. So Triumph Revitalization, all in both those war cries, and Dynasty Blade are all, and Ling are all new cards.
Game
so,
involves here.
Oh, and Warcry. Okay. So we barely have any set 1 or 2 cards in here. We have a Grant Park and a Moxie, and everything else is new.
I just want to make sure he doesn't like
So no problem.
Okay.
Just want to make sure our board states are correct. That's all.
I will pass to you.
Then he slams a Buffalo because reasons, and then passes it up.
Thank you.
So now we're back to the whole I need a deliverance right now.
This.
We'll see if he draws it.
He might have been holding it. You never know.
Sure.
Oh, we're gonna try to play a Lin into this. That's not great.
A Buffalo still exists.
It does. So if you're doing this, you're doing it to be efficient.
Sidearm.
Oh, giving the Lin a gun. No?
So, like, do you take... Yeah, he's just going to Buffalo Exhaust.
Okay.
Sure.
Draw a card.
Doesn't kill it. Doesn't kill it.
Always forget about that.
That's
Because
does
it's
not
a
die.
rogue.
It's the Grant Park again.
The Grant Park again. It goes... Yeah, Grant Park's still in play.
A 3.
So...
Try and pause it again.
Try to pause it again. I'm pretty sure that's a rogue, correct? Yep. Grant Park. Yep, they figured it out.
Okay,
Lin is still alive. There we go. We're good.
2 defense.
Grant Park is throwing a ratchet into a lot of different things
is.
right now. So it has -5/-5.
Yep.
Till the next turn.
And now we're
Gonna ready it because of Ling's ability by
nice,
equipping.
nice.
So right now it is
It's a.
It's pretty small though.
This is until the end of my turn.
Yeah.
You got -5/-5.
Oh, that's until the end of your turn?
Yeah, that's
Right,
the end of your turn.
You are a 1/2.
So currently it is a 1/3. That is correct.
Little baby Lin.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be crazy. I'm going to forget about it every time.
Grant Park causing a lot of problems today.
Yeah, understandably so. It's kind of hard to forget over in the corner there.
Yeah, it just happens. It's happened. The static effects are difficult sometimes. And again, we're dealing with new stuff a lot. And while Grant Park isn't new, the interactions with the cards and the affiliations could be new. So it makes a lot of sense to kind of have that happen. So let's think this through really quick. If you're Nick,
Fourth green.
Fourth green, so that's Coggin.
Yeah.
And Coggin Buffalo is
It's a pretty good
probably
combo.
a good lock.
That Lin is very small right now, so won't be obstructing too much. There's the
And you
Coggin
just
though
blow it
anyway.
up, yeah. And then
Also has his defense
yeah,
buffed by Grant Park.
Coggin is a 5/7. And I would just serve if I was in Nick's court here. You're up 4 life. So, yep, 1 there.
Draw a card first.
Draw a card.
So I end up taking 2.
Yep, you're going to take 2 back, go to 22.
Still, again, a fair trade.
Mm-hmm, just fine. And then Coggin.
8 right now. Right.
It will be a 5. It will swing for 8. Swing here for 8.
Okay.
Yep, because
Swinging equal to defense.
equal to defense.
7.
Yeah, Grant Park.
Okay, so I'm at 30.
Yeah, Grant Park is currently making Coggin a monster.
Okay, I don't have any buff.
So you're at 13.
Bryan may be starting to regret giving them an extra damage there.
Yeah, he might be thinking this through, like, this is not how we drew it up. And then Haven's actually also attacks for
that's a
for
lot.
quite a bit. That's a big old Haven.
Keep up a blocker here.
Yeah, no reason not to, really. I mean, you could just try to get in and just really start making this an untenable board state. But Bryan's already behind on cards.
Behind on life.
Behind on life, behind on cards, behind on board. That Grant Park is now a liability because of Warcry's ability being
Everything's +3 right now.
excellent to let them deal defense, power equal to defense. So basically the setup over here on Nick's side of the board is really strong. Bryan's got to take a minute to think through this because...
He doesn't have an easy way to clear the board.
Right, and that's the issue. Is without an easy way to clear the board here, this especially when the board state involves Koggin and Spiritual Protector,
right?
There's not a lot you can do.
Yeah, even if he was playing red, Here Comes the Boom still wouldn't be enough.
No, because his own Grant Park is locking him out.
Maybe he can replace it with a Denver or something, but...
Oh, because
Yep, just obstructing with the Haven. And the Haven is now a 5 as a 5.
Yeah, suit up here.
Okay, so we're going to suit up binoculars. Oh, that is not what we want to see in a suit up.
It's unfortunate. Draw some cards.
Yeah, I think you got to start digging a little bit. I think this hole might be just a little much. We can pump up some blockers.
Digging for a solution.
This Koggin alone is a 2-turn clock. And as a 2-turn clock, that's going to be rough. So we're just going to come in for 2. You can buffalo
with binoculars.
Or for 1, with binoculars.
That's not what I wanted to.
That ain't it. Well, you can get binoculars.
It's not really going to help with this board state.
Nope. I'm pretty sure this board state is not how we draw it up. Moxie's going to go ahead and go to the bin. And
that's back there.
Looks like we need to pass it up.
Yeah. Okay.
And then giant board incoming.
Not looking great.
No. Buffalo is exhausted, but we are going to have several attacks here that are quite large. So we have 5, 6, 7 with 13 health. Another Koggin should probably end this unless there's a clash buff involved. So I think first you just kind of play you attack in with the Warcry, you exhaust it, you end up with another card in hand so you can kind of see what you're going to do. Then go from there. I think that's probably your best line.
I mean, at this point, if you're Nick, you're just trying to think of ways to just not throw the game back to him at this point.
Right. And so here, attack, exhaust, draw. It's the card draw that's really the important part here. That doesn't die. That's fine.
They won't die.
No
and
problem.
you look at your hand, and what do you got? And Warcry isn't exhausted right now. It's just engaged, so everything has bigger defense. And
I mean, Nick really does have a pile of options with 4 white and 4 green.
This could be anything.
You could just slam a Koggin again, choosing a Pestilence.
Or just a Pestilence.
I will swing for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage.
8 cards in hand, coming in for 8.
Okay.
Massive.
8's a lot. Go to 5.
And a buff.
Might as well buff it, make it.
Blow him up.
Yeah, let's just go ahead and end this destructive conflict. It's still 8. It's just...
How many cards are you at?
Oh, sorry, the draw is going to make it.
I mean, it's the same amount of
Still
cards.
8.
It's not neutral, yeah.
Because that adds after the. So how many more cards are you at before you?
Yeah.
I was at 8.
Okay, so
And
what?
he's a 9, 6.
So it's 9? Yeah.
Does he get something if you're above 7, right?
At the end of my turn.
Oh, okay.
I can restand a clash card at the end of my turn.
Yep.
We might actually get to see that ability used if he doesn't die.
Maybe. But, I mean, it's just attack with this Koggin, right?
Right, yeah.
Just, get in here. Pick them up.
Doing the math?
Again. I buffed here.
You can buff different targets. You can't buff the same target.
Do you want to buff again? Would you like to buff again? Would you like to buff again?
Double check, but I'm pretty.
I would not like to buff again. What do we have a
I'm
question?
wondering what the dispute is about. I think he said something about the clash buffs.
You can target.
He might think that he can...
Like maybe it's a once a turn thing, or...
Per target. Oh.
Yeah, so something...
Quick judge clarification here.
Yeah, I mean, that's important.
Didn't know that. Cool. Thank you.
Yeah, so Triumphant Revitalization is, again, showing itself to be an MVP here, along with Pestilence.
Yeah, all that damage over the course of the game from swinging in with the Warcry Contender completely mitigated by that clash buff.
Yeah, just one done.
Okay, so that's game.
Yep.
Yep, there we go.
Scoop
So
it
let's
up,
just crash
go to game
in, scoop
2.
them up, go to game 2. Interesting.
Yeah, dude.
So that looked like Bryan's game for quite a while.
It did.
And then Nick was like, I have all these.
Yeah.
Starting with Faithful Protector.
Unfortunately, the suit up not having a great target, only bringing in the binoculars.
Yeah. But like I said, starting with Faithful Protector, though. Like, that's
yeah.
I don't think I'm ever gonna
that turned the game as soon as it hit the field. The second one did. The Deliverance for the first one.
That plus Grant Park, massive.
Yeah, massive. We've hit that cycle. We talked about that earlier. We've hit that cycle where we went in set 1, Grant Park was fantastic.
Yeah.
In set 2, Grant Park, pretty much unplayable.
Fine. Yeah, not really that playable, though.
Coming back to set 3, Grant Park.
Back to being really good.
Back to being awesome. So, yeah, it's just, it's a testament to how like these games how the different sets can swing these games.
Yeah.
So we get both players taking a look here at what they have. I don't think neither of them are just resting on their laurels here. They're going to go in and throw in something.
Yeah.
God, can we get another keep 8? I want another keep 8. No mulligan, keep 8.
Yeah.
We've seen it twice.
Nick here with potentially some more accessory removal coming in after seeing some accessories played on Bryan's
Seeing
side.
Dynasty Blade for sure
Yeah.
is probably going to get some accessory removal brought in.
Maybe the 5-cost Magnate that blows up an accessory on enter.
That would
Maybe
definitely
a
work.
Magnate's Plan, Ancient Protection.
Yeah. Yep, all of these would
Plenty
work.
of options.
And Magnate the Tyrant probably being the preferred one, right? That's the one that blows what.
Yep.
Yeah.
Especially with Grant Park. Now it has 5 defense, too.
Yeah, it's a big old guy. Now, I do wonder in this case if Bryan is going to consider taking out his Grant.
I think that would be a very reasonable option here. Yeah.
I mean, the tutor is.
It almost helps
ability
Nick
is
more than
strong,
him.
But yeah, it's really benefiting Nick more. But that also means that you're conceding and leaving Nick with his Denver's on, or like with Denver stays on the field and everything else happens too. So it's almost like you want to take all your Clashgrounds out. Except for you just need to have the 1 drops to blow up Victory Peak.
Yeah.
And
You probably still keep the Denvers.
Yeah, and otherwise you just don't at all play the Grant Parks.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, big benefit. So looks like Bryan's going to be on the play.
Still have a reasonable amount of time for the match here.
I think so, yeah. I think we're good here. Shuffle up and deal. We got 25 minutes.
Yep.
So it was the long game one. But
Yeah, Bryan on Ling is going to have to, like, play very fast to get
Yeah.
through 2 more wins to win this match.
he definitely is going to be the person that has... I mean, they are 25 health contenders.
They are.
So there's parity there at least.
But with both players playing Triumphant Revitalization.
Yeah, it does draw the game out quite heavily.
It's really a lot more life than that, exactly.
Yeah, everybody's playing, 37 health at this point? If they see all of them?
To an extent.
Just don't resource them, that's all.
Yeah.
How hard can it be? I do love the Moxie sleeves as like the in disguise. Let's see what we get from mulligans here.
Makes me wonder how many of the big accessories he plays.
You would think with suit ups they would be pretty.
It would have to
pretty
be.
heavy.
It would have to be. Yeah. Maybe some heavy power armor.
Oh, come on, Nick. You don't want to keep all of them. It looks so good. Just keep it all.
Couple victory peaks in there, I see.
I see clearly. Keep it all.
And the Buffalo. What more do you want? You're good.
You're set. Stonks.
Maybe a little low on green, but.
I think you just kept.
Shuffling in some.
You have a Sonoro in your hand. That's a keep. That's an 8-ball keep
all right, there it is.
again. Man, that bingo card is just that. We're stamping that space.
Oh, you destroyed that box.
That's wonderful.
Worries me slightly, but you know.
Man, exactly how he said it. Yeah, he kept 8.
That's scary.
That's scary. Well, here's the hoping.
I'm in danger.
Yeah, he's in Ralph Wiggum space. He's like, oh, I'm in danger.
Ready?
All right, so start it up here.
Go.
Lots of 1-drops. I see a Deliverance. He kept a Deliverance, which makes total sense.
Yep. Gotta kill that Buffalo somehow.
Yep, that's one of the only clean answers, especially in a white-black deck. Like your clean answers are basically Deliverance.
For Moxie.
Yep. Draw that card. Get going.
Dig for
Makes
some more
sense.
power cards.
Yep. When you're doing that, you're just telling your opponent, I have a victory peak.
Yeah.
Which again, if you're in let's say you're in Nick's shoes here, you play you resource that victory peak, and your thought process has to be, there's no way he kept his Grand Parks in.
True.
So he's got less ways to get rid of these victory peaks.
True.
So resourcing one with another one in hand, fine.
Makes sense.
Doesn't matter.
Perfect resource.
I think that if you're Nick here, you just I don't think you attack. I think you just sit back on this. You've already drawn one card.
Yep.
And so, okay, just do it on cycle. Nope. We've decided to choose
Let's come in
violence.
for some damage.
I mean, I don't hate choosing violence. Draw it up. Now this is one where we'll get to tell real fast how greedy it was to attack with that.
Right.
I don't know how much he has. I can
see a Denver or anything, maybe?
A Denver would do it.
Yeah, another Clash card.
Yep. This is the Ling that loves having weapons attached to it.
Passing. Interesting.
So we're trying to stay face up here. And
even the black up can't play a buff, so
no.
Must not be drawing when he needs here.
Yeah, this while it's a board board state looks like it favors Bryan to a degree.
Right.
It doesn't when
Nick's perfectly happy seeing that.
Yeah, if he's resourcing that Pestilence, it's
drawing a card off the baby buffalo.
Yep, might as well. So we've exhausted the buffalo. We're drawing a card off of it. Coming in for 2 due to the pump from the baby buffalo. And
all right, another card from the Clash kit we haven't seen yet so far.
Right. This is we're seeing so many of these things. Can't read that one, so I don't actually remember the name of it.
It's okay, we'll find it here.
We'll get it located. But first, we're going to play a Haven and draw cards.
Yeah.
That one we know what it does.
For sure.
But it's almost like we're a Clash kit over here that we just shoved green into.
I mean, in a way, that just is a testament to how strong that Clash kit is.
Yeah, it's a great Clash kit. I mean, for $25, you get most of this deck.
Yeah. Plus another one.
And actually kind of most of that deck, too.
In a way, yeah. I mean, there's some Clash kit cards in that one, too.
Clash kit good is what I'm getting.
Yeah.
So pass it up. And I think it's Guardian Defense is what that one is called, if I remember right. But
yep, Guardian's Defense. Yeah. One of the cards from the Clash kit.
It's +1/+1.
It prevents other Clash cards from attacking. It's very strong.
Yep.
Perfect for the Warcry
deck. Only
deck.
be attached to Warcries.
Yep.
That is important. Does play really well into the Clash kit, though. So here, like I said, Nick can just take his time a little bit and kind of determine what he wants to do. This doesn't look like he's in the driver's seat, but if you're in Nick's spot, you have to feel really good.
Yep, nothing's really going on the board so far.
Nope.
A little chip damage here and there.
Sure, play Haven. I'm most likely going to just serve with Contender and exhaust it. Might as well.
Drawing a card every turn, pretty good.
Drawing a card every turn is really good. This lets you continually cycle through the deck. Let's see what he wants to do here. I mean, he can do that with pretty much impunity since the Bryan is tapped out on white yet again.
Okay.
Attack, exhausts. We're just going to obstruct this time to deal the one back. Okay.
Yep. Nick's fine with this. Accept your trade.
Yeah.
Draw a card.
No worries.
Blow up your Moxie.
Draw a card, blow up your Moxie. Get rid of one of your speed bumps.
So you gain.
A buff anyway.
Buff anyway. Might as well.
Back up to full.
And it just dies even longer.
Yeah. It's fine. Might be setting it up just so we can play the Pestilence, even though the portal's closed, and do the thing and be fine with it.
Maybe.
Free real estate. We're just attacking the Chowling for some reason. Oh, he's exhausted. Right. So we're dealing 2 to it. Dealing power equal to defense. Play a Magnate Cunning Planner.
Another Obstructor here.
Yeah, just another blocker. And pass it over. Yeah, these board states keep just changing rapidly over the course. It looks like
for a lot of cards being played, there's not a whole lot going on, honestly.
Yeah, it looks like Bryan's in sort of a go big hand, but is getting just pretty much run down by.
Oh, there it is. The contender weapon's back.
That helps. The Dynasty Blade is back.
Dynasty Blade.
Just has to slam it down and hope for the best, really, because if Nick happens to have accessory removal.
Yeah, that's big. We'll see if he's playing any of the Magnate's plan.
He just decides to go, nope, I'm not going to take that damage. We're just going to lose this one. Remove the exhaust. And Bryan's going, please don't have an answer. I don't know. I don't like if Nick has an answer to that blade right now.
There's a second green.
Put that down.
There's no real great reason to shut it all down with Warcry here. You would just want to draw a card.
Might as well swing a little bit.
Yep, draw a card, get rid of your Haven, clear the board.
Yep.
That weapon is still an issue, but he might be digging for the answer right now. You never know. I mean, I guess that's a good question. How scared?
Yeah, let's just play Buffalo.
Let's just play a Buffalo. How scared of that Dynasty Blade are you if you're in Nick's position?
Not much right now.
At this point, I don't think you're too terrified.
Yeah.
Mainly because you have the Buffalo.
Yeah, when you're sitting on the Faithful Protector, it's hard to be scared of about anything, to be honest.
Yeah, it really is. And it's, especially with your Warcry coming online next turn to engage, to exhaust, to make it so this Buffalo is attacking for 6, that's pretty good.
I imagine the next turn we'll see his accessory equipped to it as well.
I would assume so, yeah. That would just allow for another piece of it.
I'm going to pay 3 deliverance on.
There it is.
Or Bison Burger. And then get the weapon equipped, and this should go into the Warcry on the field. Okay. Yep, there we go. We're going to obstruct with our Haven. We want our draw engine to be alive. And this is the interesting part, because we saw this last game where Nick was just super content to say, yeah, I'll take 2 and draw a card every other turn still. Yeah. That's fine.
Yeah. Still at full health, too.
Yeah, right. And it's just like, okay. This is a game that he is very content to play.
Now we'll see how much he cares about the Dynasty Blade.
Yeah, we're about to find out if that Dynasty Blade actually matters to him or not. I don't know. Again, Nick could be...
Yep, there it is.
There it is.
Magnate the Tyrant.
Yep, bye-bye Dynasty Blade. And that's not even a matter necessarily caring about Dynasty Blade. That's just playing a 5-3.
Yeah, it's just a good, efficient card. You blow up an accessory, and you're swinging in for 5 with Flight. Very strong.
He needed to swing first with the Magnate the Tyrant, sadly. Yeah,
that's fine.
So you're losing a point of damage. That's fine. So for 4. Unless that's an optional effect. I don't know that it is on Warcry. But Magnate the Tyrant just coming in. Not even a box topper one, just flexing with a draft box.
Yeah. Draft box. All new comic art.
Yep. All right. Yep.
There's another Dynasty Blade. Let's go.
I know. It's a Weber to go get it.
Straight back.
So, yep. Now we're just going to make this a thing again. And
oh, no. So, anyway.
Magnate.
So, we're going to Magnate, buff, gain life, try to get this Magnate off the field. That actually doesn't do the trick. So, shouldn't, right? Engage Clash cards should get +1. Is that correct?
I believe it's only on one of their turns.
I think it's only on one of their turns, so we need to double check that. I easily could be wrong on that one.
Very possible. So just double checking on some stuff here.
Boost defense, do you?
Yeah. So Warcry's ability.
So.
Yep, that's only on his turn.
That's
He
only on
signs
his turn.
damage.
Yep.
Everything's good.
That one.
We're still good.
4-drop.
Yeah.
What? This is a
And the
4-drop.
buffalo. Yeah, we have that guy. No buffalo.
Yep, no big buffalo, so we're
Yep,
fine.
We're good. That goes away.
It's a 1-drop.
That's a 1-drop.
Okay, everything's fine.
And you're attacking here?
Back to the game here.
Yes.
So anyway.
Dynasty Blade, Baby Buffalo.
Trigger attack.
Chow Ling going buffalo hunting again.
I'll pay 1. Activate Denver. Draw 2.
Draw a card. Bryan's looking to turn the corner a little bit here and just get back in this game.
Yep. Lord completely clear.
Let's guard. Heavy power.
Yep, got out of there, has a weapon equipped.
Power armor in the discard pile.
Yeah, he's starting it, but we saw this last game too.
Yeah.
Where it started to look really good for Bryan, and then it didn't. So we'll see what we come up with here. I feel like... So Nick does not have is not on Kagan resource yet. He's short of green, but that doesn't matter right now. Pestilence would be really good right now, though.
Yeah, it would be. All those cards in hand are going to be swinging for a lot of damage.
Yeah, the only issue is that the Dynasty Blade is going to actually kill the Pestilence.
Yep.
But that's not
What's
neither here nor
interesting
there.
here is that Bryan's Chow Ling Contender is at 14 health, which means he has a second ability online.
Does he now?
Yeah. So when he attacks, gets +1 defense until end of turn, and he draws a card.
Oh, okay. So that Chow Ling is actually very, very good now. So we played a Buffalo, but the Buffalo, again, does not stop contender attacks.
Right.
That's only Clash cards when you exhaust. So it's a counterattack, but... So you can exhaust it, but it only would do a target attacking Clash card. Notably not a contender.
Thinking on what else to play here. Just going to come in.
No obstruct. Any buff?
I'll take 2 here.
Yep, just going to take 2.
Chip in a little bit.
Yep. And then he dies. Oh no, he gets 5. Yeah,
He's a 5. Yeah, he doesn't die.
It's pretty thick.
He's a thick boy.
And
No reason not to, thicken him up.
that guy, so I make sure I remember that.
So now we get the attack to +1s.
Source this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
We're going to start attacking. We're going to play Lin.
Yep.
Okay.
Now, Buffalo is there for Lin.
Yeah.
Which is not ideal.
Hopefully he remembers not to swing in here.
Well, you never know. It could be a psyop.
1, 11.
But at least he develops the board.
We're putting a
Okay.
gun.
There we go.
Lin care gun.
Sure. I mean, yep.
-5, -5.
Lock down the Buffalo for 1 turn,
Okay.
effectively.
-5, still alive.
Yep.
And I'll draw a card.
So it still hits for 2.
Right. Correct. Okay. I'm gonna. Like Kelly. Here.
Okay. Sending the Lin in to Oblivion. Playing the Chow Ling, the Huntsman.
Yep.
Another one of the powerful new cards from Unrivaled.
Yep, this is Chow Ling the Huntsman. Trying to get in there.
He's gonna get blocked.
When you play him,
Yes.
so unplay.
Yeah, by sending 1 Clash card to Oblivion, 5 or more.
Yep.
So we got a trigger enter.
That's all right.
Oh no, you're good. So I'm gonna swing 5 at contender.
My contender.
Yeah.
Very
Just
strong
crashing.
play.
Yeah.
Soaking up the debuff on the first Clash card, only to swap it in and attack for real the second time.
Yeah, that's
Bait
a
and
very
switch
heady
almost.
play. I like that. And Chow Ling the Huntsman is one of those where playing free cards.
Yeah, I hear that's pretty
I
good.
hear that's pretty good.
Yeah.
I'll swing 2 at
Pretty hefty cost, but
Swing, trigger on the attack to draw a card if he wants it.
and I'll draw off the trigger attack.
Yep.
All right.
And gets in there. So Nick has been dropped to 17 now. And suddenly it's anybody's game again. now we do still have a Buffalo with a Warcry here.
Can't attack this turn.
That Warcry attacking now is something that Nick really has to think about, though.
Random blue card.
Because if the Warcry attacking into the Chowling is now becoming detrimental just due to how much damage you're going to take back. So now it becomes a thought process of, can I do that? And is it worth the risk when I'm going to go, sub 17? You are going to turn on Warcry's second ability if you do that, which might be relevant.
There's the 4th green.
That's the Kogan mana, or Kogan resources, with Clash buff up. So that always feels good. If you can, great job if you can get it.
Even with these resources, are you playing the Kogan to kill the Chowling, or are you using a card to destroy the Dynasty Blade? That's a decision Nick has to think about.
That's a good question. The Dynasty Blade right now seems like it might just be a bigger problem. So we have a 5/5.
Got plenty of cards in hand.
Yeah, all the cards in hand that you'd ever want, but do they do anything? That's your question. Well, that's 4 green and 2.
Okay, there it is.
So they do something.
Chooses to slam the Kogan.
And you
With
just
the incredible VIP art, by the way.
Oh yeah, we're both VIP Kogan stands. We're also monochrome Kogan stands, so here he feels a lot more comfortable.
Yep.
Attacking, exhausting, and drawing, and then taking the 2 back.
15.
And now it's just like, okay. Do you swing? We swing.
Yeah, we swing.
Oh, yeah, because of that.
Go to 7 here.
So Nick also with his second ability turned on.
Nick wouldn't go to, I think 7's right, actually.
I'll pass here.
He has 1 defense, but he was at 11. So now we're both second abilities are turned on. If you're on Chowling's side of the board, you got to think about what you can do to, like, if you're deliverancing.
Oh,
okay,
suit up.
I'm
Just for a
1911
gun.
is the draw card.
Okay.
Did you find anything?
That's rough. It's never what you want to see with a suit up, unfortunately.
No.
Okay.
All right. That's not the end of the world.
But is it enough to do anything?
I don't think so. It's going to have to be in defense mode here.
Yeah.
Yep, I'll take 2.
And so take 2, draw a card. This Lin is not going to win the game by swinging, so it kind of just needs to stay back on defense. It's going to have to protect against this Kogan. So let's go ahead and get untapped here. What do we got? Ready resources. Kogan ends it if he's got another.
It would be pretty good.
Otherwise, this Kogan's is going to get blocked by the Lin and live.
Yep, there's
or
the
we just
Kogan.
play another one.
Let's just play all the cool Kogan art.
Yeah, he's just like, he's mixing it up. It's good. There's the fist bump. That's game over. Nick Murphy with a 2-0 over Bryan Jones on Ling. So that was a Warcry doing Warcry things, playing, Kogan good.
Yeah.
Buffalo
Kogan good.
Right, exactly.
Buffalo good.
So if we can just play, if we can play Kogan and Buffalo, we should.
So now, Nick with this win, making it into top 16.
Yep, we'll get to see Nick again, potentially, in this tournament. His tournament life continues. That's the end of round 5 here at Clashground Columbus. We'll be taking a break here in a minute to start off our top 16 playoff.
Yep.
What do you think? What do you think? What do you think that we're going to see at the top here?
Honestly, with top 16 and this many decks, it's anybody's game. It could be all over the place. We'll have to see when we get the graphic here pretty soon.
Yeah, we're gonna get the brackets here in a little bit, and we'll be able to tell you exactly what we're gonna see. And then if Ethan, it's gonna all happen today, so we're not taking any time off. We're not coming back tomorrow. We're doing this as a 1-day event. And if you're nice, if you're kind, chat to Ethan, he may put up a poll of what you want to see. If he's feeling like it, you got to be nice to Ethan. That's step 1. So do step 1, and we'll be back with you in a few minutes. Thanks a lot.
right. Hello, everyone. So we have updates. A lot of this is being done like pretty ad hoc, so apologies for why we don't really know how long these breaks are. Generally, especially for like Flesh and Blood coverage, the breaks are pretty finite. If it's 3 minutes, we're back in 3 minutes, However, for this event, we're doing a lot of it just kind of on the fly, and I was over helping arrange some of the deck list collection for top 16, so it took me a little bit extra time to get back here. But we do have the top 16, and I don't have a template for top 16. I only had a template for top 8, so I'm going to have to take some time to actually build this out, or Garrett, Kylie, if you're in the chat, maybe you can build one for me. Just let me know. I'm in the Alpha Clash Discord. Anyway, we have the top 16. I'll read out who made it. We don't have everyone's deck list, so we don't exactly know who all the contenders are, but here we are. We'll get all that in due time. David McCartney versus Vince Biamonte. We do know Vince is the Pestilence, so that's pretty hype. Pestilence in top 8. I believe he was 16th seed as well. I'm not entirely sure how these pairings worked out, but they will play each other. Nick Murphy, who we just saw in Warcry, versus Jeremy Ray. Ian Schaefer versus Shauna Staples. We know Ian is on the Machina deck. Then we've got Eric Young versus Ryan Roper. We've got Michael, no last name, versus Ryan Acosta. We've got Andrew Doucet versus Matt Coles. Matt Coles is also on the Machina deck. Jacob Snodgrass, who's on the Warcry deck, versus Brian Jones. Then we've got Roger Bodie versus Mike Toy. Oh, you know what? Michael, no last name, must be Michael Hamilton, because otherwise he doesn't show up in the top 8 here, and he's definitely top 8. So Michael Hamilton versus Ryan Acosta is the matchup. And then, finally Roger Bodie, who's on the Clarity deck versus Mike Toy. Mike we saw on camera, he is a Torque deck. So there we go. That's about half of all the information that you all need to get hyped for top 16. We'll get all the other information for you shortly, and also an update on how it's going to work. We are going to run the first round of top 16, the first elimination round, today. So we will go from top 16 down to a top 8. And then we will hold off until tomorrow. So tomorrow we'll be bringing you coverage of the top 8. So 8, 4, finals. It will be what we do tomorrow. Today, we're just going to do the deck checks into the top 16, and that way it frees up more people to know whether or not they're playing in the side event tomorrow or doing other things around the convention hall. But because they are doing deck checks, that is going to take a little bit of extra time. I'm going to also go over there and help them get deck checks done. I would expect it to probably take around 30 minutes from now. It's a long break, guys. It is what it is. But that's what it's going to take to do 16 deck checks. All right. So with that, we'll be back in 30 minutes. I'm going to make sure we actually get the end of 30 minutes. I will come over and give you some sort of update. Okay. Also in that 30 minutes, I'll make sure I build the graphic or someone in the community sends it. Jeremy is on Mean Streak. Oh, so a Mean Streak made top 8. Hype. Anyway, folks, that's going to be it. My timer disappeared, so give me a second. Pull this back up. Pull this bad boy back up. Give it a new time. Okay. Go ahead and let me know in the chat who you want for top 8. And get excited. I'm sure you can probably find all the pairings as well if you're in the Discord, and give yourself some more information that way. But there we go. We will be back in about 30 minutes, folks. See you then. Alrighty, folks. As promised, we're back. Back with a couple things. The players have received their deck lists, so we're going to be choosing which match to put on feature in just a second. But also, we have the graphic of the top 16 ready. So take a look at this. Okay. Take a look at that in a second after I add everyone's heroes, because I did finish the heroes. They just didn't make it onto the save file. So 1 second. 1 second. You can at least see the names, which is hype. At least can see the names. In the meantime, there we go. I'm gonna save this right on top. Uno segundo, por favor. And there we go. Now we can see all the heroes. Boom. Easy. So we've got David McCartney versus Vince Biamonte, which is a rematch of the stream game. Torque versus Pestilence. Nick Murphy versus Jeremy Ray, which, look at that. It's a Mean Streak player who made it in. Ian Schaefer versus Shauna Staples, who's on death. Truth be told, I didn't even know that was a contender. And here it is. Then we've got Eric Young versus Ryan Roper. Ryan Roper we saw on Ling on stream. Michael Hamilton versus Ryan Acosta. Introduce it on Clarity versus Matt. Oh, wait, actually, I skipped right over that. Well, truth be told, Dagan and Logan are going to talk about this much more in depth once they're back and we're all set up. But that is a Lord Krung. Ryan Acosta on Lord Krung. Introduce it on Clarity versus Matt Coles on Machina. Jacob Snodgrass on Warcry versus Brian Jones on another Ling. Roger Bodie on Clarity versus Mike Toy on Torque. So there we go. That is the top 16. We're going to pick a feature. A couple people declined to be on camera, so we're going to work around that. And we'll grab Logan and Dagan right back in just a few minutes for them to walk through this properly and to go ahead and bring us in to top 16. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to Clashground Columbus. Logan.
Dagan.
Right now, we are getting ready for our top 16, and let's take a look at the bracket here and kind of get a breakdown of what we're seeing. So we have at the top of the bracket, you notice on the first matchup here, that is the rematch from round 2, I believe, where we had Pestilence and Torque that ended in kind of a controversial game loss. So that's an interesting one there, but we decided that we wanted to bring you a little bit of the sauce that we haven't seen yet today. So we're going to go over to Michael Hamilton versus Ryan Acosta on Lord Krung.
Yeah, we have not seen one of those on camera yet.
Yeah, we also have a lot of diversity in here. So lots of Machina. We kind of knew that was going to happen. Lots of Warcry, a couple Lings. We knew that was going to happen, but we also have a Lady Death in here. We have Pestilence, the crowd favorite, producer favorite, Pestilence, alongside only 2 Torques. So that coming into this, Torque was the deck prior to Unrivaled.
Oh, for sure.
And to see in a cut to top 16, it only have a 2-deck representation.
Only 2.
Speaks a lot towards the power of that. We do notice that all 3 Lings made it in, and all 3 Machinas made it in.
Right.
So they are in a, those decks, we obviously knew they were very good due to some of the cards that were printed, specifically Warcry, Faithful Protector.
Right.
And then in the Machina builds with the ability to sort of blow past that with the Pestilence removal package into Cognons, into Machina's ability to close out games with Ling Nanite Assassin just doing work.
One of the biggest overperformers in the weekend, for sure.
So the way that we're looking, if you kind of look at this bracket and the way that it's shaking out here, you see that we have 2 of the 3 Machinas on one side and 2 of the 3 Lings on the other side of the bracket.
Yeah.
So it very easily could shake down to which one of those can outperform the other. When we look at the Eric Young, Ryan Roper matchup, you have a Warcry versus a Ling. We've kind of already seen how that worked in the last round with Nick Murphy winning that one on Warcry. So I'm thinking that is probably very similar, but I'm curious how Nick is going to navigate a Mean Streak matchup. Because we haven't seen Mean Streak at all. But Mean Streak is one of those, we saw that in Vegas.
It's a little taste, yeah.
Yeah, where you play Mean Streak, but it's not a Mean Streak deck.
Right.
You're just taking advantage of Mean Streak's ability. So looking at this breakdown, what do you think we will see tomorrow coming out of the top 16?
I mean, really, it's anybody's guess. It's still hard to tell. There's so many different decks. I mean, it would be pretty safe to say that we're definitely going to see some Machina tomorrow. There's just so many good players on Machina. I would love to see the Death tomorrow. I think that would be super cool. We haven't seen one of those yet. And we haven't seen her on coverage at all, I don't think.
No, we haven't.
Any of the events, so that'd be great to see.
Again, the David Vince matchup is a rematch, and that was very close when we were watching it. The Warcry, I mean, it's going to be very difficult not to see a Warcry or 2 tomorrow at the very least.
Right.
We're either going to see a Pestilence or a Torque. We know that. We also have 2 Clarities that are in here too. So
I'm always a sucker for those. I'll love to see this.
Love the Clarity matchups. So we could very easily be seeing teammates in the quarterfinals tomorrow, and Michael Hamilton and Matt Coles on Machina in a mirror in the quarters. So that could also be very interesting. I'm stoked. I want to get to it.
I'm excited.
All right, let's get to it. Let's get to Michael Hamilton on Machina versus Ryan Acosta on Lord Krung. Shuffle up here. They're looking at deck lists, and it's like the look on Michael Hamilton's face, like, what?
There's a lot of cards to read.
That's a lot to read.
What do they do? He's trying to figure it out.
His game plan is probably like, okay, I know what this Lord Krung thing does. I'm going to steal as many of them with Ling Nanite Assassin as I can and just build a board of your dudes. That's probably part and parcel of the game plan here. But there's a lot of really cool cards with in the Lord Krung deck that do crazy stuff. Like we have the new Morak, the Devourer that tutors up the ambushes and tutors up other cards. And if it deals damage to an alpha, it deals double that much. And there's a ton of alphas.
There are a lot of alphas for sure.
In this top 16, as well as just kind of in Michael's deck with some of the blue cards too.
I'm just excited to see some ambush action out of Ryan. We haven't seen any of that. And that's a completely different mechanic. We haven't seen almost any of it all so far.
Yes, if you're not familiar with ambush because you haven't seen it quite yet, it's you may set this card face down as a trap in your accessories zone, and all the ambush cards have a counter on them. So this one would like some of them are counter attack. So you'd play them, and then Lord Krung's ability as a contender is to whenever you play a clash card from anywhere other than your hand, you draw a card.
Yeah, very strong.
So very strong.
Not even once per turn. You can play a bunch of those ambush cards out, draw a bunch of cards.
And so a lot of this is like the portal is open. You may pay less, and so you can just kind of set a bunch of them, and then pay very little to get those to get the triggers. And this play a wide board on the counter attack, and then those things are accessories. When you start attacking, guess what? They're not things that you can attack. You can't just clear the board of them.
Yeah, you better have a lot of accessory removal.
Yeah, and it works out really, really well. So right now we're getting a lot of checking going on here. As again, unfamiliarity
Yeah.
with some of the cards on Ryan's list, just because very new. Unrivaled is very new, and getting some clarification on what some of these cards do.
Right.
Because
all these deck lists give are the names.
Yeah, it's a boatload.
Yeah.
And I personally haven't seen Ryan's list yet. I'm hoping to take a look at that soon. But we have seen Michael's list, so we do know what's in there.
Yep.
And we know it's a lot of accessories, but
not a single red card to be seen.
Well, I mean, the Contender's technically
okay,
red.
sure.
That's about as far as that goes. But the Contender being red, and then not a single red card in the deck, including 0 Clash buffs.
Don't need them.
Don't need. That was kind of the reaction with Michael. Was just when we talked to him earlier, was just yeah, we're outvaluing anyway. We really just don't need them.
Yeah, no 0 cost Clash buffs. Let's just throw some accessories. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. We just don't even need to do this anymore. And so, kind of in a Krung, the Krung here is going to be doing a lot. So I can't wait to kind of see what happens here. We are looking at we are playing.
You get the deck list here.
We do have the deck list now. We are seeing some utter gas in the Krung list with Lava Blitz and Shadowforged Talisman. So that'll be fun. Do remember that Krung is just a 20 health contender, so the Machina list deals damage in bursts. But once you get to 12, you do get to give Torment to your discarded Clash cards.
Yep.
So
and this matchup will be much more different than the other 0-1 contender matchups before with the new non-Clash damage change.
Yes. This one will be very interesting to see if Michael's able to put in enough pressure early to be relevant with the Clash buffs here.
Looking at Ryan's list here, I see he's got 4 Sharpshooter Moxies. So it'll be interesting to see how many of his cards will be played as ambush or how many of them are actual traps. It'll be hard to tell sometimes.
It will. And again, the 3 copies of Lava Blitz sitting in the main, we're just trying to do the thing at that point in time. That's
going to play out the hand, draw a bunch of cards.
Very, very aggressive. And a lot of these cards, like you have your Rizlax, your Morak the Devourers, there's just a lot to be said of this deck. This deck draws a ton of cards. But yeah, you play Lava Blitz, Portal is open, each player discards their hand and draws 5 cards.
Yeah.
So
put gas back in the tank.
Just put gas back in the tank. And honestly, as fast as the Lord Krung deck plays cards out, because they can just play them face down for free as accessories, the Lava Blitz most of the time is just 3.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan turn 1, if he really wanted to, could play a resource, then dump his entire hand into the accessory zone.
And then, yeah, absolutely could. Don't think that's what he's going to go for here.
It's not recommended, but it is technically an option.
It is something you can do. Michael should be on the play here. They're going to go through mulligans right now. So, yeah, Lord Krung is very different. This is my favorite contender in Unrivaled, personally. May not be the most powerful, but is
certainly the most mechanically unique for sure.
And just the coolest.
He's pretty cool.
Just the coolest. That's all. He's playing the monochrome one like you do, like a real person. So there's at least that. So you got a resource out of Michael and a pass. Resourcing deaths already. Okay.
Place face down.
There we go.
Yep. Thing.
Yeah.
Yep. Here we
Fill
go.
up that accessory zone.
Blitz it up. Yep. Thing. Rizlac. Just like, okay.
That's Rizlac, Ferocious Threat. Discarding just to open up the portal here.
Yep. Just discard it to activate the portal. And start the engines.
What's interesting about that card is you can just play it back out of your Oblivion by paying 2.
Yeah.
Never truly dies.
No, not well. It does, because if it leads play by this effect, whenever it lead play again,
never truly dies until it does.
Until it does. Yes, correct. Until it's banished.
Yeah.
So we're going to the straight aggressive game plan right here, and Michael's probably got to be thinking, okay, close the portal, slam the door.
I don't want to play into your Sharpshooter Moxies.
Let's not do this. And I can honestly see right now.
All right.
All right. Here's another one.
What are you going to do about it?
Yep. You have options. So We're looking for lava blitz is basically what we're going here. There are 4 cards face down right now.
Yep.
Let's look here.
Moxie? There's a sharpshooter. Yep.
So
cancel out the ramp
about
here.
that, no ramp.
Arguably one of the better traps. Got another one? There it is.
We do. 2 sharpshooter Moxies for a Haven plus a Lin. That's some value.
Yeah.
Ryan on the pass. Ryan's going to ask, how many cards are in your hand?
Resource.
Got the blitz?
Well, yes, there's some cards out of hand first.
Right, yeah, now it does.
Pay 2. Clashground.
Okay.
We're going to Clashground here.
Undiscovered
Undiscovered
passageway.
passageway.
Pass turn.
Beautiful. So you get an undercover passageway now and just pass the turn. Got a resource up. Still got two traps face down. 2. It could be anything's face down.
Fixing the mic
Yeah,
here.
we're fixing the mic. We're getting a little bit of static.
It's just the way that it's pinned.
Yeah, they're figuring it out. Not everybody is the savvy media professional that Ethan is, and so their mic placement is it left a little to be desired, but we're good now. I'm passing the turn back here. Michael's in the tank. He's wondering with that undiscovered passageway, like, what is he gonna do with undiscovered passageway? And this is gonna get scary for him in a moment if he just isn't able to put something to the board. Close
that portal.
the door.
You paid 3?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll pass.
Just playing the game of, I need to keep the door closed.
Yes.
That's not great. It does make the portal cost 1 more to activate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, let's look what we got here. Okay.
Ambush cards do cost more when the portal is closed.
Yeah. But if the portal's open,
Yeah.
I'll pay 2.
it just
They become
brings
extremely
things
efficient.
back. Yep.
Counter.
No resource, just bring it into play because we don't need a ton of resources.
Time to read the cards.
Yep. Well, that makes sense. Came into play, not from your banish zone, or not from your hand.
Because it came from my discard? Oblivion? It's vanished.
Krung.
Draw because it entered because of his effect.
Krung. Draw. Now what you want to do? I mean, you're attacking for 2, right? Like, there's no reason not to. You know he doesn't have clash buffs? It's free.
Swing in, get some damage.
Yeah, just go get it. No reason not to. We're going to leave 1 resource up. We're going to keep threatening trap. Michael's got to be thinking right now, okay, I've got 2 sharpshooter Moxies have happened.
The portal is closed.
Portal's closed. He's representing a 3rd. What now? And if he gets rid of that Rizlak just goes away. Goes to the banish zone, does not return to Oblivion, so you just can't keep replaying it.
Ryan definitely is representing another sharpshooter Moxie, and we've already seen 2 of them. So Michael definitely knows that it's a possibility.
Yeah, and he is elected to just play a Rainforest and not get rid of the passageway.
Okay.
And instead, we're just going to play a Magnate the Tyrant for...
Blind, get rid of one of them.
Yeah, pick one.
Got to be a reason to kill one or the other. I don't know.
Yeah, there's got to be a reason, so flip a coin.
All right.
And got rid of a Morak. That's a pretty good one to get rid of, is Morak the Devourer. And then attack down the Rizlak. The Rizlak is banished. No longer be played from the Oblivion. Passes the turn, and now he just has a 5/3 on board. It's pretty good.
Yep. Not a bad spot for Hamilton here.
Nope. And this is where he takes control of the game, I think, is where I have a big thing, and you're going to have to start trading with it. Otherwise, it's just 4 a turn. And 4 a turn's pretty good when you have 20 health.
It doesn't look like Ryan has too many cards in hand.
No, he has happened to play a lot of them face down as accessory zone.
Still down on a resource as well.
All right, so death touch time.
Got some necrotic
Sure.
boots.
I'll attack there.
They're now 3/3s.
So this, I think, was just not a great play from Ryan unless he's trying to hold it up, which is what he looks like he's trying to do.
He definitely wants to get rid of the Magnate here.
Absolutely, but he could have attacked if you wanted to chip in for some damage. You could have attacked with one of them for 3 into the Machina.
That's clearly not his intention here.
No, I think he wants to stay back and go ahead and just keep the damage to a minimum here. Lord Krung, one of the epics from the set, and
incredible art,
a legendary. Yeah, it's so good, and one of the strongest cards. So here we're just gonna put a bounty here, play a Lin, play a Cyber Optics, and then just shoot here.
Launch.
So I'll draw from this, and then I'll have a targetless trigger on the stack.
Yep. Targetless trigger on the stack on the draw.
I'll draw with this trigger.
Draw on the trigger. Refill your hand.
Michael at this point in a very commanding lead, I would say.
3. Okay. I'm going to attack you. Trigger, I'll draw.
Trigger, draw.
We're up to 4 power now.
4 powers, so taking 3.
Your turn.
And then passing it up. No reason to play more into it if you can help it. Plus, it's tapped out. And Krung is no longer in play. Your threat, Michael does have the ability to threaten multiple Lin Nanite assassins, though. Space station, so he can turn on, so he can activate the portal for cheaper. Really, the only reason to play space station most of the time is
it's the only white card in the deck.
Is to simply get rid of your own Clashground, get rid of a Clashground.
As long as you don't see it, I don't care. I'll pay 3 or pay 2 to open the portal.
Yep, we're portaling up.
There's the
And we're
blitz.
blitzing.
The lava blitz is.
We both discard our hand and then we draw 5.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4.
So ditch your hand, draw 5.
Nothing too crazy out of Hamilton's hand here.
No, it was nothing too hard. The risk of things like Lava Blitz is giving your opponent a bunch of gas.
Ryan refilling.
So so this Pestilence is going to attack for 6.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
He may have a lot of cards in his accessory zone, but he doesn't have any available resources.
No. And while there are reductions for the portal being open and reductions for different things, nothing reduces things to 0.
Right. Michael doesn't have a ton to be scared of here.
No. I would almost think about, outside of being Kagan resource, I would definitely think about not resourcing on this turn just to swing for more.
I mean, it wouldn't hurt, right? If you're going to get Lava Blitzed again, potentially, you want to make sure you get the most value of all your cards.
Correct. I understand.
The portal's open currently?
Yes.
Portal is open.
Okay, I gotta fix that.
Yeah, I gotta fix that.
It's not allowed.
Shut the door.
Shut the door. It's getting cold in here. Well, if it's getting cold in here, you probably won't leave it open, but.
Play a Lin.
Sure.
0 value Lin. And we're going to activate with one of the only things that cost 0.
Yes. So this is in play when this resolves now?
It's counterplay, so yes.
Counterplay, yeah, then trigger enter happens, right?
Yeah, so you draw from this, trigger enter. I'm going to put a bounty counter on this.
Uh-oh.
Yep, that's how that works.
Very important observation by Michael here.
Yep. I'm going to put a bounty counter on it. We're going to mill a card. I'm just going to throw this target list at your guy. Or play a different accessory.
I'll play a Pestilence Manmaker, give this -1/-1 draw.
Or
that's
that
some good
works
value
too.
as well.
Trigger target list.
Yep.
And then Lynn's going to have a trigger on top of that. I think it's time that we're going to start making some Krungs.
Is he going to have enough resources to shut the portal, or does he care?
He'll have enough. I think he cares. Plus, he'll have enough.
Close the portal.
That works too?
That works too. Far more efficient.
Scrap, shutting it for 1 resource.
I'll play another Lin, you diminish 1.
Yep.
That's a good card to have in
That's a good
Oblivion.
card in Oblivion, yeah. That's not bad. But here, this is just going to be a giant. Okay, draw a card.
Comes 4.
Coming in for 4, take 3.
Sounds good.
Coming in for 2, take 1.
Ryan down to 14.
Can I see your discard?
May I please see your discard? Where's that thing that says Krung? Yeah, those things. Yeah, that sounds like fun.
I'm going to read this also.
Just gotta
A lot
read
of new
it
cards,
One more
yeah.
time.
Okay.
Yeah, that would be broke.
Just gotta take my things.
Okay, we're going to get in there. Attacking does nothing here. I do see an avenging guy.
Sorry.
One more time. Have a look-see.
I'll attack you with one.
Get in for one.
Okay. Might be looking at his second ability on Krung here.
Making
that
sure.
life threshold is 12.
Yes.
Attack with one.
Going to 12.
He's not worried about it. He's decided that, okay, you can have this where you can engage this to give something torment. I'm just going to keep your board clear.
Right.
So your 12 ability feels irrelevant. Haven and Ling.
Oh, man.
Oof.
The centers I'll diminish, and then I'll resolve the Haven trigger.
Sure, just diminish, Haven trigger. Do you even want to? I mean, if you're worried about Lava Blitz, sure.
Yeah.
Avenging guy, no.
He's doing something as a resource.
With his board state, this is very untenable for Ryan currently.
Yeah,
and
it's
very
such a hard
difficult.
position to get out of.
It's almost like you can only start the train on Lord Krung if you're in a spot where it's going to either win or it's going to create such a giant damage ball that he can wipe their board and still have a presence.
Pay 2 for that.
Okay, so we're going to the subway. So this is going to give all Clash cards -1 attack. So now the Lins don't deal damage, and you're -2 on the Pestilence due to the defense.
Yeah, Subway is really good in Krung here.
Reveal 2. I think he's going to take this death. Okay.
Makes sense.
Yeah, Subway's excellent right now. Not scared of either of these.
I'll take the scrap.
Yeah, scrap makes way more sense. You're going to try to finish him off just by throwing accessories, most likely.
Right. Yep. Yeah, if all your little Clash cards can't get through, just throw the accessories.
Face down.
And Clash cards can't lose flight and can't gain flight, so nothing flies.
You have 4 open?
4 open.
4 open and a bunch of Clash cards. And so trigger attack is definitely in play.
Representing a lot of traps. Or ambush.
Yeah, representing a... so the problem for Michael right now is he needs a Clashground to get rid of the subway.
Yep.
The subway is actually locking up his board really, really well. Because now none of his Clash cards outside of that Pestilence actually attack.
Right, and the portal is closed, so all the ambush cards will cost a little bit more.
They will. They will. Almost all of them want the portal to be open.
9 resources.
Yeah, you have a ton of resources, so...
That's a lot.
That is a lot.
That is more than 7. So I feel like right now, with this underground subway in play, yep, he's going to crash in with, and we're going to play a Morak here. Okay.
Pay 2 for it.
So that's going to go and tutor up a card. So whenever you search your deck for a non-Morak Clash card with initial resource cost 3 or less, reveal it and add it to your hand and shuffle. If this would deal damage to an alpha Clash card, which this is not an alpha, it'd deal double that damage to the Clash card instead. So in this case, it's not going to deal double damage. It might not even attack.
But we do get a Lord Krung.
Oh, we get another one. Okay.
Can I draw from that entering now that I've already activated that?
So this draw?
Yeah, from this. Because it entered from play, not from my hand.
That is how that works, but
If not, it's cool. I don't care.
could consider it
Got
a
a judge
trigger.
there.
Yeah, we had a judge thing right there.
After, and it's my contender ability. That's a may. It's not a have to.
Just checking to see if
So
he
just
draws
checking
here.
to see if you would be able to get the draw.
Well, my understanding is it's not entering play if it's coming out of an accessory. It's already am I missing this?
I believe it's how it's supposed to work. I don't know.
It's how it's supposed to work because all
Right.
of his stuff is ambush, and it comes from
That's the whole.
here.
That's the whole.
It's the whole point. Yeah.
Yep.
Like the whole thought process behind the contender is that counts as entering.
It does.
Can I
Yes.
read ambush?
You would be drawing cards off of things with ambush.
It comes into play.
This card into play from your
into play.
accessory.
Correct.
So then it's not considered in play when it's in your accessory zone because
Right.
of how it's worded.
They were talking about this earlier.
That is correct. So you would draw cards off ambush.
Yep.
That's very weird.
Yeah, Krung would work very differently if it didn't work that way.
Yeah, if you didn't get to draw cards off your ambush, then
Okay.
Krung kind of doesn't work.
The
let's
whole-
not, hold on, let's not focus on that right now.
Okay.
So basically, Right. So the first one's a mistrigger.
Okay,
So
that's fine.
He can put it on the sack if he wants to.
It's okay. I can draw a card. You can draw.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Drawing
There
the
we
card.
go.
And this tap your resources for the.
Yep.
Yep.
And then,
Two.
And then search.
And then draw.
Right.
And then draw. Okay, we got it all worked out. Perfect. So these are just 2/2s. There's not a lot special about them outside of being 2/2s, but they do tutor up Lord Krungs.
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is a spot where Michael may have to chuck an accessory at one of them,
Draw.
or one of these Moraks, just to not get brained for 4/16. But I guess there is the subway in play.
And you have one top this, so you're taking 3 if you're not blocking.
Right.
Yep. So taking 3, going to 9. Looks good. What do you got? Yep, we're going to chuck one of these at a Morak.
So this, I'll draw.
Draw a card.
Makes sense.
Yep. And then we're going to play another one. Put a bounty on that one. Looks good.
There's 3 Lins in play. These bounty counters are very scary.
Yeah, this is why they're very scary.
I'll kill this. Target list will trigger.
Sure.
So we minus. And then bounty counter trigger, target list trigger. We have 3 Lins in play. This is going to get really silly really fast.
I'll draw for target list.
Sounds good.
Gonna run out of space on that clash card, bro.
This throw's going to get really crazy. Uh-oh.
Wait a minute. Yep. Okay. Fixed. We're
There
good.
we go.
It's exclusive.
It's illegal for me to play that, right? Okay.
You
Yep.
can't play from your hand.
Perfect. Quick fix.
Good fix. Good catch. By the way, I have a Pestilence in hand.
It's hard.
Not a lot else to do, I don't think.
Looking for Lin targets.
Oh, there's 2 Lord Krungs. I mean,
Yeah.
you can go get 2 of those in
Look through our Oblivion.
Yeah, and go get 2 of those and another discarded and just have an army. That seems like the play right here. We're gonna run out of room on this in this clash zone.
Or 1 total.
Let's try and get in for 1.
Give him a little tickle.
End step, I'm going to have 3 Lin triggers. I'm going to get back your 2 necrotic guys.
Oh man.
So double Krung.
That's some value.
Sorry, the 2 2/2s with necrotic. And I'm going to get back. Well, the portal's closed.
Yeah, portal's closed. Don't do that.
So many clash cards.
Yeah, I'm just gonna make you play the game.
Yeah, you know.
Yeah, not looking great for Ryan.
Just get another discarded guy. Just make this brutal.
Yep.
Yep.
Well, dude, gets buff.
Okay.
I was going to get my own Pestilence and kill my Haven, but I have to discard a card because the portal's closed, so I'm good.
I was gonna do this to get my accessory back, but
Or I'll just get all your guys.
Instead, I'll just make a 2 3/3s and a 4/3. Right? It's probably fine. So what do you do from here, even with that subway in play? What do? You are staring down an army, and not a lot else. So, yep, trap it is.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
That's a good one.
That's a big card, for sure.
Sure, but that's just going to sack the Haven.
Yep.
Get an accessory back.
A Death Endbringer here.
Yep, Death the Endbringer.
Okay, so
Beginning of turn, he'll have to sacrifice a Clash card.
trigger. That's before I draw, correct?
Right, start turn.
So portal is not open though, so you can't bring something back just on his turn. So start a turn for Michael is going to be lose a Clash card, and then draw for his turn. If you happen to hit Rainforest, this game is the most over a game has been in a long time.
You have 1 up.
Even without, it
I mean,
feels like we
let's be
can
real, I don't
cog
think
in,
he
we
needs
can
it.
cog in the Endbringer and just blow up the world. I think that's the current plan. Cog in the Endbringer and then blow up the world.
You're at 8.
Yeah, we're just going to confirm your life total.
Yeah.
And here's this thing. I'd like to.
There's Kaga.
Great.
Throw that death into the void.
Anyway, this is only 3.
Attack for 3.
Take 3.
Go to 5. Attack for 4.
This will be for 2.
So 2 total.
Yep.
Number
Go to 3. This is for 3.
Yep. 1. Yep.
Yep. Okay. Well, we figured it out. Great.
Sounds great.
Just launch.
And then just
Get
throw
'em.
this at your head.
Yep.
So that was a game 1 from Michael where he just basically said, all right, this board is mine.
Played a little patiently at the beginning, playing around the sharpshooter Moxies. All his ambush cards. Kept shutting the portal. In the end game, he just overwhelmed Ryan.
Yeah.
Yep. So just a complete swarm tactic. A pretty good showing there from Michael. Honestly, I feel like he definitely found the niche in that game plan and then just exploited it.
Yep.
Ryan was in a bad spot where he
All 4 Moxie.
he definitely needed to be earlier into the game if he could.
It's me. It's
and
way that,
wasn't able to.
It's like stuck, and it won't. I've tried it on everything.
Fixing some mic problems here.
Mic problems here.
I tried. That's where it started first, and you guys said it was. So, do you guys want to like clip it on my neck or something?
Yeah.
Like, is that better?
Yeah, we're about to give Ryan a nose ring with his microphone here, which is a possibility.
I played 1 game with this deck against me, and my theory was I think we can just go over the top.
My theory is I think we can go over the top. Turns out,
What
theory
if we just fill the entire board with Clash cards?
theory confirmed. We can just go over the top.
Looks like that works.
Right.
Yeah, what do you know? Looks like that works. Little sideboard here out of the Krung deck. Probably looking at you're going downs maybe?
I'm probably looking at the Death Stalking Spectre to get rid of the
Stalking
smaller
Spectre to get rid of the
Clash
smaller
cards.
Clash cards. Look, makes sense. From Michael, probably Rainforest.
Yep, definitely want to put in the
again.
Rainforest. Make sure he gets around the underground subway.
Yeah, Mayhem Maker might be another one that you feel good about.
Magnate a Tyrant for sure. It's a pile of accessories.
Pile of accessories, so you just get to target with those.
Doesn't have too many other cards that get rid of accessories though.
Also true.
Also, as Michael said, these goes over the top. So
Right. I mean, it
doesn't
is
care
what
about
it is.
that as much.
It's
Stick to the game plan.
basically his value engine is better, and that's really what he's going to gun for here. Ryan does get the option to be on the play this time.
Yep. Gets the first resource, gets the accessories in play.
Yep. So he can just kind of flood the board a little bit and try to find his lava blitz into, the dream is to catch your opponent with a hand of cards that are everything they want, and they have to discard them.
Right.
And if they go down on card, all the better.
Giving you the guy that you can play from your discard is kind of cool, though.
Right.
So here we are shuffling up. We're going to see what happens.
Discard over the
I think this is such a hard matchup for Ryan right now.
Yeah.
It's just with how wide Michael can go, flood the board, make it difficult for your Clash cards to get any value. Yeah, you can play a little defensively, but most of your Clash cards are really reliant on a big board.
Yeah, out of Ryan here, I think his 2 best cards are probably going to be the Sharpshooter Moxie, especially going first. You want to deny the Lin Nanite Assassins and the Haven Bountiful Collectors, prevent them from ramping, slow them down a little bit. And then also his other main card, as we saw last game, was going to be the Clashground.
The subway?
Yep. Underground subway. That slowed him down a ton as well.
It did, but it also did Ryan a disservice.
It did.
Because there was no way for him to punch through either. So it's kind of both. Michael understanding the portal and how important it was to make sure that stayed closed was pretty key to that entire matchup. Because if you let the portal just stay open,
right,
4 resources usually means 4 Clash cards.
Yeah.
And those can start snowballing very, very fast. So let's see if that same kind of game plan out of Michael works out. So go through our mulligans here. Is Michael just going to keep 8? We're going to get a third one. Nope. No. You can't be doing that.
Come forward back.
Is he shipping his hand? No, Ryan just looks like he's shipping 5.
Yeah, his sleeve's kind of blending with the playmat there.
Yeah, it turns out that's the same hue. So shipping 4, it turns out. And Michael's making a decision on a couple here. Are those really things I need to get rid of? Maybe not.
Looks like he's got a Lava Blitz in that first hand, though.
I mean, that's a good start. If you can just get your hand into the accessory zone with the ability to resource 3, feels pretty good.
Turn 3, refill.
Yeah, refill and see if you can get your opponent be negative on cards. It turns out, though, that Michael is playing just in an insane amount of very efficient cards.
Right.
It really harms the Lava Blitz plan when you're just, giving them extra cards, giving them plus cards as well.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely heavily punishing him by playing low cards.
Yep. So we'll definitely see how this works out with being on the play is a little bit different. So we do have a Lava Blitz. We have
multiple Lava Blitzes.
Multiple Lava Blitzes. Looks like one of those is about to become a resource.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen. That stinks.
Yeah, well, that is what it is.
Yep, there it is.
Yep, there it is. Go and put that down there. There's one.
I'll discard Rizlock.
Open the portal.
Go ahead.
Yes.
Cost 2 to bring it back.
Right.
And Rizlak Ferocious Threat does cost 2 to bring back. For a 2/3, so pretty good.
Yep, pretty good rate, especially because it doesn't have to be in your hand.
Michael's just going to make a little bit of a think here with the 1 blue. Probably just going to go ahead and play an accessory. Yep. No bounty counter. It's fine. Start off the turn. Ryan's back at it. Play another Lava Blitz.
Yeah.
So it's like,
It's like he has a third one in his hand, so.
Are we going to play a
Juiciest Subway.
Subway?
Well, early for that, I would
Feels
think.
early, but we're just going to jam it out there.
Yeah. I mean, if you're not doing much else, you might as well try and gunk up the board a little bit.
So we're looking to dig into something. Rallying. So either have a Rallying War Club, which is I think what we're going to take here, or a Trug. But I think War Club does more in this case. But yep, Trug's going to go in the bin. War Club to hand. So Rallying War Club was the decision there. Michael's looking at a Whistler and a Pestilence.
Yeah, we don't need this Whistler.
We don't need
right
this
now.
Whistler right now. We're just going to play Pestilence.
Go ahead.
And Ryan is staring at a hand of things that he can't play for free face down. Not ideal.
Not what he wants to see.
No. This might be like one of those things where Michael might just be content to say, okay, fine, I'm just going to close the portal and call it a day.
I mean, without any resources open from Ryan, he doesn't have to worry about Sharpshooter here.
Yep.
So we can feel free to ramp with the Haven.
Sure.
I will resource.
That's a big decision here because wrong resourcing here, especially when you already played a Kagan in your resource zone, is a little on the dangerous side. So
as we saw last game, Kagan isn't as much of his game plan here.
No, it just happens to be. It was the flyer that kind of closed things up, but right now,
Place face down.
found another face down. That's good. What else you got? Portal's open.
Go ahead.
Nope, we're just going to go ahead and pass. So we're saving the Rizlak for the turn that is that we're really going to rely on the Rizlak.
Portal and 3 resources open from Ryan.
Portal open, 3 resources. This Haven is not attacking with a Subway in play, though.
Right.
So there's not much danger there.
What's interesting is that underground passageway putting Whistler in the Oblivion means the Haven has a target to get it back.
It does. It does. And that's very important here. I think the other part of this is a good territory for just doing Avenging Guy things and going and getting that Whistler. But nope, we have the Pestilence. We knew it was there.
This is okay.
Yep.
Is this okay? Yeah, I think it's better than okay.
Joker.
And so he's going to
Passing
pass
back.
and stay up. No reason to do anything other than play defensive here.
Check it out.
Oh, no. 3 blitzes in the resource zone.
Actually wonder if he's got the 4th.
Might. This is a little dire.
Face down.
So trap,
2.
club,
And go ahead.
pass. So we're trying to represent here and make Michael at least think about the attacks.
Michael's got plenty of time to kind of do what he wants here. Ryan not
Yep.
threatening him really in any way yet.
So Rallying War Club's is on the read here. Pestilence Devious Servant is probably going to be coming in this turn, is my guess.
You're gonna have ambush.
We'll see what Michael wants to do. He has our 5th resource, so he can go a lot of different directions. Not sure what the play is from him, but I feel like if he can play to the board and then also get a card draw off Devious Servant, that's probably the right route to go here.
Another blue.
There's our Avenging guy. Go tutor for Whistler. I think this might be the spot where you just start throwing accessories at their head.
Could be.
You're going to be on a pretty good accessory train. We can actually equip or attach this this Whistler if we want to.
Michael's probably thinking he wants to keep a certain number in play just so he has enough accessories to blow up Lord Krung.
Right. And that is very important. But at some point, there's a spot to be aggressive.
For sure.
But I don't think that we're actually going to, that spot is a ways away, especially with Subway in play. So
I'm going to equip it.
Yeah, might as well. And we're down to 3 cards in Michael's hand.
Okay.
Looks like 4. So we just passed it up.
Being patient.
Being very patient. And I think that's probably going to pay off here in the long run.
Portal's still open.
Portal's still open. We have a bunch of cards that are counters sitting in your resource zone. So we're going to play a Krung.
One of the Krungs.
Or a Blitz. Okay.
All right. There it is. The last Blitz.
So discard, draw 5.
Okay.
Now what do we got?
All right, I'm gonna move these over.
Because I'm going to play more. The accessory zone is about to become very flooded.
So you filled your Clash card zone. How about I fill my accessory zone?
Yeah, this Krung is not long for this world, though.
3 lock.
Right.
Let's resourced.
Yep.
Yep, there are 3 down here.
That's why I was like, well, that sucks. Go ahead.
No resources open from Ryan, though.
Nope, he's face out. He's face down. Right there, face up with everything he's doing. Outside of the face down cards. It could be anything. Michael's like, okay, that's fine. I can just Machina down your Krung. And then attack if you want to. Not even have to.
Yeah, I wonder at what point Michael's thinking he wants to turn the corner.
I think it's got to be soon. Just because it's like, okay, well.
Maybe he's waiting for a Clashground to get through the subway.
Sorry.
2.
I have 2.
I will play a Whistler.
Okay. So Whistler just gives him something for free to throw at the Krung, get it off the board.
Launch it.
Draw a card because
Sounds good.
Machina. Did he find a rainforest to kind of get past the subway? Doesn't look like it.
Yeah, like we said before, Machina Savage Striker is just so efficient at clearing those 2 defense Clash cards.
Oh, yeah. It just makes sure that those cards are sort of null and void. And with the ability for a lot of these,
Shut that door.
Yeah, shut the door. The ability for a lot of these cards to just still generate value.
Attack for 5 minus 2.
5 minus 2, so it's 3.
3.
Portal's closed.
Poking in for some damage finally.
Yep, and we're going to come in for what effectively will be 1. Or more, I guess?
Yeah, I get the Whistler buff. Yep.
Whistler buff, yep.
Then I'll
Playing just Cyber Eyes to play Cyber Eyes.
Draw for turn.
Cyber Optics as an accessory, just kind of out there.
Load up that accessory in the chamber.
Play face down.
Another accessory. How many of these things? How many of these things are there, and how much do they cost?
All right, which is your deck and which is your accessory zone?
I don't think he knows the difference right now. There's There's just a lot of piles.
Open
it up. And Michael's like, I'm just going to close that, right?
Make you pay for it, though.
I mean, yes. Shut the door. Play a resource. Shut the door. Do a bunch of stuff. I think that's probably the plan here. Double check my hand. Make sure I don't need 1,000 green. I don't. Shut the door. We don't want you to do that.
Launch
also
it.
just want you to launch this at you. Deal 2, draw a card. Deal 1, draw a card. And you might as well attack.
Just got to do that 13 more times.
Easy.
Okay.
Pass it up. He's obviously, I think, looking for the rainforest so he can just close the game out. That's what it really seems like over here.
Yeah, I wonder what Ryan's game plan is here, if he's trying to flood as well.
Well, I mean, clearly trying to flood and find...
The downside is when you have ADHD and you play this deck and you're like, oh, I forgot what it was.
Fair.
Yeah, understandable.
I mean, I would have forgotten too, and I don't even have that going on, so, you know.
Right. If only there was something like that.
There are 6 face-down cards. You expect anybody to remember those? Nah.
Open the portal by paying a card this time with that Rizlak.
I'll pay 2 for Rizlak.
Bring it back.
Get a counter on it. Draw a card.
Get a counter, draw a card.
I'll pay 2 for Rizlak. Get a counter.
Draw a card.
Still has all those face-down cards.
Yep, I think he's digging. Don't know what for at this point, but definitely digging. You have a lot of face-down cards. Portal is definitely never staying open at this point. So you're going to be paying full freight on the ambush costs on any of these cards that are ambush cards. Traps are traps. But you're in for a long game at this point, and I think anytime you're in for a long game like this with the Krung deck, you 100% are giving your opponent a lot of advantage.
Yeah. Very tough to overwhelm the board that Michael's developing here.
And these Rizlaks are not going to last, you know, too long.
Pass them back.
Yeah, just pass back. Easy does it. We're 100% going to shut this door. And then he's playing a raid force in the resource row. That's blatant disregard.
He does not care about that subway.
Nope. It's like, okay, I can win from here.
Portal's stinky. Shut it.
Yeah, close the door. You're letting all good air out. And throw this at you.
That's at you for 1. Sounds good.
Get there eventually.
I mean, you need 12 more accessories.
Easy.
Yeah, actually, looking at Michael's list, yeah, okay. He has at least that many. It's a bounty counter on one of the Rizlaks. Shrink it.
Yep. We're going to see a trap activation finally?
He's looking.
One of them has to work, right?
Well, he's playing 7-card Monty over here, so that's kind of hard to find.
All right. Well, that's good.
Well, that happened.
Yep.
It's like, all right. So, Whistler it is.
It makes me wonder if Michael has a Rainforest in his hand already and he's just playing the long game here.
That could be. It would not surprise me if it's just going to be an alpha strike type of turn.
Yeah.
Once you can get him to tap low enough to not have an issue.
I mean, Ryan can only activate so many traps in one turn.
Can be resourced.
Also true. But Michael also knows that if you just don't attack, right? Like all those face down cards are not going to do much.
Yeah, all those counterattacks are going to be stuck there for a bit.
So you start playing towards your Magnate, the Tyrants, to start blowing up accessories and clearing up that accessory zone. And then from there, you can just start doing the job. But we're also, if you're Michael, you're just pinging everything anyway.
5 for that.
Hard casting an original
set one
wrist.
Yeah.
Now we're doing some fun with the depraved.
Pay 2 for Krung.
Okay, developing a board here.
Developing a board.
Engage my contender, make this have menace.
Torment, close enough.
Torment.
If 3 or more Clash cards are defeated this turn, does a thing. And we have
attack you for 5.
Coming with Torment.
5 Torment Necrotic?
It's 6 because of this, right? Oh,
Minus
because of
1.
that. Yeah. So if I block with these two, this has 2 power, this has 0 power, this has 3 health, so
Right.
it'll live.
They would both die.
Yeah, your thing will live though.
Oh.
Block with these.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, but
no problem.
That's not part of the calculus over here. It's what things do I care about? Not these.
Surviving wasn't part of the plan.
We all
These
trade.
all die.
Yep.
Haven will trigger. I'm going to return a target list to my hand.
Yeah, sure. That's one of the necessary 12 to end this game.
I'm going to say go ahead.
So many resources. And that
So many options.
Krung is just no longer is not long for this world either. If you
Gonna
found a
get
Lin,
lost
he's
into the sun.
if you found his Lin, he's just gonna go ahead and bounty it.
There it is.
I'm gonna put a bounty on Krung.
How about my Krung?
Sounds good.
And I think I'm just gonna kill it.
That's neat. What if I take it?
That's cool and all, but I don't want you to have it, so bye.
So I'm going to draw a card from Machina, then I'm going to have a target list trigger.
Sure.
I will draw a card for that.
Yeah, might as well.
All the bounty counter value here.
Just don't run out of cards. Like that's your primary concern right now is if I run out of cards, I lose.
He's in alright shape right now.
Play a Kagan, eliminate your other guy.
Just delete him from existence.
Yep.
Yeah, you don't need him. You're tapped out, so your counterattacks are not they're not good. So
I have 5 cards.
So 5 cards coming in for 5. Yep. Reduced by 1 from Subway, 1 toughness in Krung. All right.
You'll get through.
5 coming in the air, reduced by 2. And we now only need 6 accessories to close this game.
Bryan down to 6.
Yep.
Portal's closed. Everything looks good.
Portal's closed. Yeah, we shut the door.
Everything does, in fact, look good.
Everything looks great.
Yeah, Haven
in play. Well, because it lets them regrow the accessories, just end the game, too.
Yeah.
And then if you have a Haven in your hand, just sure. Back to Ryan here, who has a face-down board, plus a rally.
He's on a clock.
He is definitely on a clock. And he connects a space station away a subway and hope, but doing that is also just losing.
Yeah.
Passing back?
Well, yeah, because he's got to keep all of his resources open and start playing these face down cards. And all Michael has to do is throw an accessory at him 6 more times.
So many resources.
No resource.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no reason to resource. We're just going to throw this at.
Launch it.
Just got to do it 6 more times. And also you can just attack with Kagan as well. It does trigger everything, but being able to block the flying is probably unlikely.
Yeah.
So
with Ryan at 5. I mean, if you have to wait 1 more turn, that's fine.
That's fine.
Draw first.
I wonder how many times that Michael could have just been like, okay, I'm going to open the portal and close the portal, open the portal, close.
Yeah.
Portal, pass.
That back and forth dance.
Well, you might as well just use using your resources efficiently.
Yeah.
Lin. Go ahead.
Play a blocker. All right.
It does have flight, so it can block the Kagan.
3, 6.
But if there's another Kagan.
Yeah. Not be good for Ryan.
No.
Sure.
What do we have here? We're just going to chuck this thing.
Launch it.
Throw this here.
I take 1.
Deal 1. Draw a card. Did you find another Kagan?
There it is. Slam
Yeah.
it.
Okay. Check these traps. Check these traps.
One of them has to work,
check
right?
These traps. Okay. And we've got 6 face down cards. None of them do a thing.
We're going to kill this.
They're going to kill that. All right.
Mark that to resolve.
Unfortunate.
Unfortunate. I think I'll attack with this Kaga.
At 4 health,
He's very concerned about what's going on here. Are you going to be able to kill me? Or
You kill me or no? What's happening here?
I will
Sounds great.
Okay, there we go.
There's a Morak.
And something.
All right. We can go search for something.
Notably, this card does not have flight, though.
Does not have flight. So.
You just had to complain, and then it got me impatient.
It does, man. Mind games.
Flip a Morak. We still have 2 open.
Draw from this. Thank you.
What else you got?
I will.
Not that. Not that.
One of them.
That. That? Nope. That? Nope. Yeah, that. Okay.
Oh, another one. Okay.
And just another one.
Switch again.
Another tutor.
Completely out of resources, though.
He's out of resources. This is going to hit for 3. The next one's going to hit for 3. So this is a, at least I want to show you what I can do type of game.
Yeah. Unfortunately, cards did not line up for him here. Having to resource 3 lava blitzes immediately.
Yeah, that was very, very painful. This game is a foregone conclusion at this point. This is just a rough matchup, I think, for Ryan.
Do those have interception?
No, they don't have flight.
Oh, dang it.
Very difficult. Right now, so Kagan doesn't have flying right now. So Morak can block it.
Oh, that's right. The subway, right?
And you have to do the subway. So
Yeah,
Morak can block, sure.
I block?
That's right.
And so Morak will die.
Yeah.
And then we do it again.
Not entirely sure what his outs are, but might as well fight until the end.
I don't know that he has any, but yeah. So 6.
So it's going to be 4 if it hits you.
Yep, yeah, this is gone.
Coincidence, that's his life total.
And then
Oh, man.
make a tyrant, blow up your club.
Yeah.
Attack for 3.
Come in for lethal.
Yeah. And then we're just off right up.
Extending
Yeah,
my
there's
hand.
nowhere to go from here.
Yeah.
So Michael with a
All
with
the
a-
sharpshooters. Yeah.
Yeah, Michael with a pretty easy cleanup there. 2-0 over Ryan Acosta. Ryan's deck is fun.
It is.
Lord Krung is a blast to look at and play, but issue right there in that matchup very specifically was Michael's deck just lines up.
Yeah, he also was smart enough to know that you can just keep shutting the portal and makes all their cards
Right.
very expensive.
You just slam the door, and it makes it so that
Keep that door shut.
yeah, if you keep the door shut, you don't let the infested discard it in.
Mhm.
And so kind of learn that on the easy way.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like from there, it was very, very difficult for Ryan to kind of get any footing.
Right.
And that was, and also that draw where, you're in a lava blitz draw, but you keep drawing lava blitzes
Right.
and you can't just, slam into the board like you want to. It just makes it way more difficult again. Like the way that you want that turn to line up is being able to discard a Rizlak and then to open the portal and then play a bunch of stuff, play a bunch of face down, hopefully the 0 costs, be able to flip them all and
Play
draw
your
a bunch
Lord
of cards.
Krung, buff all of
play
them.
your Lord, and then it's
But,
Moy.
he's unfortunately just too susceptible to the Machina's 2 damage.
Yeah, that 2 damage is too easy to get over. So just kind of painful. And good showing by Ryan Acosta on Krung making the top 16 here at the Clashgrounds. But ultimately, just that was definitely probably the worst possible thing for him to see.
Yeah.
So, yep. So this will be the last game that we're going to broadcast today. We are actually going to be back tomorrow for the top 8. However, we are going to take a break. We will come back. And what we will do is kind of give a breakdown of what's left in the top 8 as soon as we get some more results in and kind of talk through what we expect to see tomorrow. So please stick around. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Welcome back to Clashground Columbus, Logan.
Dagan.
We've been over this before.
Yeah.
So we have most of the matches in. We're still missing one result. However, we're going to take a look at the bracket so far for the top 8 going into tomorrow. So we had David McCartney on Torque taking over Vince Biamonte. Right now, we're still looking at the Nick Murphy-Jeremy Ray matchup. We don't know who won there. Ian Schaefer was victorious over Shauna Staples on Machina, and then Eric Young took it with Warcry over Ling. We kind of saw that matchup in how it plays. It was easy.
Makes
on
sense.
the other side of the bracket, we had Michael Hamilton over Ryan Acosta.
That was the one we just had.
We cast that matchup, here. And then Andrew Doucette lost to Matt Coles on Machina. So we do have a Matt Coles, Michael Hamilton, Machina mirror on that side of the bracket. Then we have Jacob Snodgrass. Again, the Warcry Ling matchup. We saw that. And then we had Mike Toy taking it over Roger Bodie. With Torque over Clarity here.
All the clarity is knocked out here, it looks like.
Yep, the Clarities did not have the best day. But Mike, we saw his build in round 1 where he was playing against Jacob on Warcry. And so being able to get through that Clarity build that had a lot of similar tools, my guess is he was able to disassemble the combo and get through it.
Right. What's interesting is Jacob here. I want to point him out real quick. He actually was in top 8 of the Vegas event as well.
He was. Yep.
Yeah. So back to back
on Clarity
last time. Yeah.
Clarity last time, Warcry this time. So we actually get a rematch of round 1's feature match.
Yeah.
With Mike versus Jacob. We'll see if Mike has learned, picked up any valuable tools there. Again, kind of a team matchup of Matt Coles versus Michael Hamilton.
Yeah.
I'm very interested to see what David will have to face between Nick and Jeremy. But Ian on Machina versus Warcry on Eric. Now, that's interesting to me.
It is.
Because the Warcry decks, so it was, Michael talked about it in the interview. Ian's on the same list as Michael, and he had concerns about the Warcry matchup specifically because they don't have a lot of clean answers for Faithful Protector.
Yeah.
So that could be a very fascinating one for tomorrow morning. I'm very interested in that. I'm also interested to see who comes out of the Nick Murphy-Jeremy Ray matchup. My guess is we will either have the Ian Schaefer versus Eric Young matchup or the David versus the winner of Nick and Jeremy matchup will be our feature match for the quarterfinals tomorrow morning. So please do return and stick with us. We are here to provide. We are of the people, and we want to give you what you want. And what you want is more Alpha Clash action. You'll get it tomorrow morning, I promise you. Until then, stay safe. And we might as well open another pack.
All right, yeah, let's do it.
I mean, our producer is saying we got to open another pack. I'm not going to say no. He's our producer.
That's what the people want. You're talking about the people. The people want one more pack opening.
Let's do it.
All right, so
see if I can get something better this time.
Okay.
Are you just going straight in, or are you flipping through?
No, I'm going straight in.
All right.
Like I feel good about this one.
Okay.
I feel good about this one. So what you got?
We got Magnate, Destructive Adversary. Look at that.
I thought I had you.
Oh,
I thought I had him.
Those are 2 crazy pulls.
Those are insane pulls right there. I thought I had him. Oh my, with the legendary.
Yeah, I know.
And then he's just
got
like,
the iconic.
Nah, we're just gonna go the iconic, and it's
easy.
Like, oh,
easy.
Well, he got me. Oh well, but these are Ethan's cards anyway. He's just
He's the real winner here.
Thank you very much again. We'll be back with you tomorrow morning for the top 8 of the Clashground Columbus. So we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.